Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the weekly Armchair Sports Talk. This is our special Deadline Day podcast. Let's go. I'm joined by Amy and James today. So let's go.
The weekly Armchair kickoff is rebranding and expanding. We are now the weekly Armchair Sports Talk. It's going to be your home for sports content for the fans and by the fans. More sports, more guests and more talk, covering all aspects of football, WWE, basketball, MMA and much, much more. That's the weekly Armchair Sports Talk, coming soon.
As I said before, this is our Deadline Day podcast. We're going to be covering all aspects of, the big transfers that have gone on today and in the past few days. Obviously talking big points, Ronaldo, absolutely huge, sensational transfer. Obviously me and Amy, very, very happy with that. Also going to be talking a little bit about Arsenal as well, and also United's chances for the rest of the window, and just to see, gauge what's going on. I'm joined tonight by Amy, my usual partner in crime over there, and really, really happy to be joined below by James Rowe. James, how are you doing today?
Very well, thank you, ladies. Thank you for having me on. Looking forward to it. Nice to speak to you both.
No problem. Do you want to just tell the viewers a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thank you. My name is James Rowe. I'm a football writer and football interviewer based in the Netherlands. I'm originally from the UK. I interview professional players and managers on a regular basis. And since 2016, I've interviewed over 350 professional players and managers at all different levels of world football, including, among others, Jamie Carragher, Graham Potter, Danny Cowley, but also from the women's game in Jodie Taylor and Daniela van der Donk of the Dutch national team. So my work is quite well spread, and I always say everyone's got a story to tell. And my interviews can now be exclusively read on the Secret Footballer website. It's the same publisher as the famous books, and people can also follow my latest interviews on @JamesRoweNL.
Amazing. Putting in God's work, absolutely. Just going to go to some of the comments before we start with the transfers. Can't wait for this. Thank you, Reece, as always. Evening all, Viva Ronaldo, of course. I just wanted to start off quickly by saying, wow. Just wow. The last few days have been an absolute whirlwind, especially for kind of myself and Amy. We're kind of around the same age. Like, we grew up with, Ronaldo being the forefront of Manchester United. And for me, especially, he made me fall in love with football. Watching him and his twinkle toes, I'm absolutely in love with him. I've been in love with him ever since he left. And just to see him come back, it's been absolutely sensational. James, what do you make of that, of Ronaldo?
Well, I think it's, again, a true sportsman looking for the sporting challenge. I think for all his talent, and he's without doubt in my opinion, the best player in the world, but also one of the best of his generation. One thing I've always admired about him, ladies, is he's always gone looking for the sporting challenge, which you won't find in every single footballer. And it looked for all the world that he would go after Juventus, that he would go to Sporting Lisbon to finish his career, Sporting Club de Portugal, as they officially say. But he's gone looking for the biggest challenge in the biggest league in the world. And I think he'll make an impact. I think with his aura as well, people like to talk about the statistics, and they like to talk about, so many goals and so many games. But having a player of that ilk in your dressing room, having a player say certain things to particularly the younger players, because I've got a history of interviewing players, and they always reflect, especially when they finish their career, about their heroes and players that they played with, where they gave them a little bit of advice and it made them feel, or they gave them a compliment and it made them feel 10 feet tall. And I think Ronaldo, particularly with the younger players, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he encourages them. And I think he'll make an impact. But I think the pressure is now on Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to win a trophy. We're talking about the biggest club in England. Still, even though I'm based in the Netherlands, people talk very highly of Manchester United. And I think the pressure on them to win a trophy this season, even after signing Ronaldo, and also coupled with Varane and Sancho is absolutely massive.
I completely agree. So excited to see him play, and I just can't wait to see him step on that grass again. We'll talk about United's other signings a bit later in the show, but I wanted to first get your thoughts on Arsenal. Now, as United fans, obviously we don't follow Arsenal's transfer market and transfer deals very, very closely, but we know what's been going on. They're one of the highest spenders, obviously, this transfer market. They've brought in a lot of names. Today, they obviously signed that I can never pronounce his name, but the young lad that they signed this morning seems to me like I don't want to disregard him, but it seems to me like a bit of a panic buy in a sense. What do you make of Arsenal's window so far overall?
I think it's been a very rushed window. I don't think there's been any care attached to the targets. Okay. I don't think there's been any thought behind the players that we're going for. I think that, like together with certain parts of the younger fan base, they judge players on YouTube, on fantasy football, and on social media presence. When in the real world, it simply doesn't work like that. And we seem to be coming further and further away from footballing characteristics. To give you an example about Ben White, Leeds United were quoted £25 million last summer. Right. Leeds United rejected that overture and said, no, it's too expensive for us. We're going to spend the 25 million strengthening other areas of our squad. And they did that, and they've become stronger as a squad. And Arsenal pay double that price next year, the following season. Sambi Lokonga, people like to hype him up as a young player. The fact remains, ladies, he's only scored 3 goals in 80 appearances. And if you're looking for a player to add a bit more depth in midfield, even a threat from midfield, 3 goals in 80 appearances isn't great, if anything. Aaron Ramsdale as well. I'm not saying he's solely responsible for the relegations of Bournemouth and Sheffield United, but I'm not saying he's solely responsible, but he's partly responsible. And the fact, when you look at his career, apart from a loan spell at Wimbledon, he's been relegated at every single club he's been at. And what does that do to a back line? But I think Arsenal fans in particular, for a group that used to be so clued up, they now love to cling on to the latest flavour of the month. And when you try to give them examples like I do of speaking to players and managers, a lot kind of goes over their heads, because they want to be seen to be after the next big thing. And I just don't think there's been any thought to who we've brought. I think, you can also take your time in football. You might have an embarrassment of riches to spend, but it doesn't mean to say you've got to do a trolley dash and you've got to go wild in the aisles, as they say. And I just think that we could have been a bit more careful. And I just think we appear to be going around in circles. I've tried to say to Arsenal fans in particular, to give them the example of Leicester. If you look at the characters that Leicester City is signing and how dangerous they look extremely dangerous. If you look at other clubs, for example, if you take away the big three in Portugal of Benfica, Sporting Club de Portugal and Porto, it's Braga that have made the most progress in recent years, especially in Europe. And that stems from an owner and a president who's hell-bent on success, even revamping the training grounds and the training facilities that they have. Yeah. And in the case of Arsenal, they have an owner who is just interested in a healthy investment, safeguarding a healthy investment, and putting his hand in the pocket for the wrong characters. And I personally think it's going to be a very long, hard season for Arsenal. And I don't think it's going to be what people think it's going to be. So I think they need to buckle up and hold on tight, I reckon.
Yeah, I think this season is going to be an absolute roller coaster for all teams involved in the Premier League, because there's been so, like we were talking about before we went live, there's been so much for a COVID, for a COVID season, like the coming out of COVID, there's been a lot. And it's been absolutely incredible to see where certain teams have strengthened and where certain teams, such as you want to say Liverpool haven't really strengthened. I know they got Konate, but that was the only kind of signing they've made. In terms of Arsenal, look, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to see them relegated. Absolutely, because I'm a Man United fan. The rivalry is always there. But do I think that they will actually get relegated? Probably not. But, like you said, I think they could be in for a really hard season because, like I alluded to at the start, they've spent so much but not massively strengthened. And I know that's been the exact same as Manchester United in some aspects. In previous seasons gone by, we've spent so much but not really added that extra spice. And I love the comment that you made about it taking time. We've had that time with Ollie. Ollie has been backed. Now it's time to start showing it. But these things do take time. A massive clear out like Man United had to do and like Arsenal have to do, it takes time. It can't all be done in one window. It's completely unrealistic to think that it can. Amy, what's your thoughts on Arsenal's window so far?
Yeah, look, I do agree in a sense, like, they haven't really spent the money wisely. When you compare United's window with Arsenal's window, obviously we got 3 massive players for less than what they bought. Like, I mean, Ben White, by all means, he probably will be a good signing, but not right now. I think what Arsenal do need is they do need experience. And I don't think Ben White is that at the moment. He might develop into a good player, but the way Arsenal are at the moment, I just don't think they have the capability of developing these players as well. I've always said I think Saka is a great player, and he was great during the Euros, but like, he's still so young as well, and he's not going to be able to carry a team on his own. So yeah, no, I think, like, look, they brought in the players and they spent the money. I just think they haven't spent the money wisely, to be honest.
Yeah, I completely agree. James, what areas in Arsenal do you think need to be strengthened even in the coming hours? Hopefully for Arsenal fans, you see some more people coming in, but where do you think that needs to be strengthened, like, ASAP?
Well, I think an attacking midfielder presence is what Arsenal need. They need a presence from midfield who can attack. And people say about signing, again, it's about targeting characteristics of players. I'd like to give the example of Mark Albrighton, who Arsenal fans love to tell me is useless and is rubbish, when nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah.
Mark Albrighton with Leicester is a Premier League winner, a Cup winner, and a Charity Shield winner with Leicester. Not with Arsenal, Man United or Liverpool, but with Leicester. And he's made a huge impact in all 3 of those triumphs. And Arsenal fans love to tell me that, no, Reece Nelson's better than him. Reece Nelson doesn't even have a career. Reece Nelson has come to the Netherlands today on loan at Feyenoord. And I hope his attitude is correct, because I don't think he's going to play half as much as he thinks he's going to play. Because Feyenoord are a massive club in this country, but also a team very much in transition. And I think in the case of Reece Nelson, his attitude has got to be spot on. Because one thing I'd like to make clear, especially to a new audience tonight, it's been a very exciting day for many people, and I can understand the reasons why. But one important piece of information I'd like to tell people tonight: there's not a pot of gold at the end of every transfer, and particularly for young players, many that are going abroad for the first time, they're learning life skills. They're learning how to cook. They're learning how to clean. They're learning how to look after themselves. And in many cases, the club becomes your family. And if you're not looked after, if you don't feel part of the setup, if you don't feel part of the squad, you can also be disillusioned with the game and fall out of love with the game. If we're talking about Arsenal, if we look at William Saliba, he was promised the earth upon signing from St Etienne, couldn't even get a game for Arsenal's under-23s. William Saliba now is playing for arguably the biggest club in France. And I said at the start of the season, ladies, that he's going to have the season of his life, because he's going to relish playing in front of those fans in particular. He's going to relish playing for a club of that size. That's an experience that's going to help him. And I just think, although today is very exciting for people, it's nice for them to think about the other side of the coin when players are offered earth and they've made promises that nothing is fulfilled, and you can't turn back time. I mean, I don't know if either of you are aware, but there's a player that plays for Manchester City called Philip Sandler, and he went from Pek Zwolle here in the Netherlands to Manchester City. And when that move broke, I was one of the first people to speak to him. And I said to him, I said, how do you go from Pek Zwolle to Manchester City of all teams? And he said, James, they really sold it to me. He said, they told me that I'd be training with Sergio Aguero. They told me I'd be training with David Silva. And of course, if you're a young player, that's very, very attractive. But in the 3 years since, he's hardly played. He went on loan to Anderlecht and played a couple of games, but he hasn't played as much as he could have done. Touching on Manchester United with Donny van der Beek, he's hardly played. And we're talking about a young man with fantastic leadership skills who, before the signing of Manchester United, it looked as if it was the worst kept secret in the world that he would sign for Real Madrid. It appeared to be only a question of time. And then all of a sudden he ends up at Manchester United and he's hardly played. This is a player who's got amazing leadership skills, particularly in his last season, ladies. He had a great presence on the pitch. I'm not saying he didn't have that beforehand, but particularly in his last season here in Amsterdam, you could really tell that he had a presence on the pitch. And I think for Van der Beek, I think if the situation doesn't improve for him, I think a January loan move away from Old Trafford, I think that will be the next his next port of call, I reckon.
Yeah, potentially. There's a question in here. We're going to talk a little bit more about Donny in just a little bit, but there's a question for you here, James. Feyenoord wanted Amad Diallo before he got injured. Do you think Reece is just an easy plan B, or do you think he will actually thrive in Holland?
I think it's a mixture of both, if I'm brutally honest. I think the injury of Diallo, I think obviously that was Feyenoord's first choice. Feyenoord are very much in transition. People will know the name. They do belong to the big three here in the Netherlands, but they have been usurped by AZ Alkmaar and Vitesse to a certain extent. Years, and they've been used. And I hope, as an Arsenal fan and also a football writer, that he comes to this country with the right attitude. And obviously, they're not going to expect him to learn fluent Dutch if he's only going to be here for a year. But the right attitude in the fact of, I don't think he's going to play every game. I think they're going to try to ascertain how fit he actually is. Because I think if he comes with the wrong attitude of, I play for Arsenal, I'm going to be starting every game, I don't think that will happen. I think he's in for a little bit of a shock. I'm pleased, like with all British players when they go abroad, but there's going to be a bit of a culture shock waiting for him, and his attitude has got to be spot on.
Yep, 100%. I completely agree. Ames, do you want to go ahead about your questions?
Yeah, so United have been quite busy this transfer window, obviously, with the signing of Rafael Varane, Sancho finally, and big shock to us all, which transfer came to us very quickly, was Cristiano Ronaldo. What do you make of that transfer window, and do you think there's any areas on the pitch that we do need to strengthen now in the coming hours?
Well, I think first and foremost, it's a great question. And I think United's swagger, I think they've kind of got it back in this window. I'm not saying they lost it completely, but when you are the biggest club in England, you've also got to act like the biggest club in England. And Rafael Varane is a great signing. Jadon Sancho as well, wanting to leave Dortmund, where he was doing really well, and also to prize the best player in the world back is typical of a club of that size. I think for Manchester United, I think going forward, they've got to kind of find continuity in their starting 11. I think that's very important, because it's great to sign these players, but you've got to put them into a team, and they've got to learn to play as a team, because it is very much a team game. People today are focusing on individuals, but as a former AC Milan striker told me, Graziano Manari, who played with the likes of Van Basten, Gullit and Rijkaard under Arrigo Sacchi, in literally the AC Milan team of all time, saying that even the best champions have to learn to play together as a team. And I think it'll be very interesting interesting for Manchester United. I if they'll win a trophy. I'm not sure which one, but I'm pleased for them that they've got their swagger back a little bit, because it's I'd like to think that the name of Manchester United, it still holds an awful lot of weight. You know, anywhere you go in the world, you see people wearing Manchester United shirts, and the weight of the club, and you'd like to think they've reaffirmed that during this transfer window.
I completely agree.
Do you think there's any areas on the pitch that we do need to strengthen?
It's an interesting question. It'll be interesting to see how the goalkeeper situation works out, because I know obviously in the past with De Gea and Dean Henderson with his loan spell at Manchester United, you know, with a great defence in front of him in Ferran, you wonder how the defence is finally going to come together and a solid, compact back line, and obviously with their famous part and the pace and that kind of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they go. But I think the best thing to do, the best thing that they can do, Amy, is to just find a solid regular starting 11, and maybe think about what they're doing in the run up to January, because you can't stockpile players. People love to talk about buying, but when players don't play, nothing hurts a player more than not being able to play. You know, whether you're injured, whether you're suspended, and that kind of thing. So I think with Manchester United, they've strengthened well, but I think they've got to find a happy medium now, because to keep that entire squad happy is going to be a huge challenge for Solskjaer, and hopefully he's up to the task.
Yeah, definitely. And you touched on Donny van de Beek there a while back. What do you make of his situation at Manchester United at the moment? Do you think it's a case where he's just not performing in training and he's just not impressing Ollie, or do you think there's other issues around it?
I think there's other issues around it. As I say, it starts, ladies, with the fact here in the Netherlands, it was literally in all media facets, in all the newspapers, in all the television programs, it was just Van der Beek's going to Real Madrid, Van der Beek's going to Real Madrid, and then all of a sudden he ends up at Manchester United. A couple of Dutch media outlets spoke to him when he first arrived, and he said that he's being really well looked after. He was being driven to and from training every day. He was saying that the club has found accommodation for him and his partner, and that he gets along with his teammates, and that sounded very sincere. But obviously, with some time which has gone over now, it will be interesting to see what happens in January. It wouldn't surprise me if something happened with along the lines of what happened with Davy Klaassen at Everton, where, you know, he was signed by Koeman, Sam Allardyce takes over, and Sam Allardyce wouldn't really recognise the technical ability of a player like Donny van de Beek, and then so he gets like a player like Davy Klaassen, So of course he was subsequently loaned out to Werder Bremen, and then obviously signing for Ajax again. So it wouldn't surprise me if Van der Beek has a January loan move away from Manchester United, because it's also affecting his international football, where Van Gaal is not going to choose him if he's not if he's not playing for his team. So I think he's in a very sticky wicket at the moment, and I think hopefully he'll get the opportunity to play for Manchester, but I think it may only be substitute appearances or maybe League Cup games like last year, for example. But if he's not playing regularly in January, then I think he's got no choice but to have a loan move away.
Yeah, I think, you know, even a lot of Manchester United fans are talking like, why isn't he even being given a chance? Because realistically, he hasn't been given enough of a chance to even prove himself. You know, even when Pogba was injured for that spell last year, we thought, you know, he was going to get some game time, but he didn't get anything at all. And it's actually quite disappointing, because I know a lot of fans did watch him under Ajax and they were quite impressed. So that's why a lot of fans were excited to see him come to Manchester United, but he just hasn't been given the chance.
Yeah, it's quite sad.
You wonder what was said to him, ladies, upon signing.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to touch on. You said before about
what was said to him upon signing.
Yeah. It could be that, like you said before, about the young players being sold dreams. it could be something along those lines as well. Being told that, you know, he's going to be a regular starter, like he's going to really fit into the team and do well, but it's just not happened that way. And I know a lot of Manchester United fans, we are frustrated with the whole situation because there's a good player in there. There's a very, very good player in there, but it just seems like he just doesn't fit at the moment. And it is quite sad to see, but like we saw today with Dan James going to Leeds from Manchester United, which I firstly want to say that I really hope he does well, not against us, but I hope he does well for Leeds because he's a top lad, and I really think that he seems like a genuinely nice guy, and it's just not worked out for him at United. But like you were saying at the start, James, about Ronaldo being the ultimate professional and always looking for that challenge, Dan James could have sat on the bench at United and just stole a wage. He could have come on when he needed and maybe dropped a good performance or two, but there was no way that there's just too much competition in the Manchester United starting 11 now for him to even try and get through. So I actually commend him for coming out today and saying, I'm doing this for my career. Like, it's not that he's had a bad time at United. It's nothing like that. The club's always treated him well. The fans, the majority of us, have treated him well because he's a young lad. He was going through a really hard time when he came to us. And unfortunately, he's just not at the quality that we needed him to be at. And I really, really hope he thrives. But that, obviously I'm not comparing Daniel James and Cristiano Ronaldo, but it's that same mindset that you were saying at the start, James, that it's the mindset that you have to do what's best for your career and what's best to challenge you. What do you think of the Dan James move?
I think it's a very courageous move. I think what is also very attractive. I'm not trying to play on the rivalry between Manchester United, but I think the story of Marcelo Bielsa and Leeds, it still doesn't get enough credit. Personally, I really don't think people understand what a story that is, and I think it's been underreported, and I think it's kind of been Bielsa's come to Leeds, but it's akin to Simeone going to Nottingham Forest.
Yeah,
if to put it in those terms, it's like Diego Simeone rocking up at Nottingham Forest. You just wouldn't expect it, and you know this is a manager who Pochettino and Guardiola went to Bielsa to literally receive confidence that they could become football managers. Is that revered, and I think what he's done at Leeds is a miracle, really, to change the mindset and DNA of that club, and to change it within 2 years. Is nothing short of extraordinary. And I think for Dan James as well, I think the opportunity to play under such a manager, to play for such a club who will go on to establish themselves as a Premier League club for the next 5 to 10 at the very least, in my opinion. And as you say, Rachel, the wanting to go and wanting to play is very important. And it just shows the maturity of the young man, you know, because not all footballers are filthy rich. You even see it now at youth level, where I know of a story where a young player has gone to sign his first professional contract for a club. He's gone into the office, and there his parents are chomping at the bit, expecting their mortgage to get paid off. But yet their son is signing his first ever professional contract. So the financial rewards are absolutely massive. But the most important thing for young players is that they play. And I think Dan James has got a great opportunity now with Marcelo Bielsa and Leeds, and also for Manchester United not to stand in his way, because that's also something which is very important, that the club doesn't stand in the way of a player. You know, if you have to let them go, you have to let them have some kind of career. You know, you can't stockpile players. And I know a lot of fans the world over love to play Championship Manager and fantasy football, but in the real world, it simply doesn't work like that, where even in maybe Arsenal fans might not know this, even though I think it's been well reported, before Arsene Wenger was established as Arsenal manager, so Bobby Robson had agreed terms to become Arsenal manager. And the manager of FC Porto, the chairman of FC Porto, De Souza, he wouldn't let Sir Bobby go to Arsenal. So Arsenal were all set to sign Bobby Robson as their manager, a legend of English football. And then the chairman doesn't let him, and they sign Arsene Wenger. So it just shows it's not only players, it's also managers. And you'd like to think that the human element of clubs for players and managers also exists, because careers are just so short, and everyone is trying to make the best of the situation that they're in.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Just one more quick question before you go, because I'm conscious that you're a busy man. You've got a lot to do on this transfer deadline day. Where do you think Arsenal will go under Arteta, and how long do you think he's realistically got left?
Well, I like to turn it around a little bit and say that Arsenal's problems start at the top. Within the fan base, it's very much Arteta in, Arteta out. These are the same people that were saying the same thing about Unai Emery. Emery in, Emery out. Emery leaves Arsenal, wins the Europa League with Villarreal. I didn't mean to touch a sore point with Manchester United fans, but I was just giving an example. It's as if the okey cokey, where you put your left leg in and your left leg out, and in, out, and that. But in the real world, it simply doesn't work like that. I maintain as an interviewer of professional players and managers, and also an Arsenal fan of more than 30 years, that our problems start at the top with an owner who just sees Arsenal as a healthy investment. That's it. There's no sporting glory to be found, no willingness to improve and fight for trophies. It's just to safeguard that dollar investment. So until Stan Kroenke leaves and Arsenal have a new broom, stock and barrel, I really can't see any progress. I think that Arsenal will have a very difficult season. I think some fans will become very restless, but they need to understand as well the inner workings of what goes on behind the scenes. And that's also what I try to do in my own interviews with professional players and managers. Tomorrow, my interview with Arsenal striker Alan Smith, who scored two of the most important goals in the history of the football club, is released tomorrow morning. So I hope that Arsenal fans will enjoy that. But I always like to say that it is very much a world game, and we love it, and we love the hype surrounding it, and it's great even with women's football now. The interest which is going on inside the game, and the professionalism as well, and that also women who know an awful lot about football are gaining more and more notoriety. That's absolutely fantastic, because we want to hear from experts. We want to hear from people that know what they're saying, and giving examples of that as well. But I'd like to leave it today with people that are hearing me for the first time. I hope you've enjoyed it. And I know I have. I know you've both made great points, and I look forward to next time. If you have enjoyed what you've heard, and you'd like to read my interviews, you can follow me on @JamesRoweNL. You can also follow me on the footballer website as well, and you can also hear my opinion on different Arsenal platforms and national radio. So it's always nice to educate the masses a little bit, because in this game that we love, ladies, you can always learn. There's never one final piece of advice I'll give to people watching tonight. Doesn't matter what age you are, doesn't matter where you come from, and if there's a player like in the men's game or in the women's game, and you really like them, you think, oh, they're a brilliant player, don't let anybody deter you. Don't let somebody on Twitter say, oh, they're rubbish, you don't know what you're talking about. If you really think they're a good player, stick with them and see how their career progresses.
James, you are speaking my absolute language. I get ripped apart week in, week out for repping Victor Lindelof at United. So it's really great to hear you say that. And I will keep pushing my propaganda, and I will not stop. So thank you, James. I really appreciate that.
You're more than welcome. And you make a great point about the people that give you stick. Those people that give you stick, do they know that he used to play for Benfica? Or do they
Probably
only know
not.
the Lindelof that played for Manchester United?
Probably not, James. Probably not.
And see, this is the thing. The fans only know the latest. So really enjoy tonight, ladies. Good work, and we'll speak again soon.
Yeah, it's been great having you on. Thank you so much for popping by, James.
Thanks,
Bye.
James.
You're more than welcome. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Speak to you soon. Well, that was really good. A really, really informative chat with James there. And also do go follow him on all the social media. We'll put the links up and any details on the Weekly Armchair Sports Talk Twitter page, just so you can kind of get a piece of that and, you know, see what's going on. We're just going to go to the comments dead quickly just to see, because I know I've been a bit rubbish with comments tonight. Evening, Rory. I hope you're doing well. Viva Ronaldo, of course. Me and Amy are absolutely buzzing, to say the least. Oh, sorry, Andy. What's happening with Maitland-Niles? You know what? I think we can talk about that a little bit. Maitland-Niles and Arsenal. Jesus, like, it seems to be so toxic. It's giving me like pure Jose vibes. What's going on?
Yeah. I don't think the way that Arsenal deal with players is too great now, to be honest with you. And you know, it's hard for a young player coming up when all they want to do is play football and enjoy themselves, and he's just been completely left out in the dark, like. So, and you know what, it's actually quite bad to an extent that he's actually had to post on his Instagram about it. Like, normally players wouldn't go that public about it, but it must be so bad that he had to go public about it. Yeah, I think their man management with players within the club just isn't great, to be honest. Like, we all see what happened with Ozil. Never know, the same could happen with Lacazette and Aubameyang as well. So yeah, it doesn't look too good.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And people can slate Ollie all they want, but at least his man management is absolutely impeccable. Like, the way he's dealt with some players at the club who were reduced to absolutely nothing by Jose Mourinho is a testament and an absolute credit to him. I just hope that, you know, the tactical nous kind of comes a little bit. As much as I like Donny to play, if he's not in favour of the manager, he should be allowed to go somewhere else. Really is a shame. I completely agree. Like, I know we've spoken about Donny a few times, and it is a shame because when he signed, we were all so buzzing, and then we were on stream and we were like absolutely ecstatic that he'd signed, but it's just not happened. What do you make about it? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I'm disappointed, to be honest, because as much as people say, like, oh, he's had a few games or he's had a few minutes here and there and he hasn't impressed us, Premier League is a really, really hard league, and some players need time to adapt. Like, you're not every player is going to be like Bruno Fernandes, where he just clicked his fingers and he adapted straight away. Like, it's not going to be like that, and especially in the position as well that Donny will be playing in. Like, it's not easy. Like, so I'm disappointed, to be honest. I'm disappointed he hasn't been given more of a chance than he had, especially when Pogba was injured last year. I think we all expected, you know, when Pogba was out for them few weeks last season, we thought, oh, Donny's going to get his chance now, but nothing came of it, to be honest. And I think if it's a case where he's not going to be played, like, he's not even being used as a backup at this stage, to be honest. I think there's 2 or 3 choices ahead of him. So if that's going to be the case, don't leave a player like that sitting on the bench. Let him go off and enjoy his football, because I highly doubt he's enjoying it at Manchester United at the moment. Yeah,
I completely agree. And like I was saying, he's a good player. Like, he was in the Champions League with Ajax. I mean, he was a solid player. So, I mean, maybe he just doesn't fit the system. Like, maybe he's not training well. I mean, look, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors, like you said before. So I think we've just got to, if he wants to go and if he has to go, like Dan James does, like I said, I commend him for going, because, like, he's a young lad and he's putting his career before money, which is absolutely commendable. And I wish him all the best. Genuinely, I do. I know he's going to Leeds, and like, we all hate Leeds, but I really hope that he does well, because he's a top lad, and just shows that you've got to put yourself before before money. There's a question here from Mark. It says, question for you both. If you could get a DM in, whether it be Jan or next summer, who would you realistically go for? Ames, do you want to crack on?
There are so many options out there, and I know a lot of people will be like, oh yes, Declan Rice. But being completely honest, I don't think I'd spend the money.
No.
Like, you have a midfield, you have two midfielders there within Pogba and Bruno, and you have Raphael Varane and Maguire sitting behind.
Yeah.
Well, I think, to be honest, you just need someone that'll sit there and do the job, intercept, pass the ball forward, pass the ball quickly at that, because I don't know if we all obviously seen Fred on Sunday. Like, he even slowed down the counter attack because he didn't know what to do. So I feel like even with that, like, we just need someone who's quick on their feet, intercepts play, pass the ball quick, pass the ball forward. Like, I know people are actually going to hate me for this, but I genuinely think McTominay will develop into that. Now, I know we need a CDM now.
Yeah.
But I think with the introduction of Eric Ramsey into the coaching staff, plus Darren Fletcher and Michael Carrick, I think we learn a lot. Like, we've seen McTominay, he has improved. And like, we seen the Europa League final, he was our best player. Leeds game, he was absolutely unbelievable against Leeds as well, the first game of the season. It was just unfortunate that he had to get surgery on the groin injury. But I reckon he can develop. Like, he's still young. He's still only 24. Like, he's not even near his best at the moment. So, to be honest, I think McTominay could be it, but I think right now we do need a CDM. I don't think we have time to wait for players to develop. But by all means, McTominay will be good within the squad, and he's good box-to-box player as well, so he can work both ways.
I completely agree. And, you know, the CDM is looking very, very unlikely, at least this transfer window, unless something massive happens in the last few hours, but I'm not expecting it to be. I mean, I know we're linked with Ruben Neves. He doesn't seem to like us very much after the weekend. So I kind of think that, you know, maybe that's kind of like throwing the spanner in the works. But with Ruben Neves, he's Premier League proven. He's a competent DM. I've said this on many, many occasions. The DM is one of the easiest positions to play because all you have to do is get the ball and pass it. You don't have to do fancy tackles. You don't have to do fancy step overs like flicks. You just have to be able to pass the ball competently and pass it forward and quickly. And you have to be obviously resistant to press, which is qualities that Scott McTominay does have. And I completely agree with you. But I also agree that he's not there right now. I think if you throw him in there on his own, especially because he's so used to playing with Fred, I think he could not crumble, but I think he could have, you know, a quite a bad time of it. Ruben Neves, I've always been an admirer of him, but you think logistically right now, would that not be one of the best moves that Ruben Neves can make? Because he's looking to get into the Portugal side, obviously, playing with the likes of Ronaldo, Bruno. I'm going to add Dallo in there. Dallo, like, there's a massive Portuguese contingent. We're becoming the new Wolves, genuinely. I keep looking at, like, our flags, and it's like, oh, there's Portugal. There's another one. It's like, we, like, take the piss out of Wolves this whole time for being, like, Portugal FC. But you know what? Signing Ruben Neves would be absolutely massive. I've always been an admirer of him. He's got a good strike on him as well, and he can pass the ball. I'd love to go for him. I don't think we're realistically going to get him. Declan Rice, I agree with you. He's way too expensive, and I think the player himself is frustrated that he's been valued that high because he knows that no one's going to make a bid for him because it's extortionate 100 million. Because City got Jack Grealish for 100 million, and in my opinion, Jack Grealish is a much better footballer than what Declan Rice is. Not to say that Declan Rice is bad, but he's obviously not. He's a very good player. But 100 million is just way too much. It's the English tax as well.
Saul is also out of the question now because he's just about to sign for Chelsea. So
yes,
5 million. 5 million is what they're paying for him. Like,
no offense.
Like, what are United doing? Like, I know he's not an out-and-out DM, but he could have done a job there. You know.
We could have a question from Andy as well, just on the CDM topic before we move on. Can we still challenge City and Chelsea this season with no CM? What do you think?
I think we can challenge, but I think without the defensive midfielder, we're not just there yet. We can challenge, but by all means, I don't think. I mean, I'd love for 21 to come this year, but
it is.
I think we're just off the mark in that sense. But I don't think we are actually too far off now, to be honest with you, because our attack is fairly strong, and our defense has also strengthened as well massively with Varane in there as well. So I think it's just the middle of the field. I think we're just going to become very predictable in a sense where we're actually going to be playing down the flanks a lot, rather than playing through the middle, because we can't get the ball through the midfield. So I just think we're just that little bit short. But I reckon we will win a trophy this season, but it mightn't necessarily be the Premier League.
It's like last season, how we were so reliant on our left-hand side because our right-hand side was just dead, and we became so predictable, and people were able to nullify us by attacking that left-hand side and making sure that nothing came down there, because the middle and the right-hand side of the park was just absolutely dead. So I do agree with you, but even watching the Wolves game and the Southampton game, they just walked through our midfield. It was literally like there was nothing there. I mean, I was speaking to Andy about it earlier, and he used the analogy, it's like a donut. We're stacked all around, like keepers sorted. We've got...
And you've even seen as well, any time Fred got the ball, Wolves were on his back straight away, putting so much pressure on him, which is going to... Fred makes mistakes as it is. Without when you that pressure, with pressure, it's so much worse. Like, he lost the ball 3 times in the first 8 minutes, and one of them we nearly conceded from. So I think Ollie has a big head scratcher now, to be honest, because I think as much as McTominay isn't ready, I think he's slightly better than Fred at the moment, and I think it's going to be a case where he's going to have to rotate McTominay and Matic, to be honest. Now, Matic, we all know, can't play more than 1 game a week anyway. Well, it's actually probably a case where he can't play one game every 2 weeks, but I think it's just going to be a case where he has to think tactically with these, to be honest with you. I think Matic and McTominay are probably better for games where we're going to have a lot of the ball, because McTominay is quite strong going forward. But I don't know what he's going to do with the likes of City and Chelsea, because I just don't think Fred's going to be able to cope with them, to be honest.
No, I mean, it didn't help that Fred had a nightmare 5 minutes at the start of that game, and the Wolves players kind of latched onto that, and they knew that he was rattled. Like, in the second half, he did improve, not to the standard that you should be, but you couldn't have got any worse, to be completely honest with you. But he did improve, but I just think those first kind of 15 minutes, 20 minutes, he was absolutely rattled, and he doesn't press at the best of times. Like, he's not like McTominay. You can press McTominay all you want, and he's very press resistant, whereas Fred, he just panics and he gets so flustered. But the thing I like about Fred is his tenacity, and he will never stop running. He's always one player on the pitch that works his absolute socks off, and I absolutely commend him for that. But I do think that we need a CDM in there. Did you hear as well about Ollie that we have 6 DMs? Do you know who these 6 DMs are?
Where is he getting 6 from?
I have no idea. So I can think of if Fred and McTominay,
Matic.
If he's throwing Van der Beek in there, who never plays, that's 4.
Who's the other 2?
Is he throwing Victor Lindelof in there as well? Because he used to be a CM at Benfica.
Maybe. I think Lindelof would do a better job than all of them, to be honest.
Well, I was having this conversation with Andy earlier, and because I said, you know what I'm like, I was just like, I feel like Ollie likes him, so he will try and get him in the team as much as he can. But I don't think Lindelof's passing is quick enough.
Yeah.
And he does get flustered quite a lot as well. His long range passing is absolutely impeccable, and that's one of the main things that I can give. But his long range passing is insane. Can he do that job in there when people are kind of like, you have to be strong and you have to pass quickly and pass forwards? I'm not too sure. But, there we go. 6 central midfield options. McTominay, Matic, Donny van de Beek, Pogba, Fred, Bruno, and no idea, to be honest. Bruno is definitely... I don't know where he's getting that from, unless he's counting this new signing we're going to make in the next 3 hours. I don't think so.
Unless he's counting under 23s as well that he's going to be using throughout the season. But
yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. Question here from Marcus. On the topic, do you two feel like we're better challenging for the Champions League than we are the Premier League? Get them both.
Yeah, like I feel like so that's a tough one, to be honest with you, because it'll all, like, we can be thereabouts top 3 until January, February, but it is all about how he deals with the last 10 weeks of the Premier League. We seen what happened last season. Sure, we completely fell off the wagon altogether, and City overtook us. But in terms of Champions League, there is no way in hell he can't make it out of this group. And if he doesn't make out of this group, there are serious issues there, especially with the squad we have at the moment.
Of course.
It'll all depend, I think, to be honest. I don't know. I think we should at least make it to a quarter-final in the Champions League, if not semi-final, with that squad. As Ronaldo said, he's here to make more history. So I don't think he's not done yet, but I think it all depends how he deals with that midfield, I think.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. I genuinely think the Premier League is obviously your bread and butter. So I would, if someone said at the start of the season, right, you're going to win one of the two, pick which one you want to win, I'd be like Premier League.
Yeah.
100%, because that's your bread and butter. The Champions League, because it's a cup competition, there's more room for, one-off performances, and there's more room for, one-off errors. Like we saw in the final of the Europa League. Obviously, I don't like to touch on it too much because it's a touchy subject, but when you go to penalties, it's literally out of your hands, I think. Penalties is just an absolute roulette. But cup competitions are different because there's room for you to have an absolute worldie and knock out a big boy. So there's room for massive upsets as well. So I think the Premier League is more of a test of your consistency and how well you actually are as a team, instead of just in one-off matches and knockout matches.
Yeah, so, like we seen last season in the Europa League with Roma, like we completely knocked them out of the park in that first leg.
Yep.
And then the second leg, then it's like we fell apart. We didn't know what to do. But it all with Champions League, I think it all depends on how you do on the day. While in the Premier League, it's over months. But yeah, Champions League, I think it just depends how you do on the day with that one.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So I would much rather us bring home the Premier League back to Old Trafford. But I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to say both, because I want both.
Quadruple.
But I want all 4. That's it. I just want it all. Reece says true. We got a CDM in the academy. The league I want, the Champions League's bonus, but would work. We could be a good cup team and transition league title winner. Yeah. I was always saying that with Chelsea this season, they really need to prove themselves in the league, because yes, they won the Champions League, and boy, do they let us forget it. Like, all right, lads. But you need to kind of prove yourself in the league over a consistent period. And I know that obviously they had Frank Lampard, and then Thomas Tuchel came in. Sorry. I'm just out here calling him Tommy now. And then Thomas Tuchel came in, and obviously they were transformed into a completely different team. So this season, I am worried about Chelsea, because I think they do have a very strong side. Their manager is absolutely class. So it'll be interesting, to say the least, this season, because it's going to be an actual race this season, I believe, between, it could be United, City, and Chelsea, maybe. Liverpool, they didn't.
I think Liverpool are very flat, to be honest with you. I don't think they're going to compete like they have done the last few seasons. I just seen them play the other day against Chelsea. I just thought they were very flat, to be honest. I think it's their midfield. Like, their midfield is aging. So yeah, I didn't feel anything with them. Like, there was no tenacity or something. Like, it was just flat.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And they haven't really strengthened that much. Like you alluded to, they obviously bought what's his name, Kanate, and they've obviously given Jordan Henderson another contract. But I mean, they didn't really impress me that much. I know it's 3 games in at the minute, and you have to take everything with a pinch of salt at this point in the league, but not massively impressed. Like I said, we've seen us bottle the Europa League, so why not go win the Champions League? We've seen Liverpool do this. Let's not go there. Then they use the Champions League on to push for the league. You know what? It's also that we've brought in massive squad players as well, like Rafael Varane, obviously Ronaldo and Sancho as well. We've strengthened in massive areas. I just feel like we're missing that little piece of the jigsaw that's the DM. Just before I go, because I'm going to hand over soon to, I think Reece is on after.
Just before you, looks like Griezmann's on the way back. So,
oh, wow.
Barcelona,
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy times.
Barcelona need to get these players off their wage book because they're in serious trouble.
Yeah.
Serious trouble.
Yeah, they really do. Marcus, our mate Tommy. I'm just going to call him Tommy from now on, and you can know who I'm on about. Tommy Tuchel. 1 trophy win could spark something, so I hope it would take to the next level. Yeah, I've been saying this for months. Even last season, when we were on the verge of winning the Europa League, I said that 1 win, I think, could have a massive snowball effect on this team, because we're very young and inexperienced at the minute. Obviously, we've added massive experience now and winners now, but at the time, it was a very young and inexperienced team. So I'm just hoping that final loss in the Europa League has massively, lit a fire under all of their bellies and said, you know what, we ain't not having that again. And the next final that we're in, we're going to win it. And then it's going to set a snowball effect, and then we're going to dominate England for the next 15 years. How does that sound?
Oh my God, I'd absolutely love it. Be like back in the old days.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Quickly, before we hand over to the lads, do you see us doing anything else in this window, or do you think we're gonna have to wait until Jan?
Because of how good they actually did in this transfer window, I'd love to know if they have something sneaky up the sleeve that they're just going to come in the last hour for Neves or something. I don't know. But no, I don't see it as anything, to be honest. And to be honest with you, I am happy with this window. Like, there was 3 positions that we needed filled, and we filled 2 and brought in the greatest player in the world. So there's no way you can't be happy with that. But I know a defensive midfielder is massive, to be honest, and it is one that we definitely needed. But it's hard not to be happy with the window that we've had, and hopefully he can figure something out with the midfield.
How buzzing are you to see Ronnie again? Because you're coming to the Villa game on the 25th, aren't you? So
yeah, like, it's actually surreal. I'm not going to actually believe it till I see him in the starting lineup. Do you know, that kind of way? Like, I'm just kind of in this daze where I'm like, oh my God, this is actually happening. Do you know, like, we haven't even seen him in a picture with the actual shirt on yet. So I think once we do see that, it's going to be real. But I think with just how fast the transfer came along, like, 1 minute he was signing for City, within an hour he was agreeing in terms of Manchester United. So I feel like, it was a bit surreal, and because it came around so fast as well, you're like, whoa. Like, I was in work Friday and I got absolutely no work done because I was so invested in this.
Yeah.
But like, Yeah, no, I'm absolutely buzzing, to be honest, because he's my childhood. So, I'm buzzing.
I'm absolutely, like, when I heard that there was the slightest possibility that he was going to City, I was ready with the bottle of vodka thinking, nah, I can't do this, because seeing him in a City shirt would have absolutely broken me, because like you said, he was your childhood, he was my childhood, made me fall in love with the game. I remember seeing him my first ever game at United. I remember seeing him play, scored twice. So when I was a kid as well, I had like posters on the wall of him. Like, just, I was Ronaldo obsessed. So like when this news broke, like all of my family was just like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "No, I'm not okay. I got way too drunk on Friday night, fell over. Like, I was absolutely besotted with him."
One thing I always said, right, is I actually never seen Ronaldo live. So my first game was the season after he left. So obviously I never got to see him live. So one thing I always said was, no matter where he was playing, I was always going to go to a game, because at the time when I said it, he was at Juventus and I was in Italy in 2019, but I was in Rome, so it was kind of a bit of a trek. So I always said, before he retires, I want to go see Ronaldo play live. Doesn't matter what club he plays with. Sorry, crying. But I said, doesn't matter what club he plays with. But now to actually get to see him in the flesh, playing for Manchester United in Old Trafford, is absolutely surreal.
I absolutely can't wait. I'm going to be there on the 11th at Newcastle, hoping to see him in the starting lineup. I've got my tissues. I'm going to have them ready. And I feel like it's just going to be one of those days that, no United fan is going to ever forget. I'm going to quickly bring in the other lads as well, who are going to be taking over from me and Amy in about 5 minutes or so. We've got our host, Reece. How you doing?
Good evening, ladies. Excuse the flashing camera. It's acting up again, but it's not my fault. It must be the Ronaldo shirt I'm wearing.
It must be. It must be. We've also got Will, who's joining Reece as well. How you doing, mate?
Hi. Meh.
Don't worry, I'll get to you shortly.
And of course, James as well. James, lovely to speak to you finally. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. Guys, we're going to drop out now. We're going to leave you to it. Thanks for getting in the comments, everyone. I really appreciate it. Just before we go, Katie says, I saw him in the Euros in 2016. I hope to get to see him at Old Trafford. Katie, as soon as you get over, you'll have to let me know, because we'll go to a game as soon as. Me and Amy are going to drop out now. Guys, have a good show. Hopefully you have some news to tell us. But yeah, have a good show. Speak to you guys later.
We'll find out.
Bye.
Hey guys, welcome to the second half of the show. Obviously, that was Rach and Amy. Obviously, you saw James earlier on as well. Fantastic hosting job by the girls. James, what a brilliant conversation talking about like Dutch football, especially, and an Arsenal fan as well. Something even I never knew. You learn something new every day. So joining me this evening is William, our esteemed Arsenal fan. We're going to be getting on to Arsenal very shortly. Don't worry. I hope he doesn't tear up. I really don't. But knowing William, he will not be happy about some things. And also below me is James. If you don't know him already, he is from All For United. He's absolutely brilliant. I've spoken to him a few times on several streams before. We have a good laugh. So it's good to see you. So, lads, how are you this evening?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. William, how about you?
I'm a bit tired, but yeah, I'm fine, I suppose.
Well, you're stuck with me till 9 o'clock. To be fair, that's not really a bad thing. But we're going to get into business. So, William, I am going to start with the obvious points. Today, Arsenal confirmed the signing of Tomiyasu from Bologna, £19.7 million. Your opinion, how is that for you as an Arsenal fan, considering the fact that it looks like Hector Bellerin is finally leaving as well? For yourself, what's your views on that, and how are you in terms of going into the last stages of the deadline day?
Honestly, I'm just a bit disappointed with the whole thing. Don't get me wrong, the right back, yeah, he's good. I've never seen him play, so I can't give a proper judgment on how I feel. He's a 6'2", and he's apparently very good in one-on-one and has the ability to go forward slightly, but he's a bit better defensively, which is good. Is what I said we needed. Also, according to stats, he wins more aerial duels than even Gabriel would in centre back. So at least because he'll be covering for Ben White on that side, who isn't very good in the air, at least then would be able to accommodate that weakness. But I don't know what I expected, really. I just kind of hoped for a bit more. And I just think with the Maitland-Niles situation yesterday, and even though I know it got resolved, and just the overall feeling like I'm just a bit disheartened with Arsenal at the moment.
I'm going to touch up on the Maitland-Niles situation, and we all saw it yesterday, the Instagram post that went out where he does not feel wanted at all. And coming from a young lad, he's 20 now, isn't he? He's 20, 21, like he is around about that age. Something like that. Yeah. Anyone in the chat can just confirm like exactly how old he is. I think he's 20, but I'm not exactly sure. But you actually look at it as well, where he's come out, he's taken it to social media that he is just not happy about not being used. Obviously, he was at West Brom last season. We spoke about this the first show we did on the London Lowdown. We spoke about Maitland-Niles. You were saying it was the best decision to move him on because he's just not going to get the game time. And I completely agree with you. Looking at that now, as an Arsenal fan, where do you think the relationship has broken down? Do you think it's from Arteta to Maitland-Niles, or do you think it's above him that's caused the breakdown? If you had to put your mind to it?
I just think it's a mix of everything. I think the relationship probably got a bit more disheartened when last year he didn't want to play fullback and wanted to try out midfield. Went to West Brom on loan, and that was fine. He didn't play particularly well there. He's definitely not a midfielder. He isn't good enough to play midfield. And honestly, I think he even realised that as well after Sam Allardyce probably gave him a few home truths in training and everything. He came back, apparently he said, look, I want to play wherever I can play, and if that means at fullback, I will gladly play fullback and try and get back into the England squad. I mean, you look at it 2 years ago when we were back in a 5-back, he was displacing Bukayo Saka in that left wing-back slot for the FA Cup final against Chelsea and continued it on. But yeah, I just don't know. There's some people around him I feel like aren't probably the best for him and are probably directing him in a certain way that you can see with some players. But at the same time, I'm just a bit iffy with Arteta's management at this stage as well. With some players, it's really just making me think.
Do you think the situation has now become untenable for Arteta?
I think it's becoming very close to it. I think with a mix of the results as well, honestly, I can't see him making it past October.
Do you think there's any way that he could turn this around? Is there any evidence that he could?
Yeah, I mean, he could if he started winning every single game. The next 5 games, sure, everyone would be saying, "Oh, he's a high. Look, he's passed it on. Everything's fine again."
Yeah.
But a mix of the performances, a mix of the way he deals with some players. Something ain't right in the club, and everyone can see that in the fan base, and it feels like the most mixed of disheartened and angry that we've felt. Even with the mix of not being able to get players out, I understand that the Eddie Nketiah one going to Crystal Palace was over like his wages, so that's fair. It wasn't on Arsenal's side; it was personal terms with him. So, yeah. But not being able to get him out by the looks of things. Hector Bellerin's only going on loan, no option to buy, no obligation to buy. That just leaves us in the exact same position this time next year where we're trying to offload them. We're stuck in that way. Then there's other players that we just really struggled to get out that we had offers for, say, last season, and it's gone now, that opportunity. I don't know what's going on.
James, from yourself, as a Man United fan looking in, obviously we all know like what Arsenal was like for our younger years of childhood. Arsenal were an absolute battler for us, and they were at times our biggest rivals for winning the big trophies. From your point of view, looking at the Arsenal, like if you had to sum up the situation with Maitland-Niles, Arteta, etc., how would you sum up? And do you think there's anything that can be done to even try and save Arsenal's season? Because there's only 3 games in, and it looks like their season's already over.
It's a big shout to say the season's over 3 games in. I think obviously it can turn around. There's no doubt about that. It's a talented enough squad so that you wouldn't have to be worrying. I think if they can turn things around internally, I think that the players that they've got are probably talented enough to get you out of this mess. But
yeah,
it just sort of, from a United point of view, it reminds me of when we were at our lowest with Mourinho, when everything was going wrong internally. Players were wanting to leave. There was no harmony in the squad. It didn't feel like anyone wanted to be there. So from that point of view, it's quite sad. I can sort of see where they're coming from. Obviously, it was never this bad at United. We didn't have players publicly stating on Instagram that they wanted to leave and that they're basically being held at ransom. But yeah, obviously from a United fan point of view, it's quite pleasing to watch. But you do have to sort of feel sorry for Arsenal in that sense.
And in terms of Arteta's situation, where in terms of like he won the cup game recently, they won 6-0, and then they went and got, to say it truthfully, they got battered by Manchester City 5-0. You look at where Arteta's position is, do you think there is somebody that could potentially come in and stabilise the ship? And if you had to think about who could possibly be the best person to stabilise the ship, because it doesn't look healthy as well in terms of the position.
It's all hypotheticals at the minute, isn't it? I don't think Arteta's a particularly bad manager. I think it seems to me like there's a real mentality problem within the squad. It's not a squad of big leaders and big players, is it? It just seems that like they're not interested anymore. And I think whether a new manager fixes that or not, I think eventually you're going to get back to the same problem. If you keep this set of players around and you keep swapping the manager, the same problem is going to keep coming about. It seems like quite a mentally weak team, which we've seen in the past as well with Arsenal. They have a tendency to sort of just set up shop and really not budge from the position of reluctancy, I suppose. So I think there's going to need to be a big overhaul, both upstairs and on the pitch, for you to get any sort of results. I said that this squad is talented, but I still don't think this is a squad that should be making Champions League. I think man for man, there's not a player in that Arsenal team that would have got into that City team at the weekend. They probably won't get into any top 4 team, really. You know, Aubameyang's probably on the verge, but he's last season or so, he's not really showed it at all. So I think that there's talent in that team, no doubt, but it's not a good team, if you know what I mean. Yeah,
it's just there's just so many holes in there that they just can't fix. I'm gonna flip it to a bit, so I'm gonna look onto a more interesting prospect, and that's obviously at the moment Manchester United. We've had a very interesting summer window. We brought back Tom Heaton on a free deal. We've seen that. We've got Sancho coming in. We've had Varane come in, had a fantastic debut in my opinion against Wolves. We've now re-signed perhaps the greatest player of all time. Like, I would put a stamp on it. Obviously, people will say Messi, which is perfectly fine. I'm still going to say Ronaldo. Judging on United's summer, we're still, it's obvious we're still missing that defensive midfielder just can slot in and just sit in front of the midfield. But what is your views on our summer, and where do you see us going long term now in terms of potential challenge and winning a major honour? What's your views on that, James?
It still feels weird given the last sort of 9 years that we've had as a club to consider ourselves title favourites. So I don't think I'm at that stage yet. I really don't. I think this squad is obviously incredible. It's got to be winning a trophy this year. If it doesn't, you've got to start asking questions, I think. But the good thing about this squad is we've got that mixture of experience and youth, where when these older players move on, these younger players that we've got in the squad are going to be hitting their prime. So there's a bit of longevity in that United can build upon for years to come. I think this squad now, obviously you said it's just missing a holding midfielder. Once we get that holding midfielder, if it's someone younger than 25, it's set for the next 5 to 8 years. So things are looking up for United. I still don't think we'll win the league this season by any means. I think it'll be a lot closer than it was last season, but I'd probably put money on us winning at least one trophy this year. Yeah.
Based on the weaknesses of the midfield, where we have we just do not have that position. I think we would all probably agree if Matic was 5-6 years younger, it would be no problem. But sadly, that's not the case. You look at our midfield, do you think we literally just have to do makeshift and just play a set pairing just to handle it, or do you think maybe look at a system change to maybe try and get the best out of some players? Like, even for yourself, James and William, like your opinions on that. Like, what do you think United actually could do to get the best out of a situation where one position they're weak, but they could try and turn it into an advantage if they were to change things around?
I think as frustrated as we are by the pair, I think especially in big games, you're going to have to revert back to McTominay and Fred. I think while the pair of them only do the job of one midfielder, it seems to work against the big teams. So I suppose you do that when you're playing your Man Cities, your Chelseas, your Liverpools. But elsewhere, I think, depending on the opposition, I think you've got to stick with that one holding and then maybe Pogba and Bruno Fernandes in front of him. I just think if you can really sort of hammer home some discipline into Fred, he could probably do that job pretty well. I just think he's too erratic with the way he goes about his positioning and the things he does. I think if he had a lot more discipline, he probably could be that holding midfielder we're looking for. But yeah, I think it's going to be sort of a makeshift season until we get a specialist in. But I think we've seen Ollie's done it before. He can make McFred work as much as we don't like it. So one more year probably won't hurt as much as we think it will.
Yeah, I probably have to agree with that in the sense we'll have to look any way we can just to get the right sort of shape, balance, anything we can. Just before I get William's point of view, just wanted to say good evening to Stuart. I believe it is your first time on here as well. Hope you are good and having a very good Tuesday night. William, similar question that I've just asked James there in regards to United's midfield and could they do anything else to try and deal with a situation which is, to be honest, everybody knows I like Fred. He's just not up to the gun pretty much. He's just not up to scratch. You look at that midfield, is there anything you think could possibly work for United in terms of like this season, or do you think they're literally just going to have to persevere for 1 year and then hope that they get a midfielder next year?
Personally, I think you're just going to have to try and kind of persevere as much as you can and stay in touch as much as you can until the January transfer window and then get someone in. I do think, look, I'm not going to go against McTominay and Fred. As I said, I think last season at times you're a better team when the two of them were playing together than when you play like Matic or someone else like that. To be honest, yeah, you're just going to have to try and persevere with the two of them. And I think that's your best hope. And unfortunately for you, McTominay's obviously picked up a little bit of a knock and injury. He'll be out for a little while. So I feel like you might struggle a little bit more while he's gone in trying to get the good pairing. Because if you put Matic next to him, like his legs are gone after 60 to 70 minutes and you'd have to replace him with someone else. If you put Pogba next to him, he can be a bit lax on the defensive side. I don't know. You just kind of try and have to find that right balance for if one of them is missing in your squad.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a very fair comment. I don't want as much as I'd have to accept a makeshift for another year. It's not something I particularly want. I would like it just somebody can just slot in. Like even if it was to test Van de Beek in that position beside somebody, even if they put him beside McTominay, I've never seen that. To be honest, I don't even recall seeing that pairing once. So it could work. I don't know. I just want something to go in that actually works. Comment from Keane. Thanks very much. Jules Koundé deal between Chelsea and Sevilla is now off. No agreement, no intention to negotiate, and no clause matches. On the touch of that, I'm going to come to you first, James. We've already seen the wealth of talent that Chelsea do have. Like their closest in Son is as well. We'll come into that very shortly. You look at their defence. Do they necessarily need Jules Koundé, or do you think this could potentially be a problem for not getting him in?
No, not at all. I don't think they do need him. I think if anything, he would have been a long-term Thiago Silva replacement. I think Chelsea they might not have the best defenders, but they probably have the best defence, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Such a cohesive unit that they've had now, because a lot of those players that in that back line have been at the club for so long, they know each other so well. And when you've got a manager like Thomas Tuchel, it's obviously going to make things a lot easier. I think it's gone very understated exactly the job he's done.
Yeah.
And obviously, if the ball does get past the defence, you then got an entirely other task of getting the ball past Edouard Mendy, which is proving to be more and more difficult every week. So back to my answer, I really don't think Chelsea did need him. They didn't need him as much as we did before Varane, put it that way. But I think if they did get him, and I think the reason they've probably held off is because he would have just been the heir to Thiago Silva. But he's obviously still young. I think they can just go for him again next year if he's still available. So it's definitely not an urgent thing in my mind that Chelsea would need.
Yeah, they could easily go back if they want to. We all know like the rich owners that Chelsea have. They could easily go in and splash big if they wanted to. William, just touching up on Jules Koundé, same sort of question. Do you think Chelsea actually needed him, or do you think they're actually better off? And then after that, just get your thoughts on the Mbappe situation as well, to touch on after Koundé. So get both in. Like, what's your views on both situations?
To start off with the Koundé one, to be honest, I'm not surprised that Chelsea held their ground and just wanted to pay what they would have paid. Yeah, if they had gotten him, it just would have been icing on top of the cake. I don't think they necessarily need him. I think they have a very, very strong and a very good squad in general. And yeah, I still think he'll end up at Chelsea in a window or two time, and they're just kind of pushing it along, waiting, because they know that deal doesn't have to happen right now in order for them to challenge, because they're already right up there. In terms of the Mbappe one, Jesus. It's a hard one, because how the heck do you say no to like over 200 million euro? Like, especially when you know he's going away on a free, but then you'd say you have the chance to play with Mbappe, Messi, and Neymar in your team, and possibly go for that Champions League that they so deadly want, and you'd be like, oh, who can stop them? But the Champions League is just a 1-off/2-off game once you get to the knockout stage, and anything can happen. Plus, around that February time, Neymar's going to be injured for his sister's birthday anyway, so it'll only be an older Messi and Mbappe. It doesn't guarantee you it, but I suppose you could say that PSG don't need the money. But
money to them basically grows on trees. Money to PSG, it basically does, the old saying.
It's a ballsy move.
I think it's crazy. I look at Real Madrid before, because they've got previous for it. I mean, they've done it with Eden Hazard before he moved. Like, they went and splashed the big bucks. They decided we're not going to try and tempt on a free deal. They went, was it 130 million they spent on Eden Hazard? So they've got crazy options before of players going to their final years of their contract. James, what's your views on the whole Mbappe situation with PSG and Real Madrid? Do you think PSG have done the right thing keeping him, or do you think they should have just let him go? Because to be fair, that sort of money, it's perfect for them in terms of clearing up any books for expensive wages they've had to pay out to players as well. So what's your thoughts on Mbappe?
Yeah, I think it's just quite a ludicrous situation all around. I think that Madrid are stupid enough to offer that amount for a player they can start negotiating with in just over 4 months. And then for PSG to turn down £200 million, especially that £200 million might not even be needed by the owners, but that could go a long way to clearing up any FFP disputes that could be coming up with the money they're spending. It's 200 million euros instead of zero for a year. I can only assume PSG is keeping hold of him to have this one last push for a Champions League title that's evaded them for so long. You know, I think they're just trying their hardest to keep that front line together and to get a season of Neymar, Mbappe and Messi together. But yeah, I can only also assume that PSG are assuming if they can keep him for an extra season, get him used to playing with Messi, he might change his mind. I really can't figure out what they're doing. As I just keep saying, 200 million euros for a year of a player.
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree with you, mate, because I'm pretty sure when this whole situation first came around, I'm pretty sure Mbappe's, like, we all know Neymar's the world record, 197 million. So Neymar would have been, Messi would have been, Messi, Jesus Christ, Mbappe would be the second most expensive transfer deal of all time, 189 million, eclipsing his previous record. I believe his previous record was around 160 million, something like that, after that loan spell. So they have done a lot in terms of bringing these players, but if they lose him for a free, it's the biggest the biggest loss in terms of football ever. I think it's the worst sort of business you could make. You want to make a profit on this guy because his marketing ability, his age, his potential to be one of the all-time best football players, which Mbappe can if he actually puts his mind to it. He's a great player. If he puts his mind to it, he could end up being one of the absolute best in 10, 15 years' time. Maybe not a Messi or Ronaldo type player. That's a freak of nature. Like that might never come around. But you look at what Mbappe's become. There is certainly a good chance he could be the next player underneath those two in terms of like the bracket or like a pedestal to put on. So even for myself, I'm like, it's crazy that they're going to lose a bit of business. There's a couple of comments here from Keen. I just want to get your eyes to, chaps. It's first of all, Atletico Madrid have agreed a deal with Antoine Griezmann to bring him back on loan with a mandatory purchase. And to touch on that, Barcelona have agreed personal terms with Luke de Jong. Negotiations are advanced. Looking on these two deals, they're both strikers. In terms of Griezmann suits, I personally believe Griezmann suits Atletico Madrid more than he suits Barcelona. He settled really well under Simeone. I think the style is much better for him because he plays a similar sort of style for France, where it's more defensive, it's more compact, and then once they get the ball in the higher up positions with the midfield, they can break and cause problems. That's what I think Griezmann's better suited to. I don't think he suits the possession style that Barcelona are renowned for. What's your views on Griezmann going back to Atletico?
It's probably the best move for him. You know, it clearly hasn't worked and never seemed to have properly worked when he went to Barcelona. He never just seemed to like settle into the team and just flourish in the same way that he was at Atletico Madrid. Whether that be because of the difference in styles and how they play, or whether that just be the expectation was so high on him that he just couldn't reach that level. And obviously with all eyes on Messi, he just could have set back and just rested kind of on his laurels and not played his best football either. I think going back, look, it'll either prove that he's still a world-class player or it'll prove that he was just a flash in the pan for those few seasons. And honestly, I think that he'll get back to his best. And then for Barcelona to replace him with Luke de Jong, it kind of just shows just how far they've fallen this year. And I know that they have to get the wages back up, but if you look at them having Luke de Jong, Martin Braithwaite, players like this in Barcelona, it's like, ugh.
It's crazy. I have to agree because I remember pains me to recollect, but I remember two specific Barcelona front lines. Obviously the 2015 one was a freak of nature, but I look at the 09 lineup, which was Messi, Eto'o, and Thierry Henry, and then 2011, David Villa, Pedro, and Messi. Those were great like front threes for them, and they have completely fallen so far. Me, in terms of looking at them, I think it's fantastic. It's brilliant that Barcelona have fallen this far because it's their own fault. Like the above board, like Bartomeu down, they have completely buggered themselves like for what they've done, and it just shows that it doesn't matter who you are in world football, the biggest clubs will have periods where they will dip. But we saw it with like AC Milan, they completely faltered, like they went down. Inter Milan had stages. Juventus seem to be going into that circumstance now. Even Man United have had periods where we were just failing to do what we were doing off the pitch, on the pitch, in terms of getting like a trophy or something that we deserve, even as the fans and the players themselves. We just weren't making what we count. And James, your point of view on those two signings, how would you sum up? How would you sum this up, honestly?
It's just a mess, isn't it? That's all it is. Obviously, Barca have sort of shot themselves in the foot, and they're paying the price for it now. Obviously, losing Messi and Griezmann in one window. I think they're lucky to not lose a few more as well. But I suppose if one player was going to have to go, it was going to have to be Griezmann. He wasn't their key player by any means. I think it was quite disappointing for Barcelona. So to free up, he was on about 800 grand a week, wasn't he, at Barca? So to free that up for a player who's not integral to your side, he's obviously a great player, but he's not the main man. I don't think he even is now that Messi's gone. So to get rid of him, obviously Luke de Jong's a massive downgrade, and I think Barca are slowly but surely crawling towards struggling to make a top 4 place the way they're going. But it's obviously in financial terms, it's probably quite a smart deal just to try and balance the books a little bit. But from footballing aspect, it's a shocker, really. It is, like you said, from the years of watching Barcelona in the past, it's quite amusing to watch the sort of state they're in now.
Even the young players as well. I look at Pedri, I look at Puig, I look at Pereira. Like, those players are all going to falter completely in terms of who they're failing with. But now you know, man of the hour, Phil from Beyond the Pitch. Good evening to you, sir. How are you? Well, good evening for me anyway. But how are you? Oh, can't hear you, Phil.
Sorry, lads. Doing good, lads. Hope you're all well.
All good. We're just talking about Barcelona at the minute. Obviously, with Griezmann is now going back to Atletico. Obviously, they've lost Messi. If you had to sum up Barcelona's situation right now, how would you sum this up in your own mind, Phil? How would you sum this up?
Grotesque negligence and mismanagement. I think it's a failure on many levels. I think it's a failure on governance levels. I think it's a failure on financial management levels. I think there's so many protagonists in this failure. It shouldn't be allowed to happen, truthfully. You know, if FFP isn't going to attack debt and it's not going to attack financial mismanagement like this, then it's a total waste of time. It's impotent anyway, we know that. But this was always my biggest problem with the FFP, was it never attacked the debt that clubs held. And to me, any financial regulation that doesn't attack debt, David Gill said in 2005, and he was absolutely correct, debt is the road to ruin. When you have to borrow money, it costs money to borrow money. Usually you only do something like that for stadiums or something that requires a huge investment up front, where you're going to get it back over time. If you're borrowing money for your operating costs, you're in serious problems. You need to cut the burn somewhere, because essentially what you're doing is you're leveraging the club's assets at that point, because you don't have the revenue to be able to justify the payments. So essentially it's a mortgage at that point, where they're leveraging again your assets. What Glazers did with their takeover, where they leveraging its assets. There's a big problem where, and we see us with Glazers and how they spend. I mean, I hate to use this comparison, but it's slightly analogous. If once that revenue gets that close, then you're in serious trouble. It doesn't matter how big you are. I was watching their crowds at the weekend, absolutely appalling what's going on there. And I think they are going to end up in the hands of people that run that club purely as a business.
If you had to look based on other clubs right now, would you say there has been other clubs before that have had serious financial situations? Obviously, I come from Scotland. Obviously, I can name two top of mind. I can name Rangers. I can name Gretna, for example. They've had serious financial implications. If you had to look at Barcelona now, would you say this is the worst financial situation in terms of like a big club, or would you say, from your experience as a football fan, would you think there's a club that's worse than that, or do you think this is the worst? That something has to come from it.
I think, claiming it's the worst, first of all, I think it's better to say there's a huge number of football clubs that are in disgracefully financial condition. There is no excuse for that. That are in seriously perilous conditions, that are really surviving as a result of the power of their brand, essentially. Real Madrid have been here before. Real Madrid had to sell the training ground of the city in the 90s. We've seen what happened with Leeds. Absolutely disgraceful situation what happened with Leeds. And so, look, this is partly what happens. If you go through Barcelona's financial problems, there's a litany of issues. One of their previous presidents is in prison, Sandro Rosell. When you look at the Neymar deal and the mechanics of that Neymar deal, that should have been a red flag right there, that something isn't right in the way this football club's being run financially, because that right there was a disgrace. And you look at this massive football club and you're going, they get 250 million for Neymar and just push it against the wall. I'm sorry to use that language. Just really forgot what Barcelona was. You know, a football club that, yes, they still bought superstars, but they had a wonderful blend of La Masia Academy products and, you know, buying top players. In some sense, they got lucky in that they got Messi through their academy. You know, let's be honest, Messi would have been the best player in the world if he came through at Steven Spurs Academy, right? It really wouldn't have mattered. Same with Ronaldo. Ronaldo was going to be Cristiano Ronaldo no matter who he played for because of his dedication and professionalism. So to me, I think that helped them. It helped them that, you know, it's not an accident you get Busquets through, Xavi through, all that. That's a result of preparation, you know, tons of work. They deserve that. But they took it for granted during the glory years, during the fat years, that this money was always going to be there. There was no proper due diligence, and so here you are, and really it should be a reminder. Look, think about how close Liverpool came under Hicks and Gillette.
So they were close to liquidation, weren't they?
Very, very close. Only FSG stepped in. So we've got so many examples of this. Massive football clubs, dangerously financially perilous situations, go through Italy. One of the alleged, I do believe this to be true, but I don't think it's the answer. One of the main motivations for Super League was because of the financial condition of so many clubs in Europe. And the thing is, the answer is not to give them more money. The answer is to manage the money you've got better, right?
Yeah.
Because all giving clubs more money will do is push up the price of mediocrity, push up the bottom line, push up what crap players cost, what top players cost, how much they get paid. It's not going to change anything. There's enough money in football. But the problem isn't how much money. The problem is the financial management and regulation of that. And one other thing that I will say, I often hear agents being maligned as being the cancer of football. The agents are not the cancer of football. The cancer of football is owners, right? They're the people. Because, look, at the end of the day, clubs are happy to use agents when it suits them, right? And then tell me someone like the Glazers that leverage Manchester United close to £1 billion is less of a cancer than an agent? I don't think so. Right?
Yeah.
So to me, the biggest issue in football is greed. It's as simple as that. Now, I have no issue with players being paid what they're paid because at least players entertain me, right? But what I have a problem with is people who give nothing to football, who don't even really care about football, have no interest in football, but do nothing but take money out. And we only need to look at our own owners to see that.
Yeah.
That is the biggest issue because people in football, they don't care about the Glazers' value to Manchester United isn't in the winning trophies, it's in the value of their global brand, right? It's great if they can win trophies, but they think they see United like McDonald's or New York Yankees, that it's a globally recognized brand, and that's where all the profit and the power is and all the money is. It's not really important why they win. How many people who don't follow baseball know if the New York Yankees won or not? But it's a global iconic brand, right?
Yeah.
It's synonymous with baseball. Yeah, it's important to baseball fans, and certainly an image of winning is important, but this is part of the problem with these football clubs is they're not clubs, they're brands, and how they're used and marketed across the world. They're prostituted out to anyone that will put their name beside them, no matter what the morals and ethics of the companies that partner. I mean, I just find it sad.
It is horrible in terms of where Barcelona have fallen, because obviously we were touching up earlier on when I mentioned the two Champions League finals. The two Champions League finals that we, as Man United fans, obviously we had to suffer 2 defeats. And you look at the riches they had in that squad, and they were ran spectacularly. Barcelona. It was hard to fault them for anything except the fact is, God, can we just stop Messi at all costs so we can win this bloody game? But we just couldn't. But they were ran so effectively, and at times so were we. And I was touching on earlier on with William about Arsenal, and I'm now going to ask you the same situation in terms of Arsenal, how far they've fallen, because they were an absolute juggernaut to watch in the early stages of the Premier League, and they were always the big contenders in Man United to win the title, especially from when Wenger came in, started building up a dynasty till the Arsenal Invincibles. You look at Arsenal now, and how would you sum up the Arsenal situation? Would you say it's just equally as bad as Barcelona, or is there anything that can come back from Arsenal? Can they come back from this situation? Because it's hard to see it, really.
Well, I mean, certainly they're not as bad as Barcelona in terms of the financial situation, but from a football club, from where they should be, they're a million miles off, and there's no guarantee you get back there. You need to look at Nottingham Forest, 2-time European Cup winner, sitting in Championship, nowhere near it. Arsenal are a massive football club, but as we've seen, that means nothing. So you've got you've got layers and layers and layers of mismanagement also at Arsenal. You've got a football club who, and this is one of the dangers of this, whose objective every year was commercial goals, not sporting goals. It was just finishing the top 4, and that's all that matters. The problem is when you get a bunch of other teams that are trying to finish top, they're eventually going to knock you out of the top 4. And that's what happened. When you've got Chelsea, you've got United, you've got Liverpool, you've got City, all spending big to finish in the top 4. And you've also got someone like Leicester and other teams that are well run. And then you've got Arsenal spending to finish in the top 4. Then you have a problem because other teams, eventually you're going to finish below those teams that are going to show more ambition, that are going to, if Mikel Arteta was at Chelsea, he'd have been sacked by now, right? If Mikel Arteta was at City, he'd have been sacked by now. Right. Now, I accept that Arsenal, City, Chelsea are not the same, but what acumen or proof has Mikel Arteta shown that he's a top manager? And by the way, there's a big difference between a top manager and a top coach. They're very different jobs. And
That's true.
And Mikel Arteta has shown that he's a good coach of people. But anybody that's run any employment, any office, doesn't matter where it's football, you're still managing people. That's a whole different thing because you have to make unpopular decisions. You have to upset people. You have to manage personalities. Coaching people is totally different.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. This is, of course, the question mark about Solskjaer. Is he a top manager? We don't know. I hope he is. But with Arteta, Mikel Arteta is surviving on a couple of things, let's be honest. Because he's trendy, because he worked with Pep Guardiola, right? And because he's supposed to have pedigree for those reasons. Imagine, and I hate to do this, but imagine if he didn't have that and we were judging him solely on what he's done as a manager. Imagine if his name was Michael Thompson and he just retired playing for Blackburn and done that job. He'd be handed, right?
It wouldn't last much longer as well.
Of course not. So this is one of the problems when you hire managers with no experience. When things go wrong, there's not enough in their resume or their CV to convince you that they can get it right. Great good managers that have a CV, when things go wrong, you're saying, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. He's got a track record of success. He'll get me through. But when you don't, why should Arsenal fans or anyone at Arsenal give Mikel Arteta their confidence?
It's hard to give it in any shape or form. And obviously, we're speaking. I'm not sure if you were watching, I was on, but I was speaking to William about this specifically, and I asked him what he feels about Arteta's position. I asked him if it is untenable, and he said it is. To sum up perfectly, he is on the brink. Like Arteta is so close on the brink. I think even if he was to, I will put this in my perspective. Even if he was to beat, you've got Norwich and Burnley, your next 2 games before the North London derby. I was on a stream the other day, and my exact words were, even if he was to go and beat those 2 teams and he lost, say, 1-0 to Spurs, I still think he would get the sack. Because I think it's not just any defeat, it's losing to your big rivals. And as such a standpoint, their performances have been, say it loosely, they've been shocking. And to go from winning 6-0 in a cup game, fair enough, but to then lose 5-0 to the current Premier League champions is a laughing stock. And I just don't see any way back from Arsenal, at least for a while yet. But if it's under Arteta, then you better hope to hell that he can turn around. But say it nicely, he doesn't have a chance. I'm just going to have a quick look through the comments before I come into the next question I've got for you guys. So just an update for William. Real Betis are closing the deal for Hector Bellerin after medical completed today. Salary issues to be resolved with La Liga. Arsenal are now hopeful too. And one for us United lads. Edinson Cavani just confirms sharing today. Update, he's staying at Manchester United and he's not leaving in the final hours. Yes. And here's a question for you, William. I'll let you answer this one. Who do Arsenal go for if Arteta goes? Good question, Stuart.
To be honest, I don't see us getting anyone that's good for our long-term project kind of straight away. Like, if he should have gone in the summer, like you'd go for Brendan Rodgers in the summer. You don't bring in an Antonio Conte that will change the whole plan of what we're trying to do. Because look, I may be disheartened with how our transfer window's gone and how everything is, but there is a clear plan by the board in terms of that they brought in everyone is under the age of 23. It's not
What is
for
that
this
plan?
long.
If you don't mind me asking, what is that plan?
It's not a very good plan always, but it's get young players with promising talent and hope that they work out in the hope
that's a video
get
game
it big.
strategy. I'm sorry, that's a video game strategy. That's
Yeah.
You know, let me give you an example. Sorry to interrupt. When Carlos Queiroz got the job at Real Madrid, they had a policy of Zidane and Pavons. Okay, world-class players being played alongside young academy graduates, right? And Carlos Queiroz said the Pavons have to be the best in the world. The problem is when you want to be a top football club, you have to ask yourself one question for every position. Is this player the best player available in the world for this position? Or do they have the potential to be the best player in the world at this position? Very rarely the answer to that from someone from the academy is yes. All right. And if you're not asking those questions and you're happy with mediocrity in certain positions, then you're going to see that on the pitch. Right. So to me, I look rather than just wanting to sign young players, and I'm okay with signing young players to invest in your future, but they have to be alongside experienced players. One of the things that I like about Ronaldo United is because it's going to take a lot of the pressure off those young players and a lot of focus off those young players, and all that's going to be in Ronaldo. Jadon Sancho now is not going to have the same focus on him to be amazing every week. Everything's going to go on Ronaldo, right? Same with Mason Greenwood, all those other young players. Who's the experienced quality players taking the pressure off the young players at Arsenal to say, do you know what? You're not going to be under intense pressure to be a seasoned professional, a seasoned veteran showing the consistency, because with the young players, you get inconsistency. And lastly, that last stage in their development is by no means a guarantee. So, I mean, we saw us with Paul Pogba. We had about potential Paul Pogba. You could argue that really only now we're seeing the player he was bought to be. So you need those experienced players. So I'm looking at Arsenal going, I get buying young players, but how many of the players that you bought are a significant upgrade on what you had?
Look, I'm not going to disagree with you at all. I personally believe that they're planning on this, and in the next few windows, that's when we buy the bit more experienced players to go with them, because you look at our entire team, and I think, look, you've got Aubameyang, who isn't a leader at all, even though he's club captain. You've got Granit Xhaka, who, he can help him sometimes on the pitch, but as a player, he's terribly inconsistent, terribly, like when the things go down and the chips get tired, it's just, he doesn't have the head for it. He is not good enough. And you look at a few of the older players, it's just not working. I think that'll be the next piece in the puzzle. But in terms of asking how many of those are upgrades, honestly, I think Lokonga already is an upgrade on Granit Xhaka and should be in that pivot. Bruno Tavares was just brought in to be backup for squad depth, which we need because Tierney always gets injured. Who else? Again, I'm not going to comment on the new young right back because I don't know enough about him. I will see how it goes, and
all I can tell you is he's one for the future. Like from games I've watched from Serie A, he's one for the future. He's a talented young player in terms of breaking at challenges, and it's a good value. But he's not going to go straight to your team.
These things that are good in value, it could be good in value for the future. But this season, I'm going to be honest, I'm brutally worried that we're going to finish bottom half and everything.
What about? Sorry, mate. Go ahead. Finish.
I'm just honestly think it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of the right things for it to work. I mean, you've got the famous quote from Alex Ferguson that says, "You don't win anything with kids," and that's what we have at the moment. And they need the experience around them. We just don't have that. And it could be good if we build it around it, but we're just not going to until next year at least. And that will cost Arteta's job.
In Arteta's late defense, in some sense, there's a little bit of a similarity between where Arteta is and where Solskjaer is right before they signed Bruno Fernandes. Bruno Fernandes, one signing changed everything, right? Gave United confidence, completely changed how because they went from just a one-dimensional counter-attacking team to a team that could now dominate possession and cut you open, and just one player. Cantona did that for United, completely changed Manchester United. So things can change quickly once you start getting results. But what I would say, and you made an important point here, one of the hardest things to change at any place of employment is the environment that you work in, right? So see if that's toxic and negative. Even if you bring in new players, they will eventually adapt to that environment and become toxic and negative, and it's impossible to get the best out of any human being in that environment. So you have to get the older, experienced, toxic players out, right? Which Solskjaer had to do, and completely change the environment. Now United are a football club where players don't want to leave, right? They want to stay. Players want to come because the players that are there are convincing their international teammates to come. I look at Arsenal and I think there's a massive change needed in that dressing room in terms of, you talked about Granit Xhaka. Granit Xhaka let you down at City. He's let you down before, let you down, give the finger to the fans. You know, he's supposed to be club captain. Aubameyang's let the football club down numerous times, right, by some of his antics wanting to get away and all that there. And I look at those experienced players and I'm going, they don't want to be there. And I don't think Arsenal want them. I think Arsenal will be happy to get rid of Aubameyang, Lacazette, and all, and get them, free up those wages. To me, there's a lot of work needs to be done by Mikel Arteta, just even to get the environment right where players can thrive. And young players are not going to change that. That's going to require getting experienced players out. But I'm bringing in players that want to be there, want to play for Mikel Arteta. Those are not Mikel Arteta signings. So for me, I think they have a lot of work to do. And I mean, I don't hear any danger of going down, but it could get worse before it gets better.
You certainly could. They've got a lot. There is a lot of holes they need to fix, and square pegging is not gonna help. I'm aware of time. Obviously, James says he needs to go at 8:30. He's been absolutely epic tonight. Got a question for you, James. Actually, two questions, in fact. In terms of overall transfer window, not just including the Premier League, across Europe, any that you've seen, who do you think has had the absolute best transfer window in terms of fixing areas in their club? Who would you say is probably had the weakest? And to add to that follow-up question, who would you say is like a hidden gem within these signings for each club? Who do you think is maybe like that key hidden gem that might actually be a standout?
I think if you're looking at out-and-out best transfer windows, especially in terms of sort of the value that you got players at, I think PSG probably nip in ahead of United. I genuinely think those are the two. On paper, they've had the best windows in terms of the quality of players they've got for the money they've spent. Obviously, PSG brought in a hell of a lot of massive names, but I actually think Wijnaldum's going to be sort of a very underrated sign. I think he's gone under the radar amongst sort of like a jungle of big names. He was the same at Liverpool as well. He was never a big name at Liverpool, was he? He was just that player that kept everything ticking. And I think him paired with Marco Verratti in that midfield, if Mauricio Pochettino can figure out how to balance out defence and attack, then it could be one of the best midfields in Europe. I'm a big fan of Jorginho, so I think he's probably going to be the hidden gem in there, sort of spree, should we say. Obviously, United, there's no hidden gems. We all know how good they are, and we all know hopefully the impact that they will have. But worst transfer windows, it's got to be Barcelona, hasn't it? Barcelona have had I suppose they've all bought it on themselves, but they've had an absolute shocker to lose Messi on a free. They're going to lose Griezmann on loan, and I imagine the fee to buy will be pretty low. And then you look at the players they bought in Aguero. I'm not sure on that one. I don't really know why you'd sign Aguero. Obviously, it's not going to go down well with the players. A lot of them have had to take pay cuts as well. You look at their other signings, it's all slightly mediocre. I get Memphis Depay is probably a very good player, but he's not the player that Barcelona should be after by any means. Luke de Jong, if he comes in. Eric Garcia, I get he could have a good future. I've never been impressed with him at City as such. I don't think City fans were that impressed with him whenever he took the pitch. But yeah, their outgoings compared to their incomings has been horrendous when you compare them, I think, for Barcelona. So they definitely lose the transfer window.
If you had to look at contrasting situations, what do you think would be a reasonable expectation for Barcelona this season in terms of where the league, or even like the Champions League, they've got an interesting group in the Champions League. They're going to be looked at heavily in terms of, okay, you've lost your best players. We're going to see what you can do. if you had to give them even from your perspective looking in, what would you say is a reasonable expectation for Barcelona this year?
I mean, I said it earlier, they might actually struggle to get top four given the state the club's in. But given the players that they've got, they've still got one of the best midfielders in the world in Frankie de Jong on the team. They've still got Sergio Busquets. I guess his legs have gone a little bit, but he's still a phenomenal player. There's still very good players in that squad. So top four has to be an expectation. Whether when we get into the season that is what they achieve, then that remains to be seen. But yeah, Champions League, I suppose that Bayern, you'd expect them to top the group. Benfica, a couple of years ago, you'd probably fancy them to do something, but Barcelona should get out of that group pretty easily. And then quarterfinals, I'd be quite surprised, in all honesty, with Barcelona. Don't get me wrong, it's not a bad team, but there's stuff going on there. It must have a negative effect on the players as well. You can't really be performing your best when there's so much instability around you.
Yeah, and because we've not spoken a wee while about United in terms of their Champions League group and their Champions League expectations. We obviously know the group. Finally, a favourable group for Man United. Stuff Manchester City. You've got the group we had last year to a degree, except you don't have Istanbul, Başakşehir here. We're not going to go there, lads. We're not going to go there. I don't want the painful memories. But James, before you go, you've been absolutely fantastic tonight. What's your opinions on our Champions League group, and where do you think we can go in terms of the Champions League season? Do you think we'd be probably better in the Champions League than the league, or do you think we could necessarily stake a claim in the main two competitions?
But there's a claim now, isn't there, that the Champions League's slightly easier to win than the Premier League given the lack of games. But I don't think anyone should take for granted the group we've actually got. I mean, Atalanta have never failed to impress in Italy or Europe for the last couple of years. They're a phenomenal team. But we can't take them for granted at all, really.
Yep.
Obviously,
98 league goals last year. 98.
Exactly. I think they scored over 100 in one of the seasons as well. So, it's going to be a test for that newly reinvigorated backline. But, young boys, you'd expect them to beat them. And then I can't actually remember who we got as the other team. Villarreal, of course. They just were very unfortunate to draw with Atletico at the week. I don't know. Did you see that Atletico Madrid's last minute equaliser?
Oh man, it was magic. First of all, me and my 15-year-old had a bet on this, right? So I had $10 on Atletico Madrid, and he had $10 on Villarreal. When that OG went in, I think I laughed on the floor for, I'm not joking, maybe 20 minutes. It was the most glorious. He had the money spent and everything. It was just glorious. Villarreal, of course, are the big spenders in Spain.
Yeah, they have had a very good window. If you had to look at our group, do you, in terms of points we could potentially achieve? Obviously, the one thing that I want us to go to Spain. I want us to go and absolutely batter them. I don't care how we do it. I just want, to say it loosely, I want revenge from that final, because it was, to put it nicely, it was horrible to watch. The 120 minutes and the penalties, it just was not great to watch. You look at that. Would you think Villarreal is the team most likely to come through with us, or do you think it could well end up being Atlanta? Because to be honest, it's not going to be young boys. They're finishing bottom. Like, with all due respect, they're finishing bottom of the group.
Yeah, I think I'd put my money on Atalanta, but listen, I don't think we are going to go to Villarreal and batter them. I don't think any team in the world would. You look at how much Chelsea struggled in the Super Cup. It's not going to be an easy game at all. But
yeah,
obviously, once we get out of that group, you've got to think that's when you sort of ace up your sleeve, and Cristiano Ronaldo seems to kick in. I think he thrives in these big games, doesn't he? Obviously, it's not the worst player to have. So it always depends with United. Obviously, I know me and Phil were having this conversation last year when Chelsea bought in so many big names. It's going to be interesting to see how all these players gel, how that changing dynamic in the dressing room really affects everyone. It remains to be seen how well we do this season, but this squad genuinely could get to a semi-final, realistically, maybe even a final if we're fortunate with the draw. So it could be a very successful season, all depending on how Solskjaer manages his squad. But given his past record, I'd probably back him to do that.
Do you think the Europa League final would be sort of like that Liverpool type moment where they failed the first? Well, actually, to be fair, Klopp, he failed twice in a European final. He lost the Europa League final, I think it was to Sevilla. Then he lost the Champions League to Real Madrid. Then obviously he went and played the most boring Champions League final I've ever watched against Tottenham. It's probably the most boring final I've ever watched. Do you think that sort of impact could happen for Man United, that we lost that final in a penalty shootout? They couldn't beat us in 90 minutes, let alone 120. Do you think we could now go on and be like, we've beaten a final, let's try and get that final hurdle once and for all?
Yeah, I think more so for the players than the manager. I think there's a lot of players who were playing the first final in that game. You obviously had Rashford, Greenwood, a couple of other academy players. Obviously, our captain Maguire, that was his first ever final as well. So that experience, that desire to not go through that pain again will obviously have a big impact on the squad. I think Ollie, in terms of big games, doesn't have that much more to learn. Obviously, we've seen the big games in the Premier League. He tends to really ace them. He's got a very good record in the big games. So I don't think he feels pressure particularly. I think it is more down to the players when it really gets down to it. So hopefully, like you said, yeah, it has that sort of impact. But I do think it'll be more on the players than the manager himself.
Absolutely. I'll be coming on to your opinions in a second, Phil. I just want to get James' opinion on this before he goes tonight.
Appreciate James being on. Always great to be on with James, mate.
Oh, he's a brilliant, he's a brilliant guy. Just before you go, what's your views on this, James? A loan deal for Donny van de Beek to Everton seemed to be in the making until Solskjaer said it was non-negotiable. Van de Beek stays. Do you think he's in a no-win situation, Van de Beek? Do you think he's actually going to get game time, or do you think this may have been, to be honest, I put as a suggestion in the chat earlier on, I put a suggestion saying if Van de Beek's not going to be favoured at all, he's not going to be in plans, why keep him when, frankly, you could try and move him on and get a defensive midfielder, which is more needed for us? Do you think he's in that situation where he is going to get game time, or do you think he could, but it's just a matter of him just having to constantly persevere?
I think there's no excuse for Solskjaer not to play him, and I have every faith for him to get more game time. I'm sticking with the idea that last season, obviously we've seen with Memphis Depay and other players that transition from Holland to England is never easy. You throw Van de Beek in the deep end and it's not going to end well. So hopefully that season was a sort of a year-long transition and he gets more game time this season. I think Solskjaer, especially with the stance of what we've heard all season, that United will need to sell to buy. If Solskjaer didn't want him in this team, he'd have no second thoughts about getting rid of him. If it meant he could fix a problem area that he clearly knows he has. So there's got to be some plan for Donny van de Beek. I think there's still maybe that sense that Pogba will leave eventually and Van de Beek can slot into that vacated role. I know they're not similar players in any way, really, but there might be a change of style at hand, but there's no guarantee Pogba stays beyond this year, is there? So maybe he's keeping him on for an extra year just to cover his back in that sense. But yeah, I really do want Donny van de Beek to get more game time. I think he does have things to offer to this squad, depending on opponents. Obviously, we've seen his weaknesses. Everyone has, but I think we're yet to see his strengths, which is quite exciting.
I think that's a very good way to sum that up. We haven't yet seen his strengths, but we have seen his weaknesses. I think realistically, what we could do is until Rashford returns, obviously he's back in some extent to the stadium. Like Pogba being used on the left wing, we could realistically play that I suggested earlier on, because I honestly haven't seen this pivot. At least I can't remember it. Is McTominay with Van de Beek beside each other? That is an option that we're used to seeing. McFred, we're used to seeing Matic and Fred. Never again. Honestly, just no, thank you. But I've not seen McTominay and Van de Beek as a pairing that I can recall. And I think even that would be something to see, just like what could they bring in terms of Van de Beek's eye for finding space and unlocking it in terms of getting players out, and then McTominay's energy, his drive of a ball is superb. That could be the midfield pairing that maybe we're actually looking for. It's just never really stumbled across the manager's point of view.
Maybe. I don't think McTominay has a defensive enough game to sit next to anyone who's less defensive than himself. I don't think he's disciplined enough, and I don't think he obviously has, his frame comes in handy 100%, but I don't think that defensive ability is there. I think he is much better deployed. His best games are when he's next to a Fred or a Matic historically. So I don't know if that would be the sort of the go-to. I don't think there's enough defensive discipline in there or defensive ability to that sense. But if we're playing a team that aren't really going to attack much, then there's probably no harm in trying it. Just see what happens.
Yeah, even if it's like going to be fun if it was against the Leeds. Just totally like ripped them to pieces. Well, mind you, we'd do that 9 times out of 10 anyway, except that odd draw. But like you said, it's not worth trying against a team we're more favourable to dominate than be dominated against. It certainly would be absolutely perfect. I know we've been holding you for time there, James. You've been absolutely phenomenal tonight. In terms of your socials, before you go, where can our guests ourselves that may not be familiar with you, and also in the live chat to the viewers watching, where can we find you on the socials?
Just check out my Twitter, I suppose. That's it, really, in the little box beneath me. Much appreciated. But yeah, massive thank you to having me on. It's always brilliant to be on a show with yourself and Phil and Will. It was really nice to meet you. So cheers for having me.
James, always a pleasure, mate. Hopefully we see each other again soon. Fantastic work as always.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
No, mate.
You're welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Reece, can I just say something? One more thing. Mate, did you say to me, did I hear you say earlier you wouldn't swap Mikel Arteta for Antonio Conte?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, look, I would swap Arteta for Conte, yes. But if I sacked Arteta, I wouldn't go for Conte necessarily.
Why?
Allow me to grab my bonbons.
I don't know. Just personally, I feel like... Look, I just feel like he'd end up bringing in loads and loads and loads of oldsters and then be gone after a few years, and then we'd have to rebuild from that massively again. Now, look, obviously, if he came in and absolutely terrorized the league, I'd be happy to eat me words if he did come in. But I personally don't feel like we're building for now. And personally, maybe I'm stupid for accepting basically mediocrity at the moment. But if it can get me there long term for greater success, more than a 3-year period, if I can get 10 to 15 years, then I'd rather see it like that. And I just want to walk before I can run. And I don't think he'd be able to run with the team, even with a few signings.
Here's the thing, mate. I certainly understand that if Arsenal have been dominant for like the last 30 years, cleaning up and winning European Cups and all that, I would say, you know what, it's okay. But when you get managers constantly talking about the future, and the future never arrives. It's always we're always a couple of signings away. We're always building something. And to me, the age of players is less important than winning trophies, right? And so you take a look at this Inter Milan team who have just won the league. They've sold Lukaku and Achraf Hakimi, right, for 150 million, right? Yes, they've got older players. They released them nicely and all that there. They've Nicolo Barella. They've got, they've
Lautaro Martinez.
Lautaro Martinez. Sorry, I just got over my head. So it's a mix, right? Any one of those players would walk in the Arsenal's team and make them a significantly better team. When you're beating Spurs and winning European Cups, the last thing you're doing is 21, 22, 21, 20. I don't care. You ended up just saying Cristiano Ronaldo with 36, right? To me, I don't care if he's 36. I don't care if he's 19. Because when I'm watching United win, the most important thing to me is that they're winning, they're entertaining in that present moment. So when I look at Arsenal, they're always building. They're always doing something. And the problem with Arsenal is this: when their young players reach their maturation, they sell them. They lose them. Says Fabregas, right? You go through all of these, Ashley Cole, all these players to develop, sell, develop, sell, develop, sell. So to me, even if these players reach their peak, they'll leave Arsenal the minute they do. So this is why I think Antonio Conte, you sacrifice your principles for a while. It won't be wonderful attacking football, but there's no way Antonio Conte would come into Arsenal and they'd be in the position they're in now. You look at the job Thomas Tuchel's done 6 months at Chelsea, and I accept that it's not the same thing. Yeah, but there's no way if Arsenal had hired Antonio Conte when they hired Mikel Arteta, they'd be here.
No, I'd 100% agree, but I also just don't think Antonio Conte would even think about joining us at the moment. I just don't think he'd even take that job. Yeah, I know we're famous historically, but it's a mix of that. It's a mix of how I see the owners as well, how I don't feel like, they gave Arteta back in this summer, sort of, in the way that they're seeing it. but they had to do that to make up for the Super League. William has put in more money from his own team for Arsenal than our owners have. Through cancelling his contract, he has given us more.
Your club? Is it a good look at the players giving 20 million to leave?
Like,
no, just mess. No, listen. It's a massive football club, man. I still believe someone like Antonio Conte would take the Arsenal job. He didn't take the Spurs job. I do believe they would take the Arsenal job. First of all, for a manager like that to come into a football club that hasn't been successful, you're not following a massive legend where it's incredibly difficult. Well, this football club has been starved of success. I'm going to come in and be together to bring in success. Imagine success here at Arsenal. Right? This massive football club, this massive stadium, fans are crying out for it. So to me, I think he would take it. But to me, I don't see anything that's so sacred at Arsenal that's worth keeping, so that you would not hire Antonio Conte, because I don't want to forsake this. I don't want to forsake this. I don't want to forsake this. A nasty Arsenal winning in the image of Antonio Conte, I believe you would make most Arsenal fans. But when United had Mourinho, sacrificial principles, I was hoping he was going to bring that nastiness in there. But then he brought the nastiness, but he didn't bring the football. So what more the juice was more the squeeze. Now, and so I get that, but I just think it's madness to me. I look at Conte and I'm like,
I honestly agree with you.
Surrenders and they surrendered at the weekend.
I honestly agree with you. I mean, obviously, perfectly summed up like Mourinho. He brought the nastiness, but he didn't deliver much. Like, fair enough, he delivered like the Europa League. He completed the European contingent for United. Now we've won every single European trophy, but he never brought it to the level where he got second, but he didn't build on it. But I had the conversation with William on a show previously, and my exact words were, imagine being that type of manager that comes in and says, I'm going to be the man that's going to turn around Arsenal Football Club. Conte, we've seen it when he's at Juventus. He will demand shit. Like, he does it. Like, if he doesn't get what he wants, he leaves. He went to Inter, didn't win the league in his first year, but he pushed Juventus to a degree. He pushed that team under Maurizio Sarri to the limit, and then the following season, bang, win the league. He gets Lukaku right where he wants him, and he thrives, and then he leaves because he wasn't getting what he wanted. If he went to Arsenal, he would demand the owners above him to actually spend. It wouldn't be like shite on Ramsdale. It would be proper players.
Antonio Conte will get you answers about your football club. He's going to get you answers about how committed your owners are. Because if you're not committed like Daniel Levy isn't, Antonio Conte is not sticking about. So you're going to find that out. You're also going to find out how committed your players are, right? Because he won't tolerate them. Look, Lukaku went to Italy, bulky, big boy, right? Comes back to England in unbelievable physical shape, right? Shrunken down, much more mobile, a better player, right? Antonio Conte gets your players fit. He gets your players disciplined, and he weeds out the bullshitters really quickly. If you aren't willing to give 110%, you go, name, reputation don't matter. That's exactly what Arsenal need. They need someone who's going to come in there and go, do you know what, George Graham type, I don't care. You're not here if you're here because you want to pick up wages or whatever. Because I hate to say this, right? If you're a top player and you have choices and Arsenal's in for you, why would you turn all the other top clubs down to go to Arsenal? What is it that would convince you to go there right now if you're a top player? Like Odegaard was their third choice, right? You could have had him at the start of the window. He went for the other players and didn't get them. He dragged the feet and then advancement back to Odegaard. Right? Now, what does that say to Odegaard, who was there on loan last season? Because he knows this, right? It's your lack of a better option. That's the only reason why you're here. So to me, this is why they need somebody in that's decisive, that says, this is exactly who I want, go get them. If you can't go get them, I'll leave. Then Arsenal fans know exactly who the problem is inside that football club. Because it won't be Antonio Conte, but Antonio Conte will tell you who the problem is.
The thing is, I think it's everyone. I think it's the owners. I think it's the CEO. I think Vina is the problem. I mean, he only got that head job because he got a sponsorship deal from like a coffee company or a car company that got us even bigger, and that's why he's got that higher role, which is utterly ridiculous, and it shows what we are. I think Edu. Look, I kind of backed him in the last few windows, but I'm just not confident in how he's dealing with everything. And you can see by the way we're playing, like the players aren't playing for the manager fully. Mix of that, or his tactics are absolutely diabolical for the fact that we can't create a single chance, and we literally don't have to do anything for every opponent to create a chance against us. It's rotten top to bottom, and it's not a quick fix, and it worries me that it won't ever get fixed. I'm being honest. I'm seriously worried.
Well,
It says it all like, sorry, on you go, Phil. On you go.
I was just going to say one thing. You've got players that aren't playing for a manager, players who are lucky to be at the football club, players who, if they wanted to leave today, would not get a better club in Arsenal. How dare them, right? Who are they to choose whether to play for their manager or not? I mean, how many of those Arsenal players, if they were put in the transfer window today, clubs would be falling over themselves to buy? I mean, who is too good for Arsenal?
Like, I was talking to one of your mates. You look at the squad, and yeah, we have some talented players. But every club in the Premier League has talented players. You look at our squad, Aston Villa have the same amount of quality, I'd say, as our club. You look at the Wolves have the same amount of quality as us. Leeds would have even the same amount of quality as us. And it's just like, it's ridiculous, really.
Yeah, it's
just the sheer difference is how they're run. Like Leeds, you can see like can't stand them as a club, but you can see it in terms like they clearly understand Marcelo Bielsa's vision. They understand the style of football he wants, so they bring in the right type of players for him, and it works really well. You look at Dean Smith; he's had a lot of money spent on him this year, like Buendia, Danny Ings, Leon Bailey. Like these are all very good players as well that he's been backed with, and you can see why, because they suit his mold. When you look at Arteta, like Phil said it earlier on, it was absolutely spot on. These aren't Arteta players, but here's the question: what is an Arteta player? I don't even know what an Arteta player is. Like, does he want a player that wants to be like completely like Guardiola, where it's all about low centre of gravity, good ball control, can pass the ball effectively in tight spaces, or does he want somebody that can play in the channels quickly, can get the ball forward and then effectively just knock it in? What exactly does he want? Because even I am not 100% sure.
I ain't got a clue, and I watch it every week. I don't know his style of play anymore. Honestly, the best style of play we had was when he first came in and we were playing a 5 at the back. As soon as we kind of went to a 4 back and went to the 4-2-3-1, it changed and we got terrible and we went on that bad run. And yes, we didn't have a central attacking midfielder. You look after Christmas, then we had a great run. Yeah, you could say we finished second in the league. After Christmas, whoopty shit now. Yeah, I hang my hat on that before, but now I'm just like, whoopee shit, it gets you nothing. And yeah, we did play some better football, but I still don't know his style, because you can go from one game to the next and we can be just so different. We can be hot and cold, and it just does not work. I feel like he wants, like, it's only to play at the left-hand side. We obviously focused on the right back dropping into a 3 with the 2 defensive midfielders in front. But just with the players in front, like, he always seems to play Pepe when he does on the right. That doesn't work because he has to come on the inside channel, which then the central attack midfielder has to go around, and we just never seem to play it that way because he is utter dog crap when he stays out on the wing because he can't take on a player. Great job, 72 million. Yeah, he's got talent with some of his shooting, but that was just, it's too much, and I've seen enough of him to know that he won't get better. It's going to be an Anthony Martial kind of situation where he isn't as good as what his price tag was. Yeah, you can get some great games out of him, but it's just not at the quality of where you want to be. But I don't know anymore, really, and we just
you can only persevere. You can only persevere and hope for something. Like we ourselves, like Man United, like we had that same situation where it was just, we went through that David Moyes 10 months. To be fair, he had everything. He actually had everything sorted for him. But that's the sad part about David Moyes. He had the right coaching staff, but then he made the mistake of getting rid of everything straight away, and then he made a stupid comment about Vidic and Ferdinand have got to play Jagielka. Yeah, Champions League winning centre backs and Premier League title winners have got to play like a guy who plays for Sheffield United and Everton. No, Van Gaal, his system, we all know it was all about that dialed down possession style of play, trying to possess, like control games, but it wasn't effective enough at all. And in the end, you could see he wasn't going to last, but he still went out at least with a trophy. Mourinho's style was just same old. I'm not even going to touch on Mourinho, except the fact he gave us 2 trophies and a charity shield. But I'm going to look at it now in terms of where we are, in terms of we're in a much, even if it's not going to be Solskjaer, like it could happen, it might not, where he could be the man to take United to the promised land of win another league title or another Champions League. Even if he's not, at least he's actually aware of the situation where the club is deep rooted in terms of like players, the academy, and he's worked hard with those around him to fix it. If Arsenal can get something like that, then they will be challenging again, but it's going to take them time, so you can only persevere. But I'm going to ask a question, because we are coming to the final 10 minutes of my hosting this evening. Greg will be joining us very shortly, so Phil's going to be enjoying that one, because it's always a blast with Greg.
Split 10 minutes myself, kid. Go ahead.
My question is, you look at the clubs across the summer, who would you say is definitely, in your mind, the sign of the summer? And if so, why?
It's hard to say exactly, but I do believe Lukaku will add so much to Chelsea, because I think when you look at what they had down the middle with Werner, they weren't getting goals, right? It's a massive upgrade on what they have. We'll get them 25 goals this season. And adding 25 goals to Chelsea will add easily another 10, 15 points to them. I think they're going to be a very serious challenger. I think Sol Niguez is a good signing for them. So I think Lukaku will be big. I'm hoping to say Ronaldo will be. But I think if I took out United, I would say that I think Lukaku will be one of the best signings of summer.
Do you think it's enough to take them to the league title, Chelsea, or do you think they're just a little bit short?
You know, I think one of what things you never do is give players an excuse to fail. And I worry Pep Guardiola is giving Man City an excuse to fail by not having a central striker who's behaving like a petulant child. City are obviously a top team, but you don't judge City against, I hate to say this, mate, but Arsenal, you don't judge City against Norwich. You judge City in the massive games where they're going to get tested. You know they're so good that they're capable of destroying these other teams, right? So to me, I look at City, they're obviously going to be up there. But let's be honest, Guardiola's focus and the thing that he must do is win the Champions League. That if you could give him one trophy to pick right now, that would be that. I don't think Liverpool have done enough to refresh that squad. I think when you're asking, it's the same issue with Conte, you ask players to play this way, you can do that for a couple of years, but it's burnout, and you need to refresh that squad. And they're a team that's bigger than the sum of their parts, because individually they're not, superstars. And so it's hard to add players into a team like that, because you have to buy players that fit a team. But so I look at that. I think United will be improved defensively with Varane, and I think Chelsea be very dangerous. United, Liverpool, Chelsea to me would be the 3 favourites. Oh, sorry, United, City, and Chelsea. Sorry.
Yeah, I would have to say that. William, before I ask you your sign of the summer, and who would you think is maybe the most important one? Just a comment for you, and I already seen your initial reaction, which was just sums it up. Alex Runnerson, if I've butchered his name, it's not my fault. Leaves Arsenal to join OH Leuven on loan with buy option. Arsenal only working on Tomiyasu paperwork and outgoings like Bellerin to Real Betis. No Alwar or no signings. Oh, dearie me. Shite Creek, put it that way. Before I get your opinion on that comment, William, what would you say is the most important sign of the summer, even the best sign of the summer? Who would you say?
To be honest, I was in 100% agreement with Phil that Lukaku signing for Chelsea is just taking them to the next level. He offers them another option to their already stacked lineup. That ability to have that much physicality and hold up play on the ball when you have the pace around him with Werner, or if you want a bit more technicality or something with Havertz and Mount, and you've got Pulisic with. It's just the amount of quality that Chelsea have in their squad to add someone like Lukaku, who also guarantees you so many goals a season from just having the knack of being in the right area at the right time and just he just suits Chelsea. Like, if you look at Chelsea's strikers, he is a Chelsea striker through and through, and I think you can take him to the next level and have a proper challenge. The more I watch Chelsea, the more I think that, yeah, they actually will win the league, even though I've backed City at the start, so I'm going to continue saying City, but I do think Chelsea will run them close. Mm-hmm. But also, you've got to say a great signing will be Raphael Varane for ye. The way there's something about his presence in that centre-back. Just even watching it in the first game, bar the corner where he got absolutely pummeled by Saiss and probably one of the saves of the season by David De Gea. That double save, that was absolutely phenomenal. But just a mix of that, you saw Wolves get in a few times, and just as they were about to cut it across the box, Raphael Varane in the right place at the right time, and he just looks the part. And he looks so at home in that defence that I think it's going to take you up even another level to what you were in that defensive line. Sure, you're going to miss out because not getting that proper defensive midfielder in front, which I do think in the end will cost you the league, just through consistency of the season. But I do think United will be in a strong point next season to properly win the league, I think. Next year it'll come together.
I still have us finishing top 2. I think as much as I look at that Chelsea squad, and there is some serious depth in there, even if they were to add in Son Niguez, I don't know if they've signed them yet, but I know they're looking to it. I still have United as second favourites, and the reason I do it is not because of the Ronaldo factor, it's because of the defensive improvement, and also we've added, I believe we signed this summer from Man United, Eric Ramsey, because we've completely improved in terms of set pieces, which has been a massive problem. We've done that to a degree, and I think it's absolutely great that we've got that advantage, and I think it makes us second favourites. I honestly do, but it's going to be close between United and Chelsea for the top 2. I still say it's going to be...
I just have a feeling you have a better chance of winning the Champions League than the Premier League. I just think you're going to have a bit more luck in terms of that, and that you could go very far in that, and you never know.
Well, we're definitely I think we're definitely going to be more of a cup team than a league team this season, but that's my point of view. I don't know what the noise must just be a bit behind the background.
But we'll be in the title race by January, right?
Yeah.
So last January, I think they were top, right? They went top. So by January, if United still need a defensive midfielder, clubs are still going to be in a financial mess. You're going to be able to go out and get one, right? I also think there will be much more clarity on Van de Beek. If Van de Beek doesn't get games by January, then I think United will look to move him on to bring in a midfielder that they actually need. So in my opinion, no squad is 100% complete. Everyone's got some area that we would like to improve upon. So defensive midfielder is a big one because right now it's playing in midfield. But I still feel come January, United will be okay. There'll still be a title race. And look, when we're talking about progress, we're talking about Arsenal. A couple of years ago, United were looking at Jerome Boateng and Sean Longstaff as the solution to their problems, and now they've gone to Varane, Sancho, and Ronaldo. So slightly different in terms of how they recruit and how they run the football club, and that's much more encouraging to me than what it was a few years ago. So I think that the football club know what they're doing. They're well aware that this is a problem area. They looked at Thiago last season, and I just think that the wait and January is not that far away. I still think they'd be in a title race by January, and if they're not, Solskjaer should be sacked. And I think that they'll be all right.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Obviously, you saw there briefly that our next host in a few short minutes will be taking over. That is Greg. So good to see the guys. But all I can say is in terms of just how you eloquently sum up is why I absolutely adore listening to your podcast. I've been listening to you for years. Like that's how I'm that much of a fan of your work. I'm not even joking.
Me?
Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, man.
I'm not gonna bullshit around. I've been a fan of your work for years.
I much appreciate, man. Honestly, that means a lot. Honestly, every follower, everyone who likes, retweets my work and listens, honestly, it means so much to me. It's so flattering, and I'm honored to be on here with yourself and Brian here. So thank you so much for having me on, lads, and thanks for all your support, and wish you all the very best. Thanks for having me, boys.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, problem. Phil. In terms of, I can see obviously Greg and that'll be joining us in just a minute, so I'm just going to add Greg in now. Just I can pass it on. I'm just adding Greg. Greg, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well, mate, in terms of the streaming, obviously, in terms of yourself. Hope you've had a good day. Just before we head off, I've got a quick question for you. In terms of United's expectations, do you think, even though we're not going to get that midfielder, do you still think we have still a good squad to at least challenge, or do you think just still going to be that a little bit short?
Is that aimed at me, mate?
I was just asking Greg. That's that perspective.
I think, I don't know. I think if City had signed a number 9, I'd be a lot less confident. But the fact that they weren't able to go out and get that sort of 30-goal striker, and we of course did with Ronaldo, and then the way that sort of the transfer window's gone, like, it's quite hard to complain. Like, I'm sure if someone had sort of offered us at the start of the summer, someone had told us on the 1st of June that your transfer window is going to end on the 31st of August, and you have Jadon Sancho, Rafael Varane, and Cristiano Ronaldo. Don't think we'd complain. And I think it's an absolutely exceptional window, and they've done really well to improve the squad, brought in genuine winners and genuine talent as well to sort of back up the young lads. And I think we'll be okay in terms of like competing on every front. Of course, every team is susceptible to sort of a freak result.
Yeah.
We're going to drop points. We just need to hope that our freak results and our really poor performances are sort of few and far between, and not in big games like they were last year against teams like Leipzig and stuff like that, because that's where it really cost us last season. But I agree with William in some aspects. I think we've got a real chance of challenging for the Champions League because we've got Ronaldo. And I just don't bet against Ronaldo in the Champions League. He just becomes a different animal, and that's his. It's like with basketball, it's like playoff time. The best players come out to play at those times, and Ronaldo comes out to play in the Champions League. But I think we'll challenge for the league as long as we can stay fit. And I think we've got a real chance with the Champions League as well.
I really do appreciate that. Thanks for answering that one. I just wanted to get your opinion on it. Obviously, for yourselves, until the rest of the stream, Greg will be hosting it with Rach. There will be a few other special guests that Greg will be introducing shortly. For me, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak to the likes of Phil, James, and William. So, guys, have a great night. Enjoy the rest of Deadline Day, and I will see you myself later on.
See you later, boys. Thanks, boys.
See you later, Phil. Okay. Right.
Hey.
Hello. The late night shift is on. Perfect. Right. Okay, so excellent. So we're now into the final 2 hours of Deadline Day, and joining us now, I'm joined by my co-host Rach, who's always on the channel somewhere. We have a former Manchester United footballer, Phil Marsh. Phil, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you? Okay?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. It would be even better if Man United were sort of buying that DM that we were promised, but we were sort of hoping for. But you know, we can't complain. And of course, got journalist Wayne Barton as well. Wayne, how are you getting on today?
I'm not bad, mate. It's not snowing here. I don't know what's going on with my camera, but it's a bit fabulous, but it's all right.
No problem. No, I think my signal's pretty dodgy as well. Perfect. So, guys, 2 hours to go or so in the transfer window now. We will obviously talk about Man United. I think obviously Man United have had an exceptional window, and I think we can all sort of agree with that. But in terms of with 2 hours to go, are we expecting anything else? Like, do we think there's going to be a big move? Is there any move that you were surprised didn't happen today? I'll come to yourself first, Phil, if that's all right. Is there any move sort of today or in the last couple of days you thought was definitely going to happen, and it's just maybe not materialised for one reason or another?
Not particularly, no. I think obviously with the three major signings that they've got over the line, I think it was always going to be difficult to try and get another central midfielder in at such a short sort of notice after them three big signings. But again, you wouldn't be surprised if something did crop up in the next couple of hours. The way this window's gone, obviously you've got three massive signings in Varane, Sancho, and now Cristiano Ronaldo. But yeah, I don't think there can be many complaints from any United fans in terms of what business we've done in this window. Obviously, the cherry on the top would be another central midfielder just to sort of add that little bit more quality in that position, because I think if we did get that area sort of filled in with a bit more quality, I think then we could be challenging on all fronts this season. Although I do think with the additions we have made, we still should be looking to bring some sort of silverware back to Old Trafford this year somehow.
Definitely, and we were talking about that earlier on, sort of in our group chat. What do you think? Now, obviously, with these signings in the summer, that's had all these expectations go up, and I think with every season that always been, these expectations have gone up. What do you think the expectations are now for Man United going forward? Like, do you think it has to be win the league and challenge for the Champions League, or does it just have to be challenge on all fronts and win something? What's your sort of feeling on that?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, this season it's been cranked up a little bit now with obviously these 3 signings that we have made, because I think there was going to be a little bit of pressure on Ollie this year regardless. But now, obviously, with the signings that he's made, and obviously the sort of experience and the winners that we've brought into the club, I think now on all fronts, especially with the squad that we have got and the attacking options and strengthening depth, there's no reason why we can't be challenging for everything. For me, I think, it's going to be difficult to sort of win, 2 or 3 trophies this year in the first sort of, attempt with this new group of players. But for me, I think a good season this year would be to be obviously competing in the league until sort of the end of the season, and then obviously have a good run in the Champions League with the experience and the sort of players that we've brought in now who've played on that top stage, and add that little bit of an X factor for us. But yeah, I think obviously an FA Cup or something, just to sort of give the fans some sort of silverware to sort of show that we are heading in the right direction, would be a good sort of start for this season. And then obviously we can build on that, and hopefully, the Premier League's the one that I think is the biggest one. What I think a lot of United fans want to see come back. Obviously, post Sir Alex, we've not won that for a long time, and I think that would be the main sort of trophy that I think everyone would want to get their hands on.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair point. Like you said, I can't believe that Ronaldo wasn't sort of sold the dream almost by Ole and by Man United when he was signed. That like you signing means that we can challenge on all fronts, and I'm sure Ronaldo has full belief that him coming in makes Man United the favourites for every competition. He wouldn't be at the level that he plays at without that sort of mentality. Coming to yourself, Wayne, in terms of obviously expectations and things like that, do you agree with Phil, or do you think that Ole in terms of when he started out this summer, do you think his initial plan was to get 3 signings of the caliber of these 3, or do you think that it was going to be a lot more pragmatic approach, and it was sort of like these are the ones that were available at the time, so he jumped on them? What do you think in terms of Solskjaer and Man United's transfer strategy this summer? Because I've seen a lot of people just say that, we went for the best in class because it was available, but it doesn't seem like long-term planning. So I'm interested to hear your take on that.
I think a lot of it is long-term planning. His first window, the first summer where he signed players, they were obviously players that he's wanted for a while. Last summer was wild. I don't think anyone can say that any of that was planned. The Van der Beek, funnily enough, probably seemed the most planned transfer, and we haven't even played him, which is a bit ironic. But this time round, obviously Sancho was a player he wanted for a long time. I can't say that you wouldn't want Varane if you had a sniff that he was available. So there must have been some encouragement somewhere along the line that they were going to get him, because they were so confident to go in for him and to get him for such a low fee as well, which says to me that if they're the only club in for him when the fee's that low, there's been some kind of talk where they're saying that's the only place where he's going to go, which means that there's been a lot of talk beforehand. And the Ronaldo thing, maybe it's opportunistic, but it's the gamble that you have to take. You have to take that gamble when it's a player like Ronaldo. And in regards to the expectations, yes, they change because of Ronaldo. They change massively because of him. I'm being, and Phil knows, we've had these conversations before. I've been very on the Ole in bandwagon. I can see what he's been trying to build and how we've been trying to build it slowly. And I think if you take Ronaldo out of the picture and you put a central midfielder in there, we'd still be saying we could challenge this season, but let's see how it moves forward. Ironically enough, even though we've got what we want but not what we necessarily need, it makes us more prominent challengers in a strange way, because Ronaldo, as Phil said, by his very presence, by the very fact that he's the best player in the world, makes us into that position where he's saying, no, all right, now I'm not going to be saying, we need to win the league or we need to win the Champions League, but again, those kind of things we can only sort of assess in hindsight. You know, like how we lost the Europa League, for example. I won't get on Ollie's back too much apart from the fact that there were some tactical errors in there, but you got to a final, you lost it on penalties. Let's not throw him under the bus for that. You can only evaluate what happens this season in hindsight at the end of it, but we should be challenging. It was put to me earlier, what if we win a League Cup this season? Is that enough? And my answer was, well, no, Ronaldo's not come back to win a League Cup. We're talking the major trophies. We're talking an assault on the league and an FA Cup and a Champions League. I'm not saying win them all. You've got to be fighting to win them all, and there's got to be a serious conversation. I still look at City, and I look at Chelsea and Liverpool with a better first team than what we've got. And potentially we've got a better first team than what those teams have got, but it's potential at the moment. City have got the squad. Chelsea have got a great squad. They've got options in every position. We've got a key area which is deficient at the moment in central midfield. And why that's so key is that we saw that we can't control games against Southampton or Wolves. So that goes across the division. We can't control the tempo of those games. Ironically enough, in McTominay and Fred, although a lot of people deride them, we've got the players that can control big games or at least break the tempo of big games. It'll be a shame. We're obviously not going to get that midfielder in now, but I'm not too disheartened by this. A lot of people want that DM, but if you look at the change of shape, Varane's going to change that shape a little bit. He adds solidity to the back, and it means that we don't need to play as defensive in midfield. I felt the personnel was wrong at the weekend, but what could we do? McTominay wasn't available. I think if you've got McTominay and Pogba in there at home, it's a different argument. And we don't know because we haven't seen it yet. I'm not as worried as other people. I would have preferred us to sign a DM or a central midfielder who can control the tempo. I'm just thinking that it's not. It could be an emergency by November. We could be worried about it. But for now, we've had a really good window. If you had said these are the players you're going to get, at the start of this window, centre off was a massive emergency. We've solved that. The right wing was a massive emergency. You can't say every single area in the team's going to be sorted in one window. We've done it sensibly, and we've got the best player in the world. Can't ask for more than that. Well, you can be a little bit greedy, but I'm really delighted with what we've got.
Yeah, no, I am as well. Like we said earlier on, I think if you'd offered us Ronaldo, Sancho, and Varane, then we would have bitten your hand off. Especially because the main one there, Ronaldo coming back, it didn't look like it was going to happen, and then suddenly came out of nowhere. Rach, I'm going to come to you with this question here. It says, somebody says, with Ronaldo, we definitely are contenders, but still apart from City and Chelsea. Do you agree with that statement? Because I think we're a lot closer to City now, having them not got a number 9. What's your sort of opinion on it? And just while you answer as well, I'm going to put a mic on me and actually eat some of my food. So I'm not being rude, but that's what I'm doing.
I think we've bridged that gap a hell of a lot, because last year, when you look at our squad compared to the likes of Chelsea and especially City, we were poles apart, absolutely miles apart, because the squad was so not disjointed, but it had its weak points, and every opposition knew that. So every opposition knew where to attack us. So we were getting really predictable. All of our attacks were coming down that left-hand side because our right-hand side just had nothing about it. Now we've addressed that right-hand side with obviously signing Sancho, and we've obviously got options through the middle as well with obviously Ronaldo and Greenwood. We're spoiled for choice in that department. The centre-back was also a massive issue because people knew that they could target Victor because he wasn't as strong and his pace is not great either. So they knew how to attack us. We've now shored up 2 of those issues, which I think is massive, massive business for United in this transfer window. Because I think, like you both have alluded to, if you'd have told me at the start of the window we'd get Jadon Sancho, Rafael Varane and Cristiano Ronaldo, I would have been like, okay, absolutely fine. I think we're just getting a little bit, not greedy in a sense, but a little bit too carried away with ourselves, in the sense that a whole team can't be rebuilt in one window. So I think that DM, while it is still a massive priority, and it was glaringly obvious at the weekend and also at Southampton as well, it's just not something that's, I think, is feasibly possible this window, because we've already done so much. the signing of Ronaldo, I agree. I think it was yourself, Wayne, that said it was opportunistic. I think that's exactly what it was. I don't think it was planned at all. But I do think that we've kind of jumped on that. And obviously I'm not going to say no to Ronaldo, especially for the price that we got him at. If Cristiano Ronaldo, best player in the world, is available for that little, you've got to snap the hand off. But a DM is still massively important to our team. I always analyze it as like our team is like a donut at the minute. We've got strength in all around the middle, but the middle is just, I wouldn't say empty, because I was having a conversation with Amy earlier who said that McTominay can do that job, and we believe that he can do that job, but maybe in the future he has to adapt to that role a little bit as a DM, but he's not there right now. So we need someone that's there right now. And obviously McTominay is injured at the minute, so he's not going to be there. But it is a massive issue in our team, the DM role, because I mean, Wolves and Southampton just absolutely walked through our midfield. They might as well have not been there. They just cruised on through, and that was massively worrying for me. But I do agree that our back line is now a lot more solid, and we seem to have De Gea in a very good place at the minute. I mean, his double stop at the weekend was absolutely outstanding. I think everyone's been very critical of Dave, how his form had certainly dropped from what he was, but you know, he seems to have been going through a bad patch, and now he's kind of, you know, coming back into it. You know, we saw when Dean was off last season, and when De Gea came in for that Roma game, he had an absolute blinder. So I'm not worried about that aspect of the park. The back of the park and the front of the park, to me, is absolutely fine. We've got depth all over the shop, but it's just that middle of the park that's a little bit worrying and concerning.
No, I agree. I've got really nothing to add to that. Last question, and then we'll move off from Man United and we'll talk about some other teams as well and some other business. But question for you, Phil, from Keen there. So do you care to answer that?
Yeah, so I think we touched on this when I spoke to Keen and obviously Wayne a little bit, but the young players obviously having the experience of someone like Cristiano Ronaldo on the training pitch and obviously in the games, they're only going to obviously learn from him. He's been there, done it. And for me, I touched on the fact that his work ethic is second to none. You know, he was the first into the training ground and he was the last to leave. That just shows and sort of speaks volumes for the character that he has. And, you know, his work ethic has gotten him to sort of the level that he's reached today. And I think, you know, the likes of Mason Greenwood, Sancho, Rashford, all these young players that are sort of, you know, still learning and sort of getting into the sort of prime a little bit can only learn off him. And I think it'll be fantastic for them to obviously see how he sort of trains and watch the way he sort of goes about his business on and off the field. And I think, you know, everyone at the club will be obviously buzzing with someone like that coming into the club, but them younger lads especially, just to sort of, you know, use him as a sponge and just try and sort of, you know, take little bits and try and learn and see how he does things. And I think it'll be fantastic for all the players at the club to just sort of, you know, see how he does it and then sort of use that for themselves.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I say, Ronaldo, you hear that from a lot of different people that have sort of been around him, journalists, everything like that, that ex-players and teammates, that they always say his work ethic was just what made him and took him above everyone else, and what got him to that level. And it can only benefit, obviously, Mason, Rashford, and Sancho. I think a lot of people forget how young Sancho is as well. He's going to be influenced as well to be playing with a player that well. That good, sorry. So moving away from Man United, I just want to get every person on the panel's opinion. Apart from signings coming into Man United, what's been everyone's sort of favourite signing, or what have they thought's been the best signing, best bit of business from a different club? It doesn't have to be a Premier League club, it can be in Europe, anything like that. But what do you think's been the best bit of business? I'll come to you first, Wayne, if that's all right.
I say favourite. It's not really favourite, but most imposing. I think Chelsea have done good business. They look like they've built on a team that won the Champions League, for sure. Lukaku, who looks hungry and lean. Dichotomous statement there, but he certainly does. He looks really good, and in much better shape than he was when we had him bulked up for whatever reason we did. And he looks like he's got a point to prove as well. If he's got the service right on that tighter pitch, he's going to hammer a lot of goals in. So he seems perfect for Chelsea. He did the first time round. But to be fair, Chelsea's a bit of a graveyard for great strikers for some reason. So hopefully that's what we'll see this time round. But yeah, I think they're the ones for me. I mean, I was looking at some of the figures earlier, and it baffles me that Arsenal have spent around 150 million. Yeah. And I don't know what they've got with it, honestly. I'm not being mean. Some of my family, some of my in-laws are Arsenal. And I actually stopped taking the mick because I think it's pretty bad what's happened to them. So that's from the Premier League, sort of the top and bottom of what I think with the transfer window. Apart from United, obviously, who I think have sort of had the best of it. In my opinion, I think that we have, like Rachel said, you can't expect every. I mean, if you look at the fact that we've signed 3 first team players, that's 30% of the first team, which is massive business to do. So I think Chelsea, apart from us, the winners, and Arsenal. Definitely the losers in the Premier League.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you on the Arsenal shout. Me and Rach were talking about that with Reece on the show the other day, talking about sort of how poor Arsenal not only looked, but how poor they've conducted themselves in the transfer market. It looks like Arteta's out to now make enemies of his squad. Keeping Maitland-Niles sort of hostage, if you like. He's told he's not going to move, but because he wants out, he's going to make him not train with the first team squad. And I don't see, me and Rich had this conversation, I just don't see where Arsenal are going to go now, because I feel like they're now so far down this rabbit hole of what Arteta wants, spending this much money, that if they do sack him and the new manager comes in and doesn't want any of their players, they've set everything back another 3 to 4 years. And it wasn't like Arteta was flying beforehand, like before he got to spend the money. It wasn't like this Arsenal team was so close to being back in the top 4 and stuff like that. It was always going to be time and progress, but their signings don't even sort of like match up. Like, they're not related. Like, what I always said when Ollie came in is the first thing that you notice with all these signings is they always had a plan, they always looked, and they were always discreet. Like, it was Wan-Bissaka, Maguire, and Dan James. So it was British talent that knew the league or knew the country, knew how to play, knew how sort of rough it was going to be. And with Maguire and Wan-Bissaka, it was 2 of the best domestic players in their positions, which is what Man United are famed for. But Arsenal this summer have just sort of dotted about. They went for someone like Ben White, who's okay, got great potential, but then they went for Aaron Ramsdale, who's been relegated twice, and then Nuno Tavares, who's hardly played a game, Tomiyasu, who they weren't linked with at all until this morning, and now that deal looks like it's done. Like, it's just, and then Sambi Lokonga, who is another young player that hasn't played a lot of minutes, and you would sort of liken him to a Diallo or Amad Diallo signing, in the fact that he's very inexperienced at top level football, and they're expecting him to just come in and slot in the centre of a crumbling midfield in the Premier League, who really need to start winning games. But so I absolutely agree with you that Arsenal have had an absolute shambles of a window.
Can I interject something there, Greg?
Yeah, of course.
Something else about Arteta. What I think is really interesting is that Arteta was being deemed as this Pep light, and I've always had I don't want to go on a soapbox about Guardiola here, but I've always had my big question mark over Guardiola is what would he do when he was in charge of the team without the biggest resources? We haven't seen it anywhere apart from Barcelona, where he was improbably blessed with the squad that he had. I've said a few times, and I've received a lot of criticism for it, I haven't seen much in way of his coaching genius at City. I don't think anything that I've seen at City is really a product of his coaching genius. And everyone was saying Arteta is going to show, he's been studying under Guardiola. We're going to see how he's going to improve this Arsenal side. They've gone backwards when you thought it was impossible to do that. They've gone really backwards. I don't see much in the way of coaching that says, all right, these players have improved. I mean, Saka is an exception, but he's an exception because he's an exceptional talent. He's not because he's been coached brilliantly. And that, to me, is like a bit like the Emperor's New Clothes a little bit. If this is what Guardiola's methods are without I mean, don't get me wrong, they've spent 150 million.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the actual coaching element of it. Is if you gave Guardiola the squad that he had in 2016, which he inherited, and you gave him 3 signings a year like what Ollie's had, would we have seen the all dominating side, what we have done? I don't think we would have.
No.
I know that I'm moving the conversation there a little bit, but I think what you're seeing at Arsenal is the fact that it's not all it's cracked up to be. You want to believe that there's a great coaching philosophy going on there, but it only works when you've got bucket loads of cash and endless resources, and you can have that turnover without worrying about how much a player is going to be cost to move on, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Arsenal aren't in that position, and the bottom without scoring a goal. I'm not saying that that's a damning indictment and say, oh, that's final for Arteta. I just mean, I think it's a little bit of an insight about the sort of fallibility of Guardiola's coaching, or at least the reputation of it.
No, I agree. I always used to. I think it was my dad that always said to me that he wouldn't give Guardiola Burnley squad and he wouldn't give Sean Dyche Man City squad because both of them would be opposite ends of the table, and it's probably pretty fair. Like, that's always been one thing about Guardiola, is they've always had the biggest resources, of course, unlike that Barcelona team who they were blessed to have Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, Messi, and they just happened to be the squad he inherited. He didn't need the biggest assets because he had Lionel Messi in his prime. So yeah, it's just, I think what speaking to, obviously I've spoken to Arsenal fans and stuff like that. A lot of them seem to think that maybe Arteta, this was maybe a jump too soon for Arteta in terms of going to Arsenal. Like, if he was going to go and coach elsewhere, go to Spain, go to Italy, do something like that. But to come back and be in the Premier League, and as you know, like, the Premier League is absolutely ruthless. Like, you have to win from game one, otherwise you're under pressure. And especially Arsenal fans, like, with what they went through with Emery, and then of course the fallout of that from being under Wenger. Like, it just goes to show you, like, they really need to be careful what they wish for, because come the end, at the last year of Wenger, they were really pushing for Wenger to go, and since he's gone, it's just been a complete shit show, really, from top to bottom. Like, and we were talking about this as well, Rich. We don't actually know who gets to blame first, because is it Edu that's the issue? Is it the owners, because they're owned very much like Man United? So I feel for them in that sense. Is it Arteta? Is it his coaching staff? Is it the players are just not bright enough to? Because it could be that, like, the Arteta could be telling them exactly what to do, and it could be fine. But if you've got players like Granit Xhaka, who I think is a few pennies short of a piggy bank, to go out and play that sort of role, I just don't think he's good enough to do it, and to dominate midfields and stuff like that. So maybe it's just a case, maybe it's a mix of things. The recruitment's not good enough, or the coaching's not good enough, or maybe the players just aren't good enough. But I agree, something needs to be sorted out at Arsenal quick.
I think there's a massive disciplinary issue as well with Arsenal at the minute.
Yeah,
because
that, yeah.
Obviously when we were speaking at the beginning of the week, they're obviously Arteta's very young and very inexperienced. And yes, he was with Pep for 2-3 years, but he's still very inexperienced, and he's not had first team coaching experience anywhere else. Similar, obviously, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is obviously very young as well, but at least he had, first team experience elsewhere.
Yeah.
Arteta, I think all the players, they just look like they don't know what they're doing, and that's why they got so many red cards last season, and obviously this season as well. They've picked up, and it seems like they've started off where they left off with the red card situation. I just don't know whether, obviously, the man management from Arteta it's not great, especially when you've got players like Maitland-Niles coming out and saying pretty much like, call 999, I'm being hostage. I'm being kidnapped. And obviously players like Joe Willock as well going to Newcastle. I mean, he could have done a job in that Arsenal team. I mean,
I feel like 25 million is an absolute steal. I feel like if you're Arsenal and they offer you 25 million for Joe Willock, you take it and think there should have been a decimal in there somewhere.
Yeah, 100%. But I just don't know what's going on with Arsenal at the minute, and I don't feel for their fans, but I understand why they're frustrated and how they must be feeling going through this situation at the minute, because it all, to me, it's like looking from the outside, looking in, it looks so hopeless, and there's no direction. And this new player that they signed this morning, it seems like it's like a panic buy. It's just come out of nowhere that they've just gone, right, who do we need, who's available, and who doesn't mind coming. It just seems like a massive, they've hit the panic button and just thought, shit, we need someone in that position, and then they've just kind of bought in. But I feel like Arsenal have bought, but they've bought for the future. You get what I mean? So Ben White, I have no doubt that Ben White will actually be a very, very, very good player. I think he's got the attributes and the characteristics of a very good player. But is he ready right now? And especially for that massive price tag. I mean, we saw what happened with Maguire. Every performance that Maguire had when he made a mistake or had a bit of a bad game, he was ridiculed for it because he cost £80 million. Now, Ben White at 50 million, he's going to get the exact same treatment. And I know it's the English tax and, you know, the Premier League tax and big club tax, if you want to call it that, saying that Arsenal have obviously jibbed out of 50 million for it. But, you know, I just think that there's no direction there. They've not really thought about anything. They've just gone, right, who can we get in just to shut the fans up? And I feel like that's all it is.
No, that's very fair. Wayne, I am conscious of time. I know you need to go shortly. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, they've got 5 more.
5 more minutes, no problem. So I'll come to you with this question, and then I'll go to Phil with it. So looking at another club that I was surprised they didn't do more in the window, but also not because I know how they operate, is Liverpool. I thought this summer would have been a real kick up the arse for Liverpool in terms of like it's always said that you build on your team when you're at its highest point, and Liverpool have never done that. And I just want to get your thoughts on what do you think Liverpool's sort of plan is? Do you think they're just going by, this team won the league, so we'll just let them try it again? And do you think it's poor planning? Do you think it's, again, not backing by the owners? Do you think it's Klopp being arrogant? What do you think? So I'll come to you and then I'll go to Phil on that because I'm conscious you're away.
Yeah, I'm. By the way, sorry, because I'm taking up some of Phil's airtime here. I think I've answered 5 questions and Phil's been sat there patiently. No, it's another thing me and Phil have talked about in the past. Funnily enough, I would have said that Liverpool were United's biggest example to follow in the last sort of 5 years of how they've sort of built and constructed a side to take on City. Because the argument I always make is that you're not playing City, you're playing the other 18 teams in the league, and you accumulate as many points as you need to in those games. And Liverpool have done that better than anyone, because look at when they got to, was it 99 or something like that a couple of years ago? Just incredible, really, to do that. And in answer to sort of your direct question about how they've done this summer, now, obviously, I think there's an element of Klopp thinking that his squad was a lot better than what they were last season, and obviously that's true because we've seen the evidence of the previous 2 or 3 seasons. They're a lot better than last season, so I can see why he's gone down that route, and he's saying Van Dijk better. Van Dijk fit is going to make them better. You can already see the evidence of that in the first few games of the season. They look a lot more like they used to. But having said that, there is a part of me that wonders about Klopp's ability to move from a position of strength. He was unfortunate at Dortmund because once you get to a ceiling with Dortmund, then that's when Bayern come on and say, well, we'll have him and him and him. Liverpool don't have that problem really, but he doesn't really know how to sort of add to the team that, how can he build on the team that he's got, which is a fair argument because it's a really good team, and a lot of the strength of that team is built from I think Keane put it in the comments about Solskjaer's quality of having players to run through brick walls for him. Klopp's got that. So that squad of players, the sort of 16 or 17 players, that's why they were so good when they were recovering last season. When Fabinho could move around or Henderson could move around. You don't see a massive difference when you should, because those players are giving a little bit more for the manager who they love. Like I said earlier, I think they've got a better first team than United, and I'm basing that on the fact that they were champions a couple of seasons ago, and very impressive champions as well. As much as I wanted that league cancelled, they were. Unfortunately, we've got to admit that they were brilliant champions and a brilliant challenging team before that. I think perhaps what they were hurt by last season is the fact that the momentum that they had going into championship winning season, and then the pandemic hit and it derailed that momentum a little bit. Liverpool were a massive momentum side. It just seemed like they were never going to stop. And now they've got to try and get that back. If they can get that back and Klopp's the right manager to do that for them, then yeah, they can certainly challenge. But in terms of how they've addressed the squad this season, I'm a little bit surprised by that. We see the players that are available for the prices that they've been available. Some of them, obviously a lot have gone for big money. A lot of bargains have been struck as well. Like we've got a couple of them, and Liverpool have been nowhere near those players. So it's interesting to see. It's really, really interesting to see how they're going to fare this season. I think obviously it'll be better than last season. I do think that my suspicion is that it'll be challenging. It'll be a really top-heavy division this season. I think it's actually overall a weak Premier League, but you've got Chelsea, City, Liverpool, and hopefully us. 4 teams really capable of challenging, and it's so unpredictable how that's going to work out at the moment. But I certainly, I don't think that Klopp is in a position where he's being too arrogant. I just think he's really confident in the squad that he's got. And I'd be the first one to criticise Klopp, by the way. I just think he's probably the best. I hate him personally, but it's fine. I think he's the best manager in the league. As much as he can say, I think he's done well. I think the evidence is in how he's got Liverpool to be such a championship winning team on the resources that he's got compared to Liverpool, compared to City and Chelsea. Yeah. So the regression last season, I don't think was anything to do with him either. We'll see this season. Hopefully, I hope that it pans. But we'll see. My expectation is they'll be a lot better.
Yeah, no, I think you might be right. I think they will be a lot better than last season. But like I said, I was just surprised that they didn't. Like you said, there were so many bargains this summer, like available. You would have thought that maybe an opportunist team like Liverpool are, like obviously the way they went about signing Salah and players like that was a bit opportunist and things like that. I would have thought that this year, after how poor they were last year, would have been the year to be like, right, we'll sell one of the front 3 because they got Jota. I think Jota's a better player than Firmino anyway, currently. So like, we can sell Firmino and then we can reinvest that in the squad. We can go and buy a genuine 10, an actual attacking midfielder because Thiago's not that. We can go and they got their centre-back cover, but I still think they're weak in full-back cover as well if one of their full-backs were to get injured. Like, I thought there was areas of the squad that they really should have looked at and maybe just didn't do, but like I said, it's a COVID market, I suppose you don't really know. Is that your way then, Wayne? Is that?
Yeah. I'll be off now, guys. I enjoyed the rest of the night.
Thank you. No problem. Thanks for jumping on.
Bye, Wayne.
See
you later, Wayne.
Bye.
Right, Phil, I'm going to let you talk. I'm going to come to you. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions first. I'm going to quickly jump back to the Arsenal thing because I think we've got a real good opportunity to give myself and Rach, but the people watching an insight. When your football club is doing as Arsenal are and they are struggling in sort of all fronts, how quickly does that sort of seep through to the players, and how quickly does that sort of affect morale in the club and around, obviously on the training pitch and stuff like that? Is it talked about, or is it just sort of a case of like, no, we just work hard and we try and win the next game? Because I play sport, but I've never played at that sort of level. So I just want to know, like, in terms of being at that level, how does being in a situation like that, if you ever have been in a situation like that, like, how does it affect the rest of the team and sort of the atmosphere of the club?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think obviously the Arsenal situation, you can sort of see it and you can sort of feel it, if you like. I think all the players seem as though they've got the weight in the world on their shoulders every time they go out to play. Yeah. I feel as though they don't want to make a mistake because the fans are going to get on the back. They can't really buy a result at the moment. The players lacking in confidence, and I just think I can't really see any sort of light at the end of the tunnel for how they're going to get out of it. I think it's obviously going to be tough. I think, as you've mentioned there, the signings that they have made, considering the amount of money that they've spent, they've not really brought anyone in who's got that real sort of steel or that real character to sort of get through that kind of period where things aren't going well. And I just think it's going to be tough. And obviously this year it's going to be, I can't really see Arsenal finishing in the top 6 with the start that they've had, and obviously with the players that they've signed. I don't really think they add that much to what they was anyway. So
yeah,
it is going to be difficult for Arsenal. I think with the fan base that they have got, and obviously the history that they are a massive club, but I just think they're going through a really bad time at the moment. And as you say, Arteta's not really got that much experience in terms of first team management, so he's obviously going to be feeling the strain from the fans, probably the owners, and he probably got maybe a couple more games left. And if he doesn't pick up a result, he could be sort of first manager who gets sacked this year, which is a shame for him. But at the end of the day, it's results business, and if you're not picking up results and points, then that's just the way it is, unfortunately.
No, absolutely. And is it a case of sort of when it's coming to these last, or if it was to be like sort of the last few weeks of Arteta, is it? I don't know if you've ever been in a position at a club or anything like that where it's been a bad run of form, manager's been sacked. Do you get that feeling as a team that decision's coming? Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because obviously, players aren't daft, and the results are speaking for themselves at the moment. Everyone's sort of on a bit of a downer. There's nothing really that's positive going on at Arsenal at the moment. I think a lot of the big players are sort of, not even playing half the time. Aubameyang's not, playing regular. He's not scoring the goals you expect him to. I think the only real sort of little bit of impetus and bright sparks they have got at the moment is, Tierney, probably Smith Rowe and Saka, and they're probably the only 3 that really sort of Arsenal fans are expecting, them to sort of like try and produce something for them, which you can't have 2 and 3 players in a team that's just, you can't rely on that little amount of players to get you over the line for such a big club, especially. It's just worrying times, I think, for Arsenal fans at the moment, and maybe it is going to take a change in manager to shake things up, because as you say, when a new manager comes in, players, it's a clean slate, and people may think that then it's sort of positions are up for grabs again. Whereas at the moment, Arteta's obviously got his favourites and players who he thinks he can trust. But as Rach touched on before there, with the sort of disciplinary and stuff, I think like Xhaka, he's a liability. He gets booked every game. He's getting sent off. Players, look, I watched the Chelsea game the other week, and Lukaku was just bullying the defenders, and they've always had that sort of soft centre Arsenal where they're too easy to score against. And until that sort of changes and they get that sort of winning mentality and that grit that you need to sort of compete week in, week out in the Premier League, I think they're just going to sort of be a mid-table struggling side, unfortunately.
No, I agree. And personally to you, do you think it's a change of manager that's needed, or do you think it's just a case of gritting their teeth and sticking through it? Because when we were talking at the start of the week, me, Reece and Rach, we were talking about it, and we were like, well, when Ole first came in, he had that new manager bounce, and then after that, things were dark. Like after he got that contract after Paris, there was 3 or 4 months of really poor football and awful results. And is it a case of just sort of grit your teeth and get through it, or do you think it's a case of maybe Arteta's slightly out of his depth here, and maybe he's taking on a bit more than he can do?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because obviously I don't really follow Arsenal. I don't know really that much about Arteta, and as you say, it could be a fact that Arteta's doing a really good job, and we don't know what's going on in the background, and it's just the players aren't really performing at this moment in time. Things may turn around. But yeah, it's another one, as you say, if Arteta does get sacked, who do you bring in that's going to come in and sort of change that squad in such a short space of time? I can't really think of anyone off the top of my head who would come in and do that. So yeah, it might just be a case of they have to sort of all just try and grind a few results out, and then when you start getting a few victories, football's funny game sometimes. If a couple of wins can sort of change the whole sort of atmosphere around a club and around the dressing room, and players suddenly find that little bit of confidence that they haven't had for quite a while. Maybe someone scores a goal, or they have a good performance where they score 2 or 3 goals, keep a clean sheet, and things are different. But yeah, at the moment, I just think with the way things are going and sort of the run of fixtures that Arsenal have got, I can't really see them doing it anytime soon. So it's just whether the board give Arteta that time that he may need to sort of get through this sticky period. I know it's not obviously nice for the Arsenal fans and for probably the players as well, because they'll be coming under some, sticky, it's like on social media and things like that. It's hard to sort of, stay away from it at times. But yeah, it's just obviously, we'll have to just see how it pans out.
No, definitely. It'll be interesting to see, and especially because it's going to be filmed by Amazon. It could be a really entertaining watch come sort of the end of the season. It might be worth watching. Rach, I'm going to quickly come to you to just sort of go back to what we were talking about earlier on with Liverpool. Were you surprised to see Liverpool not strengthen that squad? Not even necessarily with starting players, but like with depth, like at fullback, with maybe an attacking midfielder, or another forward player. Are you a bit surprised about that?
Not really surprised, just because I know the state of Liverpool at the minute. They're in not great financially. I know not a lot of people are because of COVID and stuff, but there are clubs that have been able to spend bigger than what other clubs have. But the problem I think with Liverpool is they feel like they have their team. That they've won, obviously, the Champions League. They won the Premier League. Yeah. I feel like Klopp has his team, and I know he knows that they're aging, but they're getting on a bit, and that forward line, it's not going to be what it once was, if you get what I mean. I'm not trying to undermine that front line, because they still have a very, very good squad. They still have a very good team, and they have added to it with the likes of Jota. I think is a massive influence on that team, because he's a player that I rated even before he went to Liverpool. Now I hate him, but I would have loved to have seen him at United. I think Diogo Jota is absolutely incredible. Obviously, they've added Konate as well. I haven't watched much of him, because I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I watched him play week in, week out. Didn't. But he looks to be like a solid player as well. From what I've seen from them from the first few games, I know I've always said that you can't really judge the first 3 games of the Premier League season because it's so early in the game, but they haven't massively impressed me that much. I mean, the game against Chelsea, they should have really beaten Chelsea in that second half, especially with a man advantage as well, and at Anfield, this fortress of noise, apparently. I feel like they should have taken advantage of that, and I feel like they could have maybe 2 years ago with that squad, but it just didn't happen, unfortunately. So, not unfortunately, it didn't happen. But it doesn't surprise me that they didn't strengthen, but it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't strengthen in January and then make a real push for the second half of the season, like they kind of did like this last season as well, because they were kind of out of it, really. They went on that awful run, and then they kind of managed to squeeze in at the last minute. So it wouldn't surprise me if they kind of waited until January to strengthen and add a few players in there here and there. But it doesn't surprise me that they didn't do it in the summer.
Yeah, no, I think you could be right. Like, obviously, we know a lot of players are going to be expiring contracts and things like things are going to be expiring contracts and stuff like that. There's a lot of players that are going to be on expiring contracts come January. So maybe that's where Liverpool will be a bit more opportunist and things like that. Phil, I am conscious of time as well. I believe you're away earlier, and you're away quite soon as well. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got another 5-10 minutes.
No problem at all. I'm going to ask you then about sort of Daniel James and him leaving the club, because what it looks like in terms of obviously him starting against Wolves on Sundays, it seemed like, okay, he was going to stay and going to be part of Man United's plans. Do you think it was a case of like it was always a plan for him to be sold once Ronaldo came in, or do you think it was a case of like, this is the one we can get the money for, so we'll let him go? What was your sort of opinion on that? Because it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it did. It obviously came out of nowhere, but I think obviously there has been that link with Leeds a few times, maybe on loan and stuff like that. I think for me, it is a good move for him personally. I mean, I'm a little bit sad for him because he was potentially could have been a great player for United. I think he obviously, didn't quite make the most of some of the opportunities that he got, and at times maybe could have done a little bit more, but potentially he's still only young, and if he goes to Leeds under Bielsa, I think that could be a great move for him personally, and I wish him all the best. Obviously, you want to see your players that you've done move to other clubs and do well, and I think Dan James is the type of player where now if he can go and get a good run in the team, especially with Leeds, who's high energy and attacking, that could sort of be a blessing in disguise for him, because I think he'll obviously play a lot more football, and that style of play may suit him a little bit more. So yeah, just happy for him really. Obviously disappointed it didn't actually pan out and work out for United, but with the signings that we've made in this window, and obviously this squad that we have got already, I think he would have been struggling to play regular football, which is at his age what you inevitably want to be doing. So yeah, I think it's a good deal for everyone all around, in my opinion.
No, I agree. Like you said, he's clearly keen to play football. Obviously, he would have been on massive wages at Man United. Everyone is, and I wouldn't expect him to be on the same amount of money. I'd expect Leeds to be a pay cut for him. But the fact that he wants to go there and play football and play regularly, and Leeds are a team that wanted him for a long time. It just shows sort of the attitude of him. Conversely, though, if you look at another Manchester United player that sort of maybe not shown that attitude in this window has been Jesse Lingard. What's been your thoughts on the Jesse Lingard situation, Phil? Just in terms of, it looked like he was going, then he was staying, and then going, and then staying. It's changed about 8 different times this summer. I'd have thought that he'd be keen to go, but it doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one with Lingard. I think he obviously, when he went to West Ham, he sort of like rejuvenated his career, if you like. I think he was, a breath of fresh air when he went back and started playing there last season. He seemed like he had the weight of the world off his shoulders, and he was just playing and enjoying his football. Again, I think he's going to struggle to sort of play regular now at the United with the options that we've got, especially in them positions that he plays in. But I think he obviously loves the club, and I think a lot of the people at the club really like him around the place, and he's someone who, on his day can be a great player and someone who scores big goals. We've seen that from him, in years gone by. So, although I think for him personally, it probably would have been a better opportunity for him to maybe go somewhere else and play regular first team football, I don't think it's sort of, a bad thing that he is staying, because again, he's somebody who you can use at times, and he is a really good squad player, because if he shows that form that he was showing at West Ham, he is a great player if there is injuries and suspensions, or if all he needs to rotate at any time. Lingard is somebody you can trust and you can rely on, and I think a lot of the players really sort of get on with him, and you need that sometimes in terms of team spirit, and just to sort of have someone who you can trust and rely on to step in when needed.
No, that's fair. Like, obviously, he's going to be he is still an option for Man United to come off the bench. He'll obviously be in most match day squads. I just, for someone who constantly has struggled at Man United, and then he got that break into the England team, and then of course went away to West Ham and did so well, and was probably really close to making to getting that permanent move. You would have thought West Ham had been really interested in it, and just I thought, from sort of from his point of view, that if he wanted to play regular football for a club and represent his country more, that he needs to be playing first team football. It's just really strange that, like I say, his contract's up in a year, so maybe he's thinking a year I get the move anyway. He gets a year more on this sort of the obviously ridiculous salary that he's on. So maybe that's what he's thinking. But I've got a horrible feeling Man United will offer him a contract come December, and we'll be stuck with him for another 3 seasons. And then what do we do if he doesn't want to go out and play? Like, it's a catch-22 with Lingard. I would have thought for his sake he wanted to go and play, but it's slightly strange.
Yeah, Ronaldo signed. He might want to just
just get a selfie with him and leave. Yeah. Fair enough. Perfect. And last question I'm going to ask you, Phil, just before you go, if you've got time. Where do you see the Paul Pogba contract situation going? I've spoken to loads of different Man United fans. Some see him staying, permanently signing a new contract. Some see him waiting out his contract and leaving. So what do you think will happen in the Paul Pogba situation? Or do you think it comes down to how this season goes?
Yeah, I actually think it does. I think inevitably this season, I think will dictate how and what Paul Pogba does. I think obviously the ambition that the club's shown this transfer window, shows that we do want to challenge in the big trophies like for the Champions League by signing the players we have. I think if this season goes well and we do sort of maybe win a trophy and compete, that Paul will probably end up signing a contract. I think with the signings we've made, I just touched on, I think you can't really sort of criticise the club in terms of lack of ambition or bringing quality players. That window that we've just had, I can't really recall as good a transfer window for any club in terms of bringing so much quality in the key areas that I think we needed strengthening. So yeah, for me, obviously, I'd love Paul Pogba to stay. I think he's a fantastic player, and I really like him and I rate him highly. So when Paul Pogba was playing the way he started the season, then he's someone who every club would want in the team. And for me, I'm just hoping that we can sort of fulfill the sort of expectation this year that these players who've come in can give us that added bit of quality, and obviously with Ronaldo, who's done it at every level, can give us maybe that little bit of an X factor who can get us over the line and maybe get us a trophy this season, whether it be in the league or an FA Cup or just something to sort of show that we are heading in the right direction, and obviously there's a lot more to come in the coming years.
No, perfect. And I think me and Rich would agree that I think Pogba signing would be a massive, massive thing and staying at the club. And because if Pogba goes, I feel like you're then 2 players further away from having a completed team, because I feel like you need 2 players to sort of replace what Pogba does. No, that's perfect, Phil. If you need to go, that's no problem at all. Thank you very much for jumping on tonight, giving us that insight and everything from obviously the player's point of view, but your opinions as well. But that's perfect. Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Bye,
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye. And then there were 2.
Smashing it.
Perfect. Okay, so Keen sent me a message basically for the last hour. What we're going to do is we're going to cover all the sort of latest deals and stuff like that for deadline day. And right on cue, Sean's in the chat to say, better call Saul. So yeah, it looks like Saul's gone to Chelsea. I think it's done. I don't know. I've got my laptop in front of my telly. I can't really see, but it looks like Saul's gone to Chelsea. I think it's a £5 million loan fee with a £40 million option to buy, €40 million option to buy next summer. It's fine if he wants to go and play 4th choice centre midfielder at Chelsea. That's fine by me. I'm not greatly bothered. I don't think he's going to have a great. I think he's a good player and stuff. Obviously, he'd make a massive difference to Man United's midfield. But I thought if your problem is I want to be playing games in Atletico Madrid, moving to a team like Chelsea who are as stacked in midfield as that. Maybe isn't the brightest option in the world, but I don't know. What's your sort of thoughts on that?
I mean, how much are they getting for? Like €5 million? Is that
€5 million? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Like when you've got like Kante and obviously Jorginho and like now they're so stacked in midfield. They don't need. It's like the whole Declan Rice thing doesn't make any sense either. Like they don't need Declan Rice. They only want Declan Rice because we want Declan Rice. That's and because he's best mates with Mason Mount. That's the only reason that they want him. They don't. Midfield is not a massive priority for Chelsea. Chelsea are stacked. Like Chelsea are absolutely stacked. Like,
I agree.
I've got a top goalkeeper. Defense. I like Mendy. I rate Mendy.
He's all right. He's not top. Like he's okay.
I think he's all right. Yeah.
He's not like All Black Ter Stegen
sort
of levels.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say like those levels, but I think he's a very, very solid keeper.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're stacked. Like the defense could maybe use a little bit of TLC, but their midfield, absolutely no chance. Front line, no. You've got Lukaku, you've got Werner, who's going to grow into this league. Havertz as well. Well, I don't hope. But you can't get much worse than last season. I mean, bless him. I've seen a few videos of Timo Werner like being really funny, and now I actually really like him, which makes me feel sick. But I mean, Havertz has been growing into the game recently. Obviously got Mount as well, who's a massive, massive threat. They don't. They don't need a midfielder. They're just signing one just because they can.
I think they maybe needed a midfielder, but they didn't need one sort of the quality of Saul with the expectations that he has. Like he's just won La Liga as like an integral part of that side, and they've brought in. I think Atletico Madrid brought in Matías Cunha and Rodrigo de Paul to obviously fill those roles, and they've obviously still got Marcos Llorente and things like that as well. So he's not going to get games, which is fair, but I don't see the point in moving to Chelsea to get games of football.
Yeah.
And if you're a centre midfielder right now, unless they're maybe worried about Kante's injury record, maybe worried about Jorginho with the year that he's had. He played a lot of football last season, went straight into the Euros. He's obviously gone. So maybe they're just sort of, just sort of stacking the deck in their favour. And just being like, well, if it happens, we've got a quality replacement. Which, absolutely. And people in the comments, if you've got any move or anything like that you want us to discuss, or any team in particular, just drop it in the comments and we'll get onto it. And one player,
Antoine Griezmann as well.
Is he just gone? Is he? Yeah, he's just gone to Barcelona, isn't he?
He's gone back
to Atletico Madrid from Barcelona.
Yeah, he's gone back. I think it was 40 million for 2 years. I think I read, that's just come out of absolutely nowhere, isn't it? Like that's insane. That's
crazy. To be fair, he was getting paid ludicrous wages at Barcelona to not be good enough. Like I didn't think he was ever good enough to be a Barcelona player. Like I think he's a really good big fish in a small pond, because he was fantastic in that Atletico side when Atletico were the underdogs. It'll be interesting to see now when he goes, but Atletico Madrid are the favourites. I would say Atletico Madrid are the clear favourites for this week.
Yeah.
For La Liga, because their team is amazing. They've done great business. They've kept hold of good players as well. So it'll be interesting to see. But it's crazy the fact that how desperate sort of Barcelona are. So that's them got rid of a player on sort of £1 million or €1 million a week wages in Messi, and then I think Griezmann was on like 600,000-700,000 a week. So that they're really cutting down that wage bill. And maybe if his heart was always in Atletico, or always going back to Madrid, maybe that's sort of where that came from. But it's certainly weird.
It's happening nowhere. So I think I read that. I think Amy put in our group chat earlier that Sergio Aguero has officially been registered because 2 players took pay cuts. I can't remember who it was.
Is it Jordi Alba and Busquets? Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, because PK was the first one to do it. He took a massive pay cut to get them to register Depay. But Alba and Busquets had offered to take wage cuts as well.
Yeah, they have. They've taken wage cuts just to register.
Which is amazing, but how do you get yourself into that position? as a football team, how do you get yourself into that position where you pay so many people so much, like 3 people so much money that those pay cuts? I suppose there's cleared up 700,000 as well, but that's absolutely crazy.
And Andy says it just right here. Barca are in the mud, absolutely.
They absolutely are.
They're there's no greater pleasure because
they deserve it.
Yeah, Spanish players hate them.
I'm not a bad fan. I'm not minded for Real Madrid. I quite like Real Madrid. I don't mind them as much, but Barcelona, I just detest.
Ronaldo off me, so nah.
Yeah, but they sold him to Juve, who in turn gave us him back. So if they'd never sold him to Juve, we would never.
Once bridges are burned, Greg. Once bridges are burned. I don't go back.
Fair enough. And one move I do want to talk about, because it's right in front of me here, and I'm obviously Scottish, is Odsonne-Édouard going to Crystal Palace. Can I just say how fucking good a signing that is for Crystal Palace? Like, any team in the top 6 could have taken Odsonne-Édouard and they had a goal scorer. He's a genuine one of the, and I know it's Scotland, and I know you play, like, your big games are Rangers, and that's it. But he's not only done that, he's got goals in the Europa League. He's just the way he plays. He can play with his back to goal. He can run in behind. He can head the ball. He can score with both feet. He's just an excellent finisher, and it just baffles me.
I can't say I've seen. Yeah, of him. I'd be lying if I told you I scrolled on YouTube just to watch him.
That's fair.
But I haven't. But
no, that's fair.
He seems like,
take my word for it.
From what I've seen of like the videos of him like online today, and just because the announcement, seems like a good player and a good signing for Palace. Yes. Palace, like, they're not good. They need strengthening. 100%.
Absolutely. But it's just been opportunistic, and it's not turning your nose up at Scotland. Like, I feel like so many. Yeah. There's a lot of good players in Scotland. Like that Christoph Ayer that went to Brentford. He could have easily went to Arsenal's defence, and he'd have been just as good as Ben White, because he's fantastic. And so a lot of teams
are above Arsenal. So.
Yeah, very true, very true. But they a lot of teams turn their nose up at Scotland, and I feel like teams like Crystal Palace can't afford to do that, especially in the rebuild that they're in. But 14 million for Edouard is an absolute steal. Like I said, could have gone to Arsenal. I thought at one point he was going to be that backup striker that Spurs wanted. It could have been anywhere, and I just think he's a fantastic player. So I'm really excited to see sort of how he does. And I actually don't mind Palace's business now this summer. Like they've got a couple of good players in. They've got Anderson in from. He was at Lyon, wasn't he? And he was on loan at Fulham last year. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. And then they got Mark Guehi from Chelsea as well.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. And they got Conor Gallagher from West Brom as well. Is that right?
They released so many players.
They did, but they were all.
I remember that list that they released was like most of their first team.
Yeah, but they were all fucking horrible.
Well, Crystal Palace were fucking horrible.
Yeah, I know, but as I'm saying, like, I'm actually, I don't hate that team anymore. Like, I think they're okay. I don't think Vieira's one goal when he goes to Old Trafford is to put 10 men behind the ball like he did last season. Because that was honestly one of the worst games of football I've ever watched in my life.
It was. That was fucking awful.
Like, I don't know. I think that they've done really good business. It was like Adam Lutman's gone to Leicester from Leipzig. I
think that's a really good move. He did well last season, so I think that's a really good move for them. He's going to get a lot of experience there as well. Whether it is, cup games, coming off the bench, whatever he's called up to do, I think he'll do a job. Yeah, he looked dangerous last season.
He did. No, he really did. Apart from that, yeah. It looks like Hector Bellerin's joined Real Betis as well from Arsenal. I thought it'd be a bit. I'm surprised it took this long for them to get rid of Bellerin. Like, yeah, I don't know why.
Can I be honest? I forgot about him.
Yeah, I actually did.
Arsenal.
Yeah, I just don't remember him ever watching him play in the last 3 years because he used to be brilliant. He was like everyone was like, oh yeah, remember he went to Barcelona and everything like that for ages.
I remember.
And then he got injured once, did something with Forest Green and then dropped off the face of the earth. I just don't know what he did. But apparently he's got Real Betis. I don't know whether it's a loan or anything like that. Sean says here, was just about to ask you itself. Yeah, so Edouard's gone. Christie going is a backward step. Ryan Christie's gone, I think, for £3 million to Bournemouth.
Right.
Christie's good. Christie's a really good player. He's important for Scotland and stuff like that. But why would you want to go and play in the Championship when you can play in the Europa League?
Yeah.
I don't get it. And I know a lot of Celtic fans are not greatly happy with sort of Christie and the way he's conducted himself over this move and stuff. Edouard's it's been the expectation. He's got a year left and stuff like that. That he was always going to leave this summer. But Christie sort of come out of nowhere and he sort of forced that move, and it's not. I don't like the move. I don't think it's great. Bournemouth come up off of it, then they'll see it as a success. But I just think another year playing Europa League football, regardless or not whether you're in Scotland, I just think it's really beneficial.
Yeah.
My sister says he can take his catwalk with him. Bellerin was so preoccupied with non-football matters.
Oh God, Arsenal are funny.
They're a funny club.
They are a funny club. I feel for them because I can see the frustration and I can see where they're coming from. But at the end of the day.
But do you remember going through the banter years when we had Mourinho and you were the butt of every joke on Twitter, and now all the fact that teams hate us is because we can win games of football now and we have a decent squad. We've got we don't have the best manager in the world, but every butt of the joke's now Arsenal, and it's just been full circle. And I feel like that's why you hate their fans as well, because they would always it was them, wasn't it, that gave us the shit for being not Man United anymore.
Do you remember that video of Arsenal Fan TV celebrating when they scored a penalty against us and won that game last year?
Is that dancing one? And they're then they should fit that. Yeah. I love that. See, when they get beat, I just set that on for 20 minutes and just enjoy. Because
brilliant. I genuinely look. All jokes aside about Arsenal, I think they will improve. I don't think they'll get relegated. As much as I would love to see them get relegated, I genuinely don't think they will. I think they will pick it up, but I don't think they'll breach that top six, at least not this year. They need to have a full clear out, and they need to have a full strategy as to what they're going to do going forward. Because, like I said at the start of the show, it just looks all like we'll have him, and him. Like that's just it.
It's like they're playing draft on FIFA. It's just like, he'll do. Like, we'll bring him in, and we'll bring him in, and we'll bring him in. We don't know actually how they'll gel or if they've got similar playing styles, but you will do that.
Exactly. About Dan James as well.
Yeah.
Dan James.
I'm sad for him. I'd have loved him to get like a big goal. It meant so much for Man United just because he got so much stick. And I genuinely thought he was a good squad option. And he was the only genuine winger we had until we got Sancho. I think he was the only one that wouldn't cut inside to try and get on the inside and roll a defender. He would just keep width. He would just run, which is fine. If all you can do is run, that's fine. Give him the ball and let him run.
Yeah.
I'd have loved him to get a big goal. Like, imagine him coming on in like a final and getting like a winner. Oh, just for him, just to see that. But
I feel like he's a really good guy. Like he strikes me as a good, honest lad who he was going through a really tough time when he came to us, and he obviously scored in the Chelsea game, which you could see what it meant to him, and the fans absolutely loved him as well.
Yeah.
It turned a little bit when he was going through a bit of a bad patch, but he was never brought in to be a starter.
No,
he came from Swansea. And he was never, ever brought in to be that first-team player.
He was always 18 months ahead in development, wasn't he?
Exactly.
He came in and he was 18 months ahead of where he had to be. And the problem was Man United's expectations were 18 months ahead as well.
Exactly. But we had no choice to throw him in. We had no choice because he had to. He was like, right, baptism of fire, you've got to go because we have no other option.
Yeah.
And he overexceeded. And
he did.
And that's what set the precedent for him to be the scapegoat that he turned into, because he's always known as now, obviously not anymore, but he was known as the weak link. Typical like Fred and Lindelof, they're all the weak links because they overachieve for a short period of time. So like Victor Lindelof, not last season, but Mourinho's season.
Oh, he was exceptional.
He was exceptional with... Maguire. We had the third best defense in the league, and that's where we got his name, Iceman, because he was so cool, so calm, collected on the ball. And then it started to turn. He kind of, he went through a bad patch. It's the same as Fred. Fred had a really good season, or really good half a season. Can't remember which one it was. I think it was just before Ollie came in or just after. And he overexceeded. So what we see with these players is when they overexceed, our fans then latch onto that and say, right, well, this is what we've brought. This is what I'm expecting every single week. And that's what happens with Pogba, Bruno. It's what happens with everyone when they drop a bad game. So if you actually watch Pogba's movement and Pogba's game off the ball, you understand why he's in that goddamn team. He's so pivotal. Even if he doesn't assist or score, or if he loses the ball because he's trying to hold a player off, like, people just latch onto the mistakes, and that's what drives me mad about football, and not just our fan base, but football in general. People just latch onto the mistakes and they don't watch the whole 90 minutes. They
watch the highlights or something like that.
Exactly.
And then just base the game off that.
Exactly. But the reason why we have scapegoats nowadays is because they've overachieved, then they've gone back to what their, I wouldn't say natural ability, but what we're more used to seeing them as. That's what's happened with Fred as well. I remember everyone was on the Fred train a while back. Everyone was saying he's great, he's amazing, 50 million is a bargain, but now he's a 50 million.
I wrote an article last year about sort of Fred and McTominay and how they were genuine, like, going to be the difference, could be the difference makers in Man United's midfield when playing together. It wasn't more so when sort of playing. And I still think that if you keep them both around and you play them together, you're okay in some games. I just don't think Fred can be relied on in playing on his own, playing without someone, with someone without the energy of someone like Scott McTominay, or playing 50 games a season. I just don't think that. Like, I think if you were to say to Fred, right, you're going to start 15 to 20 games a season. You're going to play most of those besides Scott McTominay in games like cups, and let him sort of grow into it that way. I feel like Fred could be quite. He might be still successful. I don't think he'll be sold like a lot of Man United fans are thinking next season. I think Ollie likes him. I think not only Ollie likes him, I think the rest of the team like him. I think they all get on with him. Like, you see the way they talk about him, it's sort of in jest. It's a bit like, oh, even Fred did this, but it's not like laughing at him. It's not like a case of they're bullying him. It's a case of like, oh yeah, this is our running joke, and he's our mate, and this is why we can say it. Like, exactly. I think so much of this Man United team is based on players that like each other and that like Ollie, and they all get on. And I think that's where a lot of Ollie's criticism comes, is because he just thinks it's a big group, or a lot of people just think it's a big group of pals playing with no sort of end goal. But it's not. Like, they're top footballers, they will have plans and things, but it's just a really likeable squad, and the squad like each other. So I think Fred will be here for the long run, regardless if we get a DM or not. I think he'll be back up.
I think this is the most likeable United team since Fergie left.
Absolutely.
I know of. They just all seem so cohesive and so in tandem with each other that you saw at the end of Mourinho's era, it was so toxic. Everyone looked like they hated each other. No one wanted to be there. And it was just so bad that Ollie deserves so much more credit than what he gets for absolutely digging each and every one of those players out and saying, you matter, like, you're a good player. Because Mourinho ground them to the, like, pulled them into the ground. Like, sure, like, he saw that Pogba had a really bad relationship with Mourinho.
Yeah.
I just think that Ollie doesn't get enough credit for his man management. He does need to improve his in-game management and his tactical house, but as far as man management goes, I mean, you can't ask for a better manager in the league, in my opinion. And all I want is to see Manchester United succeed, whether that's with Ollie, with someone else. I would love it to be Ollie. I'd absolutely love for him to, be lifting the Premier League, lifting the Champions League for years to come with us. Time will tell if he's good enough. I think if we don't win anything this year, and if we don't mount a proper title challenge, and I mean towards the last few weeks of the season, the last few games, then I think something needs to be looked at, because you can't have this team that we have. Yes, we have a big, massive hole in the middle, but you can't have the team that we have and the depth that we have and not challenge for trophies and Premier League titles, because this is a great squad.
Yeah.
Like, we've got world-class players in there. Okay, maybe not world-class, because I know people get really touchy when you use that word. But
we do have some world-class players.
We do have some world-class players. And I think the addition of Varane will be absolutely insane, because he just brings that winning mentality. And you've got Ronaldo there, born winner. Like, you've got, and Pogba, obviously won the World Cup. He's a winner as well. Bruno, he wants to win massively. We've got so much good mentality in this team now that it's surrounded by. We did get the goal, of course, but it's just surrounded by experience and also young blood as well. Because you can't win you can't win anything with kids. Like that's.
Not now. Not now.
Not now.
You used to be able to.
Obviously, you used to be able to, but the modern day football has just changed. You can't anymore. You need that elite experience. You need that winning mentality of people who have been there, done that, and they can then guide the younger players towards the trophies and titles and stuff. Because I believe that once we get that first one, it's all coming. So.
No, I agree, and hopefully that continues, and it's sort of a rolling thing all the time, that if we get one, it will just spiral. Like, Man United managers had that in the past. Fergie had that FA Cup, and managers before him had that sort of one game. Tommy Docherty had, even back then, had that one, got to the FA Cup final and won that, and that sort of spiraled from there to this belief in Manchester United after sort of how poor they'd been previously. Another one I want to talk about that obviously happened today was Eduardo Camavinga. That sort of happened out of left field last night. It sort of went from being linked with PSG somewhat with Man United sort of all summer, and then last night Real Madrid, 40 million euros bang right on the table, and he's gone. That came out of nowhere. Apparently it was where he always wanted to go, but that surprised me. I honestly I thought he was just going to run his contract down and stuff like that. And it was just really weird, just how quickly it happened, because it very quickly went from like, oh, Real Madrid are going all in for Mbappe to like, oh no, they've gone and got Camavinga, and then they submitted another bid for Mbappe anyway, like 200 million. Like, what are Real Madrid doing? What are they planning?
I think Real Madrid are very smart. I think they know exactly what they're doing. They're trying to say to Mbappe, look how much we wanted you. We were willing to pay this much for you last year when you had a year left on your contract.
Yeah.
And then he can kind of say to PSG, I think that's why PSG are so pissed off about it.
Mm-hmm.
He can then say to them, like, oh, I'm not renewing my contract, I'm off to Madrid, because they tried for him so hard this year. But I think Madrid knew that they'd reject it. They were never going to accept that.
No.
Absolutely not.
No,
it
was just mind games, just being like, we're still the big club in here.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I have no doubt about it. The Camavinga one, I think I saw a lot of people on Twitter were pissed off that we didn't get Camavinga. But isn't he 18?
Yeah.
18. And you think he's going to come in to our team straight away? You think Ollie's going to do that?
Yeah, but he's also going to go into Ollie needs to buy finished articles.
Exactly.
And that's what he's bought. Well, he's not really bought finished article in Sancho, but Sancho is much closer to a finished article than anything we had on that right-hand side. Yeah. Varane's a finished article. Ronaldo is the finished article. Like, it's just...
He's not done yet. He's still got work to do.
No, I know. But, like, that, I feel like that's sort of the player all we have. And then you can sprinkle it in with players like Amad Diallo, because they've got the experience around them to do it. But if Man United were going to buy a midfielder, it had to be someone like Ruben Neves, Saul Niguez, Declan. It had to be someone that's played at the highest level in that role as a specialist. It was never going to be someone like Camavinga or Tchouaméni or anyone like that, because you wouldn't do that to a young player. And I think Solskjaer knows his limitations as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's maybe why he was so keen to get Amad to go out on loan. Like, I think maybe Solskjaer recognises that, okay, maybe it's not the easiest thing for me to coach this player this year with everything going on, bringing in Ronaldo, stuff like that.
Yes.
But yeah, Man United we're always going to have to buy a player that had played that position. So when he went to Real Madrid, I was like, oh, well, that's what surprised me, because I thought he was going to go to PSG or something.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be the one to make the bid, or he would just let his contract run down and then get sort of a free choice next summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Another one I've seen there, Juventus re-signed Moise Kean on loan from Everton. And he was never going to stay, was he? Let's be honest. He was never going to stay at Everton to play under Rafa.
Mm-hmm.
He had that nightmare start at Everton when Duncan Ferguson was in charge. He got subbed on and subbed off, and then sort of from that moment, it looked like so like his days were numbered. He was never really going to stay.
Yeah.
For that length of time. I hope he does well. He's still young. Like he seemed to enjoy his time last year at PSG. He scored a lot of goals, scored some important goals as well. Mm-hmm. So hopefully he can kick on. Hopefully he can be good. I don't think he's going to replace. I don't think he's the caliber to replace Ronaldo, but
who can? Seriously, we replaced Ronaldo with Ronaldo.
Yeah, so, no, that's
literally
fair.
That is exactly what we did. So
that's very fair. Let's see here. What else have we got? I'm having a look. Just Sol got the here we go. That's a bit annoying.
I hope everyone's seen those as well.
Oh yes, is that the new? Yeah, that's him in the shirt.
Actual pictures of actual Ronaldo in an actual Man United shirt, not photoshopped. Actual, like
in 2021.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that I'm going to see Ronaldo live on the 11th of September.
Just remember, I called it. That's what we need to remember. I called it. I said it would. I said he wouldn't go to City.
Okay.
I did say he wouldn't go to City, and then I said, somewhat as a joke, that Ollie Ball will come into play. United will make a late bid, and he'll come to the Super Reds. That were my exact words, and it happened.
You have a habit of being right, don't you? Apparently,
I do, absolutely do. Let's see, Jerome Boateng joined Lyon. He was a free agent, I'm guessing, and he's joined Lyon.
Oh wow!
Permanent. That's bizarre. I didn't even see that during the day. That's strange. Arsenal have let Reece Nelson go to Feyenoord on loan.
And a Diallo replacement.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because that
Plan B.
Injured.
Sorry.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he got injured like on the day of his. Yeah. This is going to be your loan day. Oh yeah, I got injured. Sorry.
Yeah, that's bad luck. That is.
I feel like a lot of Arsenal players just sort of looking for a way out. like Reece Nelson just been like, yeah, I'm away.
Yeah, I can't believe that about Maitland-Niles as well. That's
to not let him go, like to just let him go. Just let him go on loan or something. Let him play. What's the point of being this?
Hostage, like,
yeah, like your coat's already on like a sugary peg. Like your transfer business has been subpar. Your results are awful. Your team look disjointed and ill-disciplined, and now you just want to cause more disruption in the squad by taking someone by all accounts is liked in the squad.
Yeah.
Maitland-Niles. A lot of teammates were happy for him last year. When he was away on loan and stuff like that to get a chance. Yeah. So he's quite clearly liked, and then to take a player like that and just go, yeah, you're going to train on your own, or not on your own, but you're not training with the first team because you want to move. Mm-hmm. I don't understand that, and I feel like I said it to my sister earlier on, and I feel like the sort of last sort of Hail Mary from Arteta that like it always happened when Mourinho will come the end, that like he'd always phase out players and fall out, and then there'll be weird teams going out on a Saturday where like. Remember when he used to like field games with players out of position to make a point that we were lacking and stuff. Like, it just feels like something's brewing with Arsenal, that it's going to explode at some point.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it's a ticking time bomb. If I think who are their next 3 games? I think they've got 2 quite winnable games, and then they've got a tough one at the North London derby, isn't it?
Norwich, Burnley, and Spurs, I think.
Yeah. So I think if they don't get at least 6 points from those 3 games, I think he will be gone. Yeah, I think he definitely will be gone.
Yeah,
it's just like Arsenal. They'll get a result against Spurs.
well, and
they'll lose to Norwich and Burnley, and then beat Spurs like 2-1 or something, and then their fans will be like, Arteta in. So it's just the way that this shit goes.
But we spoke about that on Sunday, didn't we? We were like, it's not the fact they got beat because you could excuse them, and Ailey says here you can excuse them getting beat by Chelsea and Man City, but it's the manner in which they got beat and the way they got beat by Brentford on that first day of the season. They just didn't look like they were ever going to score. It was like Arsenal could have played for 3 hours that night and they wouldn't have scored a goal. Much like Man United on Sunday as well, by the way. I'm not being bad. Like I had come to the realization that Man United were either going to lose that game or draw it very early on. And the fact that we won it is a miracle. But that's sort of what it seemed like with it. It didn't ever look like they were going to score a goal in any of the games. Mm-hmm. I just think that the actual manner of their defeats have been worse than sort of the results on their own.
Yeah, no, I agree. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
what has been your favourite ever like deadline day like incident, like story, like
deadline?
I think mine has to be the fax machine with De Gea.
Yes, actually, yeah. I went to bed. I can't. How long ago was that? That must have been what, 2013.
Yeah, it was when he was on the brink of leaving.
Maybe 2015.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember when it was. If anyone knows that in the comments, what season that was. But yeah, because I went to bed like accepting the fact that we'd lost De Gea and didn't bring a replacement in, did we? We were just going to use Sergio Romero.
Yeah.
And then I woke up and he was still there, and I was like, "Oh, Anna's got a good one." Berbatov
hijack, yeah.
Yeah, when he landed and just like, yeah, you're coming to us now. Come on now.
Come on, that was the best one.
Tell you what was crazy, like one of the first ones I can remember, like really vividly watching and just being like mind blown. Because I remember I sat with my dad and he was like, "What?" Was when it randomly came out that Torres was leaving Liverpool and going to Chelsea, and it happened with like 2.5 hours to go, and we're like, "Huh? Like how is that?" And it just came out of nowhere, and it seemed like it'd been planned for ages and everything like that. And Billy says there, Torres was fun. Apparently, it was summer 2015. So yeah, summer 2015. That was it.
Thank God for that fax machine.
Definitely, the fax machine's up there. I'll probably go with Torres though, just because that was like so massive. Like he was Liverpool's best player, one of Liverpool's best players at the time, and he was just deciding to up sticks and go to Chelsea. And Liverpool had started the season well. I think they weren't that bad. They probably weren't going to be like title challengers like Chelsea obviously were eventually, but it was really strange. I can't think of anything else, I don't think.
You don't really hear of that these days, do you? Like stories coming out just out of the blue. You get
but it's because we're all on Twitter and stuff, though, and you've got people like Fabrizio Romano is like,
yeah, exactly,
absolutely does the Lord's work with the transfers and everything. But like, I still think it would be fun if like none of it was posted anywhere and you just dealt with like what came up on the TV. Like, exactly. That was it was really good. Oh, Andy says obvious shirt for Rooney.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, fair. Haley says, remember staying up for Danny Welbeck.
Oh god.
West Ham signing Tevez and Mascherano. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was really strange. That was the weirdest thing in the world. What else has happened really weird on deadline day? To be fair, I think this window's been the strangest window of all time.
It has. Would you ever believe that Messi and Ronaldo would move in the same window?
No, and along with Ramos and Varane.
Yeah.
Like, it's just crazy.
Insane.
And Griezmann's moved as well. I wouldn't put him in that caliber, but it looked like Mbappe was going to be leaving for a little bit as well. Like, and then at one point, Haaland was really genuinely looked like Haaland was going to go somewhere, and it looked like Ronaldo was going to go to Man City, which was just never going to happen. But like, it's just been crazy. Like, everyone was saying, "Oh, be cautious this summer. Not going to be that many big deals happening because of COVID and stuff." It's been amazing. It's been unbelievable. Like, Messi and Ronaldo moving in the same. So I will say it's going to be very exciting to watch PSG for just that one season. Their team is stacked beyond belief. Stacked. Like, Messi came on the other day.
If they don't win the Champions League this season, something's wrong.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. I quite like to see, obviously apart from Man United winning it, quite like to see Poch do it just for a big like fuck you to Spurs fans. They're just like, maybe they're like, oh, he wasn't good enough to win anything, and a lot of them were quite happy when he left after the Champions League like final loss. Be good like redemption for him to be like, no, I can win it. Fair enough, you need Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar to do it, but that's not his fault that his owners are just like, yeah, have whoever you want.
Have who you want, yeah. It's absolutely insane. But I quite liked Poch. Like, I didn't like him to the extent that our fans were like fucking sexualizing him, and that they wanted him to take over from Ollie. But I actually liked
before Ollie was confirmed. I was like, just let Ollie run and then go and pay whatever you need to for Poch. But once Ollie was confirmed, I was like, okay, I'll back you for a bit then. That'll be fine. I didn't expect Ollie to still be here at this point.
Yeah. I don't think anyone did, in my opinion. I think he overexceeded. It's that thing overexceeding again. Yeah. He overexceeded, and now he's the scapegoat. Everyone's the scapegoat who overexceeds. And I completely agree. We're winning the Champions League this season. Apart from PSG, we're going to beat them in the final, and Poch is going to lose another final.
Ronaldo versus Messi in the final.
Oh.
I just can't believe, like, it's mental that we have Ronaldo back. I don't care if people are bored of that talking about, like, you think it's boring now. Wait till he's on goal number 30 by November. Then you'll be bored. Like, honestly, it's just crazy. Like, Luke Shaw just whipping balls in from anywhere, I think, knowing Ronaldo's going to outjump the rest of the stadium and win the header. Like, that's...
He's a massive aerial threat that we haven't really had.
He's a bully as well. Be a bully.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's got that attitude as if to say, like, I'm getting what I want. Yeah. It's like,
we didn't need another whining little bitch, though. I will say that. We really didn't need another fucking whiner on the fucking... Bruno was annoying me on Sunday. It was just like every time he's just like, Bruno, just go and shut up before, because he will get sent off this season for doing it. He will. Yeah. It will happen. And that'll maybe stop him doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But every time he talks, I'm like, you're going to get sent off. Like, you're going to get sent off. You're going to get sent off.
Sometimes you just want to grab him and just like,
Maguire tries. Maguire's like, oh, shut up. But
did you really think Bruno listen to Maguire, though?
No, but I think he might listen to Ronaldo.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. International captain, like idol. Yeah, I know, 100%.
I saw an interesting poll. I think Anna put it up on her Twitter earlier. That should Ronaldo be given the captaincy?
No, I like Maguire. I don't like Maguire as a captain, but I think Maguire's done enough to earn it and keep it. And I think Maguire is that level-headed leader that you need. Like he's not like Bruno as a captain would be an absolute loose cannon, and he is he is like our best player. He does raise the standards of everyone around him when he's ticking. He's just so good to watch, but he's just like, I don't know. He would get sent off. He wouldn't control players in the way that Maguire does. He wouldn't handle situations. Then, like even the way Maguire handles the media after. Like, remember when he was just grilled about Greece when he came back, and the way he just dealt with that was like, like he just dealt with it so well. Like maybe you could give it to Ronaldo, but I don't see much problem with keeping it on Maguire just now, just to have that level-headed person in the dressing room. Like it'll be interesting. I don't know. You'd always sort of see like someone else in the squad that's like captain material and stuff, but like I can't see anyone like maybe Rashford, but I think he's like, and you know what I mean, in the future. Like,
of course.
Maybe Rashford and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Like I always thought when it was sort of Mourinho's era that it was going to be like Herrera would be the next captain. He just came across as that passion merchant to be a bit like,
passion merchant.
Gerrard was. Like that's all you need to be a captain for a Premier League team. You can just
living off passion vibes.
Yeah, it'll be the third best midfielder of your. Well, I think he was third best. I say that he was like second best midfielder at Liverpool, let alone one of the best in the world, let alone the best in the world. But yeah, he had that like passion about playing for the club, and I think Maguire's got that as well. But I'm sure Bruno does too. But I just think Bruno would be fucking nuts as a captain. You think Arsenal are ill-disciplined? Jesus, could you imagine Man United? Ellie says Neves should have been banned for the exact same thing. Absolutely, but no one wants to talk about that because it's not Paul Pogba. That's exactly why. But Neves did the exact same thing to Bruno, and no one was up for it. I still can't believe that Griezmann's gone. That's weird as. What did they buy him for? Anyone know what they bought him for? I'm sure it was excess of 100 million.
Yeah, they paid. I think it was like 120 or something. It's got to be.
Yeah.
Let me just try and find out. I can't even spell Griezmann.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Must
120 million euros.
That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Apparently, Takahiro Tomiyasu's paperwork signed and completed between Arsenal and Bologna. So he's their second centre half of the summer. Their fifth signing, I think. Brings our spend up to 153 million.
What happened to the deal with James Maddison? Did that just not materialize?
It didn't. Yeah, I think I was certain he was going to leave. I didn't think he got on with Brendan and stuff particularly well. Brendan, to be fair, like Mourinho, always has that one character at the club that he sort of phases out. Did it at Celtic? Did it at Liverpool? There's always one that just sort of gets pushed to the side. And at that, I sort of thought James Maddison was going to be the one, but no, I just don't think Arsenal were that interested. I think they were so fixated on Odegaard, which makes sense. I think Odegaard's a great player. I think he's probably better than James Maddison, and he fits the rest of the age of that Arsenal team, minus Thomas Partey, really well.
He's already kind of bedded in.
Yeah, apparently he really enjoyed playing under Arteta. He liked the squad, he liked the city, so Maddison didn't fantastic. Fair enough. No.
Oh, poor Arsenal. Oh well.
No, not poor Arsenal. Not at all. Not at all poor Arsenal. All right, okay. Apparently Nuno Mendes, the left back from Sporting, has gone to PSG with a loan for a loan with a buy option of 40 million euros. That's pretty mental. I don't know a lot about him. I just know he's rated really highly by other Portuguese people. I know he's that TikTok thing where that guy just kept saying Nuno Mendes. I know that. That's it.
Oh, that's insane.
What do you think of Spurs this window? Do you think they've done enough or not? They did well to keep Kane. Like keeping Kane's almost like. Remember, we used to say that all the time. Like Man United fans were like, keeping De Gea is like as good a signing. Keeping Pogba was as good a signing. So like to them, keeping Kane is like it's probably as good as signing a player.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think they've done well to keep Kane, to not have him go to City. I think they've made a good few signings. and I think it will improve them, whether it be to the extent of reaching that top 4 just yet.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, they are top of the table, so, but that is 3 games in. You can't be carried away.
They were very impressive against Man City, though, to be fair to them.
They were very impressive.
They were good against Man City.
I've said it before, I like Nuno. I know we kind of had that disagreement on Monday.
Yeah,
but
I just don't think it's very exciting.
It's not, but I think he'll do well. And I think the signings that they've made will improve them, whether it be enough to mount like a top 4 challenge or even a title challenge. Probably not. I don't think they're going to win anything this year. I think Kane will want to win something this year because I do think he will be off next year, 100% guaranteed. So I think Kane will do everything that he can this season to ensure that he leaves Tottenham with a trophy. Whether that happens or not, probably not. But you know, they've both in areas that they needed, but there's still a few little gaps that they need to fill.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think it's obviously a lot of Tottenham fans and stuff are talking about Kane potentially signing a new contract. I think the only way Kane signs a new contract is if it has a release clause for £140 million or something like that. He will not sign a contract without a release clause because he won't want to be in this position again. Like he might, I'll give credit to Tottenham to protect their asset and stuff. Like it's his club at the end of the day, so he might respect that, but he's got to protect himself as well and do what's best for him. And a player that good who's going to score that many goals should win a title. Like people always compare it to Shearer, but Shearer got that Premier League. He didn't do it with Newcastle, but he got it with Blackburn. He ticked that box. He didn't have to go anywhere else to win it. Whereas Kane deserves, how good he is, deserves to win Premier Leagues and Champions Leagues. And if he went to City, this summer, I would have just given them the league now. It wouldn't have made a difference who we'd signed because if they've got Harry Kane, that's 30 goals or 25 at least in that City team. Not to mention the assists he gets, not to mention the depth that they have anyway. Like, I just think it's so good of Tottenham that they've done well to keep him, but it's really poor on Man City's part that they've now been linked with Messi, Kane, and Ronaldo and got absolutely none of them. Not that you're enjoying that at all.
It's music to my ears. I know they spent 100 mil. I know they got Jack Grealish, but no disrespect to Grealish, I think he will be a very, very good player, and he already is a very good player. But bench one for England.
But so did Sancho, and then Sancho went to Man United, and he got to play. So big team bias.
Exactly.
So that's what you need to do. You need to move to Man United and you get to play. I want to talk a little bit about like Sevilla more than Chelsea. Sevilla led Chelsea on a proper merry fucking dance this summer. Like I don't like Sevilla anyway because of that fucking Europa League game 2 years ago. It was a horrible game of football. Luke de Jong can just go away. Never want to see him again. But they led Chelsea on a proper merry dance this summer. They'd accepted a deal. I think it was like 50 million in Zuma. And then they said they didn't want Zuma. And then they didn't want Zuma, but they were open to the 50 mil. And they sort of somewhat accepted it. They then went back on that and said they wanted closer to 63 or 64. So Chelsea went and sold Zuma, went back to them with a bid, albeit lower, was back to getting the 50 million mark. And then they came out today and was like, unless Chelsea pay €78 million release clause, they're not getting them. And Chelsea have chased him for a month. I think Chelsea have chased Koundé for the same length of time that Man United were linked with Varane. And they just properly led them down the garden path. And I couldn't, but I'm pretty astonished. Fair play to them for keeping Koundé, but I couldn't believe it when I read that earlier on today. It's like, they've just got to pay the release clause now. And it's like, if I was Chelsea, I would go and pay it just to fucking annoy them. Like, if I've got that money, it's like, okay, we'll pay it. Like, and it's maybe not the smartest decision, but if you're Chelsea and you've got that money, you may as well go, right, you know what, just get this dealt with. Centre-back's what we want. We've chased him for a long time. They clearly want a centre-back.
Yeah.
I think they're light there now. They've got rid of Zuma. If they get an injury, they could struggle there. The Christensen, Rudiger, Thiago Silva. Is that it? Is that a top three? And then they've got, or am I missing someone? I suppose Azpilicueta can fill in, can't he? He can play in the centre. He can play in the centre as well. But like a top centre half, I thought like someone like a Joe Koundé or somebody like that to be like that net, because a player like Koundé could always be the one to fill in for like Thiago Silva when he moves on, and then you've sort of embedded him in the team already, and then it's his team to take forward, which I just thought would be a good idea with Koundé.
No, I completely agree. I just think that they've missed out. And I know a few Chelsea fans that I think are a bit pissed off and a bit miffed that they have.
Yeah.
So, but
fucks it, yeah. Anyway,
did Zuma end up going to West Ham?
Yeah, they spent 30 million on him. They spent 30 million on Niko Vlasic from CSKA Moscow, and I think they got Kral on loan from Spartak Moscow as well. So I think they spent a combined like 70 odd million on 3 players on Zuma, Vlasic and Kral, but wouldn't spend 30 million on a player that got them 13 goals in 11 games. Like, I just don't get it. I don't get how you can look at someone like Lingard.
I genuinely think that Moyes didn't want to pay us.
That's what I said. I said that on Sunday. I was like, do you think it's just Moyes being like, fuck them?
I genuinely think he's being a petty little bitch, and he doesn't want to pay. I fucking hate David Moyes. I don't like using that word hate, but I fucking hate David Moyes. His face just pisses me off. But I genuinely think he's just being petty, and he doesn't want to give us money that we rightly deserve, because Jesse Lingard absolutely smashed it for West Ham. And if you were any logical decision-making manager, you would say he got us this many goals and assists in such a short space of time. He gets on with the squad. Like, he fitted in so well. And I said it when we played them last year and Jesse Lingard couldn't play. They were a completely different team because Jesse Lingard had come in and they kind of molded around him, and he just fit in. He was like that little piece of the puzzle that they needed. And then obviously when they played against us and he wasn't eligible to play, they just looked a little bit disjointed. So I don't understand the whole, why would you not take him? I really don't understand, because he absolutely smashed it for them.
Yeah, no, he did. And like you said, he seems like someone, or we know he is. We know he's someone that's so liked by like other teammates and stuff like that. That's the reason he's still at Man United. Like, if he had that ability and he was a prick, he wouldn't be there. But he's a nice guy, quite evidently gets on with everyone. He's got brings a good sort of atmosphere around the team. So I don't see why, if he can perform like that on the pitch in your system for your team, your teammates like him, and he brings a good atmosphere to the club, you wouldn't spend that money. But they're quite happy to go and spend money on Niko Vlasic, who I don't know a lot about, but it just stinks of someone like Yarmolenko when they just go and buy someone foreign and a wide player because they don't want to buy someone young or older and more experienced in English. Like, it's just really, really strange. Well, we've got 13 minutes left. I can't see much else being done. Just deals being finished, I would have thought.
Yeah. Who's got in the back of the shirt? Guess. Go on.
Lindelof.
Legend. No.
What was it? Chevrolet. So
it's the orange one.
The orange Chevrolet shirt.
Yeah. He's a legend. Well, he's not a Man United legend. He's a legend of the game. Didn't do very well at United.
Oh, Schweinsteiger.
Yes. Yeah. Schweinsteiger.
I was going to guess Morgan Schneiderlin just for a laugh, but
it's not my shirt. It's Andy's shirt. But sharing's caring.
Yeah, of course it is.
Exactly. But I'm actually really talking about Schweinsteiger just for a minute. I feel like every time a legend comes to the club, or like a legend in the game, you have to get the shirt just for.
Did you get a Cavani shirt?
I haven't got a Cavani shirt yet, but he's still at the club. So.
I would get on that because he's not going to be next year.
I'm waiting for his number.
He's 21.
Yeah. I think
I just can't
so.
I just can't believe Man United are so massive that the Premier League changed the rules for us. Like, it's just
massive.
But to be fair, CR7's a brand. Like, it's his whole brand, and it brings so much money to everything.
I love how 2 months ago though we were saying that it's a travesty that Jadon Sancho has not got number 7. And now we're like, sorry, you're third down the list of the number 7 list now.
Yeah, absolutely is. But he took 25 because 2 and 5 is 7. I can only think. That makes me.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
But I've just seen a really weird one there. Sadio Berahino has gone back to English football. He's gone back to Sheffield, or he's going to Sheffield Wednesday. He's been playing in like Belgium or something. That's so random. That is very weird. I don't know what Mr. Fabrizio was saying. Not a lot.
Not a lot. It just seems like bits and bobs are being completed. Yeah, deals wrapping up. Obviously, yeah.
Oh, wow. Tottenham have officially announced the departure of Serge Aurier following the mutual termination of his contract. He's a free agent.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
They really didn't want him.
Wow.
That's crazy. They just let him go.
Yeah.
Well then. Adama Traore is going to stay. So new contract on the table is the question. I don't rate Adama Traore. I think he's okay, but he's not like... I wouldn't spend what Tottenham were going to spend on him.
Yeah. I mean, he's... Oh, yeah, to Arsenal. Oh, God. Yeah, God. Yeah, I don't think Adama Traore, I think he would do better at a club like Arsenal, someone a bit better.
Yeah.
But there's no end product there.
No.
There's he's massive. He's a fucking weapon. I don't understand how he's so quick but so big.
No. Yeah.
It baffles me. Like, people that are that stacked, and like, he is fucking stacked.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be that. He shouldn't be as good as what he is.
He's massive.
He should be like, oh, he's insane. Yeah, and Andy says it there. Adama has no end product. All he does is run fast and oil himself up.
He does. He does. You know what really annoyed me about Adama Traore that made me like hate him as a footballer, or not as a footballer, but just as like a presence on my TV all the time, was like Match of the Day went through like a 6-week period when he started really getting games for Wolves. There was literally just clips of him running, and it was every week they were just like, look how fast he runs. It was like, yeah, we know he runs fast. What does he do with the ball? It was like 5 or 6 weeks in a row. They were like, oh, I just got to look at Adama Traore's pace. Like, do we? I know he's quick. I watched Match of the Day the last 4 weeks to know he's fast. Like, I don't need and then from that point, I was just, every time he gets the ball, so he just runs fast. Like,
He does, but that's all he is.
Yeah.
I think we're resigned to the fact that there's no DM coming.
Oh, I know, but it's still like a 9.5 out of 10 window, and that's what's so frustrating.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think, like, I saw people on Twitter where it says like a 6.5 out of 10 window. Like, how can you get anything more than a 9 or even an 8.5? Because like, we got Ronaldo back. Like, it's going to be a swan song at Man United.
Yeah.
We got Rafa Varane, one of the best centre halves in world football, for absolutely nothing, like for buttons. And then we got Jadon Sancho, one of the best young talents in football, who's experienced at professional football level, even at that age, for less, for what, 20 million less than we were going to pay a year previous. I don't see how you can see that this window as a fail. Don't see how. People in the comments, even if you're not a Man United fan, let us know what would you give Man United's window out of 10. Maybe we'll do this very quick. We'll go through each sort of the teams that are noticeable and whether what they give out of 10. But I give Man United a 9.5.
Yeah, I'd probably say 9. Smashed it. Just the big names and the signings that we've made. Yeah, there's still that midfield issue, but hey,
it's always January because that'll be the first thing. That'll be the first stories tomorrow morning. It's like Man United might go in for Ruben Neves in January after failing to get him in. Yeah, that will be that'll be the thing tomorrow. Keane says 8. I think that's harsh. Like, I think the DM does make a big difference, but I think obviously it makes a massive difference. But to just what we did, like, do you remember how somber some of the conversations were come the end of last season when we were all looking towards the window? Like, I'm sure Keane was on a show, was like, might not spend a lot. And Reece was like resigned to the fact that we wouldn't spend a lot, I'm sure. And we were trying to be positive. We were like, no, we'll spend, and we did spend, but we didn't spend maybe as much as what was originally sort of our idea was, or what we would maybe consider a huge summer. But look at the names we brought in, and not like the figures, and just like, wow, Ronaldo for 12 million.
I can't get over it that he's a Man United player, man. It's absolutely insane.
Keane says only 8 because of the outgoings and Lacadium. Yeah, the outgoings are a bit disappointing. Apparently Van de Beek asked to go out on temporary loan or something today. I don't know why he waited to fucking today to do it, but apparently asked it today. It was nearly agreed with the club. Solskjaer bought the move, so Solskjaer wants him to stick around to fucking, I don't know, he must make tea or something. He must make good tea or something like that, because he doesn't. Yeah, Anna says 9, and the fact we pulled off Ronaldo then 24. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said it for a joke that Man United were going to do it. Like, I was down in Leeds and I said it in the pub in Leeds just for a joke randomly, and then I woke up the next morning and by like 3 in the afternoon I was like, oh, yeah, this is going to happen. Okay, that was a bit mental.
That was a day. I got absolutely
a serious day
because I was just so stressed.
Were you just like refreshing, like Fabrizio's Twitter?
Yeah, I've never been so stressed in all my life.
Really? You're like, oh, what if he lands in Manchester and gets like close to Man City or something?
Yeah, I would have actually been devastated. I don't know what I would have done.
He wanted you to be his biggest cheerleader. I was quite happy with how he played in pre-season. I'm saying if Man United just went 4-3-3 and forgot about the DM and just went, fuck it, we'll just outscore teams, it'll be fine. Like, I think we could. Like, if you put a 4-3-3, like De Gea and goal, Wan-Bissaka, Maguire, Varane, Shaw, and then a midfield 3 of Van de Beek, Pogba, Bruno, and a front 3 of Rashford, Ronaldo, Sancho. It's not going to matter about a DM because they're not going to have the fucking ball to hurt us. Like, it just won't matter. Like, you give the ball to Pogba, who will pass it to Rashford. Like, we'll just outscore teams, and we're defensively solid enough with Varane. Might come undone against teams that sit back a bit, but in terms of like being like in these open games and stuff, I'd go for that. Why not? Like, why put a DM out there if it's going to be your biggest weakness? Why not just completely evaporate the weakness completely? Just play a different style. Yeah, don't give them anything.
It's ballsy. It's ballsy, but Ollie doesn't really have balls. I think from what we've.
I think he wants to play 4-3-3. Because that's what he did when he first came in. So maybe it's so strange that they bought the move. It's really weird.
What do you think of these 6 CDMs that we apparently have?
6? I didn't see that. I was at training. What was the conversation?
Apparently Ollie came out and said that we have 6 CDMs options, and I was thinking that who. We have 3 at best: McTominay, Fred, and Matic.
Matic, yeah. And then you're like,
and one of them's injured. One of them can't play because his legs are back in 2013.
He's a day younger than fucking grass. Yeah. Nemanja Matic.
I don't know. Yeah,
and so I assume he's included Pogba in that.
I assume so. Yeah. Maybe some of the academy lads as well.
Van de Beek, maybe.
Van de Beek's not a CDM.
No, he's not, but it doesn't mean Ollie doesn't think he is.
I mean, he might be adding Victor Lindelof in there as well. I mean...
Oh, it was 6 centre mid options, not just CDM.
Okay. Right, okay. Well...
Lindelof as a defensive mid would be funny to see, but it'd be fucking travesty if it didn't work out, because he would be booed off the pitch every single minute of his life. He can pass the ball, but I don't back him to...
He can long pass, he can't short pass.
He can't short pass.
He can short pass, but he can't quick short pass.
Under pressure.
He does well. Yeah, he does well when he has time on the ball to look for the pass. But he doesn't.
Back to his 2011 days. We bought him as a centre defensive mid. He played CDM for England. Just pop him in the 6. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. No, okay, away from United, what would you rate? We'll go Arsenal. What would you rate Arsenal's window out of 10?
3.
I was going to say 3. I think 3.
Yeah.
I think Ben White can be good, but I think there's better options for cheaper. That Sambi Lokonga's looked okay, but again, he is so young to be ready and in there. What else? And yeah, Odegaard's really good signing, but again, he can't do it all on his own. So yeah, I think a 3's fair. I can't see how they get out. All I can see happening is them bringing in another manager in a year's time. 5 of them get sold again.
Yeah.
Like Odegaard and Ben White might survive, but I don't think the rest will.
No. Yeah, I'd probably say 3.
Right, what about Chelsea?
9. I think they've had a good window. Obviously got Lukaku in. Massive signing. Actually, no, 8. Fuck that, 8. Not really done much else, have they? Like,
No, they've got Lukaku, and that's bad. They've sold really well, but they always sell really well. So
yeah, exactly. Chelsea are one of those teams that just sell.
Hey, we got 25 million for Dan James, so let's.
Yes.
Don't know.
Doing his job.
£10 million profit.
God knows, but yeah, I'd say an 8 for Chelsea.
Perfect. Liverpool, I think a 2. I don't think they've been worse than Arsenal.
1.
Yeah, like they've bought a 4th choice centre back, and that's it, I suppose. Man shaky.
Yeah. 5. I think
5.
Just for Jack Grealish, obviously, because it's the only one. But yeah, Jack Grealish, I think, just bumps it up to a 5.
Yeah, I think a 5, 5.5. Like they didn't get any of their number 9 targets or anything like that. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Hey, deadline day is done.
Thank God. I hate
That'll
now
be the first thing tomorrow.
The January rumours come out.
Yes, exactly. Give it till tomorrow. It'll be January rumours. Then we get to this all again in January.
Bless him.
I was watching stream earlier and I was like, yeah, I'll take a few days off and then get back to it. But what's his sleep schedule like? That's insane. Insane.
He can't sleep. Like, genuinely.
No, surely not. Right, we've got to go for a couple more teams. We've got to go for enough. So what about Tottenham?
6.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think they've done good business. I think there's a lot of unproven players, but maybe that's what they needed. They went for a lot of experience and stuff last time, didn't they? Their last manager, when Poch was in. So maybe like a little bit more inexperienced, more younger talent. I think that Emerson Royale was a good signing. Like, he apparently played really well for Real Betis last year. So I think he's really good. Is that all the top 6 we've done?
Yes.
It is. Okay, we'll do a couple more big teams in Europe. What about Barcelona?
In the mud. I'd probably say like a 1.
A 1 or a 2. Yeah, like Memphis Depay is good, but he's not Lionel Messi. Like,
yeah.
Aguero's unhappy. They've lost the second best player in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real Madrid.
7? 6, 7.
I think that's fair. I think they've sold well. I think Ramos, as sad as it is to see him leave, I think it was the right decision if they wanted to move on.
Yeah.
I feel like they could have probably got more money for Varane, but like it was said earlier on, like it seemed like with that price that it seemed like Varane only wanted to go to United.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Keane says Leicester. What have Leicester done? Oh, they've got Patson Daka.
They obviously got Lookman. I think
Vestergaard.
they've had an all right window. I'll give them an 8.
Yeah, I was going to say 7. They're not bad. I still don't think they'll be anywhere near sort of challenging top 4. Like, they'll hang about for a little while and then sort of drop off. They always do. And lastly, Keane says Samari as well. Yeah, Samari. He is a very good signing. Yeah, forgot about him. That was right at the start of the window. That was a long while ago. And lastly, PSG. I think that's a 10.
Oh, bloody hell, yeah.
I think any window where you get Lionel Messi, Gini Wijnaldum, Sergio Ramos all on freeze, and then you can just add like Achraf Hakimi and players like that is just insane. Absolutely insane. Perfect. Right. Well, that's us all done. That's us all wrapped up. That's transfer deadline day done for weekly Armchair Sports Talk. Thank you very much to everyone that was in the comments all night. Long 4.5 hour show, it looks like. Loads of comments. Then it's been buzzing all night. So absolutely brilliant. And Keith Chop said they got Donnarumma on a free as well. Yeah. But no, that's us. That's us all sorted. I don't know what else to plug. I don't know what's coming. I just know this was coming today. The basketball show, Dimes and Buckets, will be back come the end of September because the league is due to start again. So that'll be back, and of course there'll be loads of Man United content, football content every single week. I'm sure Keane's got a couple of big interviews coming as well, so keep an eye on the channel for that.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Anything else you want to plug?
Basketball podcast coming up as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to getting back into that. You what? Sorry.
Ben Simmons going to the Raptors or the Timberwolves. Those are the two teams that have shown interest in him, according to The Athletic.
You know my thoughts on Ben Simmons. I'm not going to go there.
I'll see if he goes. I called it months ago.
Nah, you're not right again, mate. It's not happening. I'm not having it. I just end it on that. Let's fucking go Raptors. Yeah, the basketball podcast will be back. We've just not really done it because there's been nothing to talk about, has there really? Yeah, season's obviously off at the moment.
Yep.
There's nothing to really talk about apart from transfer rumours, and I've had enough.
Yeah, I'm done with transfer rumours now. I'm just going to watch Man United play and absolutely twat everyone. Champions League's back in 2 weeks' time.
Yes, Champions League's back.
We've got Champions League back, so there'll be previews and stuff, I would imagine, of Man United's games coming up from Keane as there was last season. Maybe not Keane, maybe for other people kicking around the channel as well. But yeah, there'll be loads of content. Full weekly Armchair Sports Talk on social media. You'll be able to see all the shows and everything like that when they're announced. I believe Keane will have it all planned out very shortly in terms of what's coming when. You got anything you want to plug? Anything yourself, your socials, anything like that?
Not really. You can just follow me on Twitter at Rach MUFC7. And yeah, that's it really. Sometimes I'll hop on spaces, sometimes I just chat shit, sometimes I just put drunk tweets out. But hey ho.
More so the latter than anything else, as I've experienced in the last sort of. Well, we did say Ronaldo this weekend, so you can be forgiven. Perfect. Well, that's everything from us here, guys. Thanks very much for contributing. If you were in the comments and watching, see you later.
See you later. Bye.